Chapter 1, A Wolf. The setting sun is slanting west, and the setting sun is dusk. The warship with the Navy Seagull Libra flag swayed with the waves, and the sun's remaining temperature hits the body to warm the ocean, and the surrounding area is lonely. Only the sound of sea water beating against the hull of the ship can be heard, with the smell of fresh water in the air. The sea breeze makes people drowsy. But another weird smell of rust that is so strong that it rushes into the nasal cavity makes the scalp numb, the skull becomes cold, and the adrenaline soars. It is impossible for anyone to fall asleep in this environment. Those who fall asleep can't wake up anymore. Perhaps it hurts. In the dim cabin, a young man with black hair and a withered face covered his forehead and sat up. He was covered in greasy and black rags. His hair was stained and knotted by scalp. It's like the rancid steamed buns fished out of the smelly ditch or the kind of bite. Hiss. With a light movement unconsciously, a heart-piercing pain hit, and the young man suddenly opened his eyes. In this dim prison, those eyes were bright and scary. This is. With the faint light of the ventilation window, the young man's pupils suddenly tightened and looked at his left arm. To be precise, it was the posterior half of the humerus of the left arm. The entire left arm was broken from the root of the elbow and was wrapped in a piece of rag in an attempt to stop the bleeding. But obviously it's useless. The white gauze penetrated the blood plasma and dropped to the ground. I remember I should do an experiment in the laboratory to use the lich's phylactery as a source of energy to forcibly open the gate of the underworld, and then? What happened? The young man was not in a hurry to stop the bleeding, but frowned in thought. A picture unfolded in my mind. In the bright undead castle laboratory, the unlucky lich's curses are extremely vicious, and the opened space-time gap is also extremely clear. This super memory is an instinct that every mage must master. Immediately, a white dot flickered in the center of the picture, spreading rapidly in a radial shape, and everything was swallowed by the light of nothingness in the blink of an eye. Ho! With a grunt, the young man covered his head again, his face in pain. But this time he didn't close his eyes again. Although painful, there was undisguised joy in his eyes. So, did the experiment fail? The experiment to try to open the gate of the underworld by illegal means did fail, but everything now proves that his idea is correct. If you change the borderlands as the object instead of the underworld, he is a unique pioneer. For example now. A strong elemental aura, but it's all unowned, and has not been contaminated by any mana. Through the cage railings, the young man's eyes were shining, and black particles swirled inward around his pupils, allowing him to see everything around him clearly in the dark. Basic spell night vision. The light was used to the greatest extent, allowing him to see the bugs in the cracks on the opposite wall, the mottled iron gates, the heavy locks, and the rusty instruments of torture. Hiss. Call. Taking a deep breath, he cracked the corners of his mouth. This is a whole new world. A world full of unknowns, without any high-level wizards and morning star spirits, wild, remote, waiting for him to discover or even plunder. It's just that the start was a bit unpleasant. Lowering his head, the young man looked at his broken arm, which was still bleeding, frowning. As the genius necromancer and Black Earl Lowett Francis, known as the closest existence under the starry sky, he can undoubtedly see that his body is about to die. No, to be precise, he has already died once. The feeling of emptiness that the soul had been out of the body was fed back to his soul through the remaining instinct of the body, and this feeling was impossible for him to admit it was wrong. The physical body was not accidentally annihilated in the turbulence of time and space, but the soul was preserved and did not transform into a void beast, indicating that this body fits me very well. He was thinking with a headache. Only a body with a very high degree of soul fit can suck him out of the turbulent flow of time and space at the edge of death. You have to think of a way, you can't let your body die. If it had been in the past, Lovett didn't take this degree of injury in his eyes. As a necromancer, his body? A kind of experimental material that fits very well with one's own soul and is relatively precious. The strength of the soul of being the first person under the Holy Ten alone can survive for hundreds of years without any burden from the body. But that kind of confidence comes from the high-level magic knowledge and spell-casting abilities he had at the time. There are hundreds of ways to save the soul, and now he has just escaped from the turbulence of time and space. Close his eyes to relieve the dryness and soreness of the eyeballs, and Loet smiled bitterly. Isn't even the influential apprentice so heavy on spells? Mana is too weak. Mana is not a simple term, but a vocabulary that summarizes the casting process. They are not the quantifiable concept of chakra, and they do not exist in the body or soul of the mage, but only define the process of the evolution of the spiritual power of the mage. In other words, the strength of mana does not mean that the mages are strong or weak. The process used by the mage to control the charms, communicate natural elements, sacrifices, etc., to perform magic, and the gong done for part of the spiritual power consumed by the cast is the so-called mana. Chapter 2. The greater the work, the stronger the mana. Magic is actually such a kind of thing that is reasonable and findable. After the mystery is unveiled, it does not consider how others can stand it. Therefore, the foundation of casting spells is built on the spiritual attributes of the mage's ontology, and the strength of the soul determines the normal amount of spiritual power and the upper limit of the display. To put it simply, Lovett, who was baptized by the turbulence of time and space and whose soul was almost torn and melted, was able to cast spells that were not necessarily comparable to the spell apprentice temporary workers of the handyman on the roadside enchantment booth. To know the magic apprentice and the mage apprentice, they are also two concepts. Blood and flesh is a necromantic magic that can only be used by the spirit of a formal mage, with a mana strength of up to 3 stars. I don't have so much time to wait for the soul to recover. Hey! Pulling open the rags with his hand and mouth, and tightly tied to the upper end of the broken arm, Loet forced himself to calm down and looked around coldly. It was not the first time he had met in the dilemma of life and death. Since he hadn't died, he would live desperately. The necromancer who did not die on the road to pursue the final puzzle is a shame to all necromancers. Ship? Ocean. Feeling the swaying of the wooden board under his feet, Loet began to think, a long voyage without fresh-water vegetables, fruits, and medicines is tantamount to death. The existence of glass also proves that the level of common sense in this world is not lagging behind. So the infirmary. Setting a goal, Loet looked around. You have to think of a way to get out of the cage. He doesn't know the identity of the original owner of this body, but judging from the neat profile of his severed arm that was obviously cut off with a knife and the bad situation he is in now, either the good guy was caught by the bad guy, or the bad guy was caught by the good guy. In short, these are places where it is not so easy to escape. While thinking, suddenly, a scream attracted his attention. Don't come here. I still have children and parents at home, please don't kill me. Ah! Puff! The location of the cell is not hidden, but rather dim. Loet looked in the direction of the sound. A middle-aged man wearing white short-sleeved blue trousers and holding an ancient flintlock in his hand fell to the sky at the end of the corridor. This dress looks a bit familiar. Loet was startled. Hey, I want to sympathize with you, but the captain's order is for everyone to die. Who do you think I should listen to? Pouch. Cruel laughter without sincerity sounded at the same time as the cutting of the sharp blade. The middle-aged man fell on the ground with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and he stopped breathing with resentment in his eyes. What a quick action! Loet stared at all this with an indifferent expression. The guy who started the murder was not tall, but he was very fast, his movements were clean and he penetrated his heart. With my current physical condition, can I avoid it? Loet did not expect this. Brother, there is one more over there. At this time, a chubby figure appeared on the other side of the corridor, dragging the head of a corpse wearing the same middle-aged dragon sleeve in his hand. The visitor did not wear a shirt but only a cloak, At first glance, he looked wild. But the black cat ears on the top of his head, the golden bells on his neck, and his fat, round body make this look very funny. Ugly cute and cute. Oh! The pirate just caught by the navy. Hearing this, the delicate cat ear pirate turned his eyes and looked over. Although I am a colleague, but you have discovered the other side of me, then I'm sorry. Loet found that they were talking about themselves. Although you can't see life or death by sitting on the wall and covering your face with hair strands, the fresh blood dripping from your broken arm reveals that a dead person would not have such a clean, steaming blood. Hey! The cat-eared pirate walked over and waved his claws on his fingers to cut off the chains of the cell door. Sparks splattered everywhere. Seeing Loet raising his head and moving his dry and cracked lips as if to ask for mercy, he grinned cruelly. The blame is for your unlucky appearance on this ship, so die now. P.S. When the new book hits the road, it still decides the pirate. I mixed the content of the 3 alternatives, and the new book, which was originally not prepared for a single word, came alive in an instant. The plot uses pirates, the power system uses online games, and Zone Man's book is used as an additional supplement. It's okay to copy some jokes. I'm really a SKR genius. Manual funny. So beg for support, beg for recommendation, beg for MWay. Dashu has forgotten that a book whose status is changed to finished can't even change the introduction, let alone publish new chapters, so there is no way to drain old books. Today, the first 3 shifts were at the bottom of the first day, and the word count was maintained the first time before the signing, and within a few days, after the signing, it was stable and 2 more without procrastination, and the shelves broke out. Character writer, don't miss it when you pass by, you can't see it at a glance, you can't lose it, you can't be fooled, Wowhoodoo is $1 for 4. Hey! Chapter 2, Necromantic Magic. When the voice fell, the cat-ear pirate rushed forward, extremely fierce. Obviously it didn't match his contemptuous and relaxed expression. It would be the stupidest whoever draws a conclusion that he cares about from his expression. As a pirate who licks blood with a knife head, he knows best the reason why the lion fights the rabbit to do its best. Even if the subject was a pirate who had broken an arm and was traveling with him, he didn't care about it in the slightest. But some things can't be avoided with caution. When a situation beyond common sense occurs, the throbbing of the soul cannot be controlled by you. Lips were still trembling slightly, and when the cat-ear pirate was less than 1 meter away from him, Loet stopped and groaned softly. Necromancer bones are resurrected. Thanks for a corpse from Mao's old iron. As the easiest and most difficult to master summoning magic among the 5 branches of necromantic magic, this is a general-purpose magic that can be used from the apprenticeship to the holy 10th stage. It uses the target corpse as the casting object for targeted summons. From zombie puppets that simply make corpses alive, to skeleton soldiers with refined bones and blood as hard as steel, and even using this as a medium to awaken the sleeping souls in the ground, and to attract giant pythons in the underworld, this magic is required as a prefix. Chapter 3. It's a basic magic that can't be used any better. And as the signature skill of the necromancer to form the undead army, the energy that makes the bones move comes from the corpse itself. The necromancer only consumes a part of the power of control. If there is enough knowledge to study and learn the tips and basics of energy-saving spells. Summoning can't talk about consumption at all, not even half a star. This is the talent of the necromancer alone. The reason that Hehuo elemental masters can use small flames without consuming the signature ability of smoking pipes is called specializing in the art industry. The only drawback is probably the premise that a corpse must be needed. In Loet's current state, he can't even use half-star power spells, but fortunately, he has enough knowledge reserves to know the tricks of energy-saving casting of this spell. But in order to save mental energy to cast spells, this step of the spell will become more cumbersome and give people an opportunity to take advantage of it. Fortunately, the enemy does not understand these. It's really interesting to bully the natives. Hey! The cat-eared pirate is not bad in physical fitness and has good ears and eyes, so he immediately noticed the weird wind coming from beside him. Looking back, his powerful eyesight made him see the target clearly, but at this moment he would rather he didn't see the moment clearly. An indescribable sense of horror hit his heart, the uncontrolled secretion of dopamine made his scalp numb, and his hands and feet were cold. What? It was nothing else but the Navy corpse that he had determined to penetrate the heart. His eyes were dull, and he unconsciously opened his mouth and bit at him. From the angle of standing up and down, the cat-eared pirate can even see the broken heart fragments from his chest. This is undoubtedly a dead body that can no longer die. But the corpse is alive. Asshole! Facing this weird picture, even with the strength to easily kill the opponent, the cat's ear pirate chose to give in. He stomped and rushed out of the cage with a boom, avoiding the attack, and let the corpse fall at Loet's feet. Well! His shoulder accidentally slammed into the iron door of the cell due to too much movement. The cat-eared pirate gnawed his teeth with pain. Then he looked at the corpse that slowly climbed up again, and his pupils dilated. The corpse did not attack Loet, which gave the cat-eared pirate an unknown foreboding. Demon fruit ability. All the unreasonable things in this world can be explained by devil fruits. Because that is the most mysterious thing in this world, even he, as one of the most powerful pirates in the East China Sea, 100 Strategies Crow's Cotter, has no way of knowing the truth of the devil fruit. Even said it's rare to see. Devil fruit? It really is this world. Loet whispered softly, leaning half of his body on the shoulders of the resurrected corpse, standing up, not looking at the cat-ear pirate, and muttering to himself. Sure enough, I didn't find the wrong method, it's just that there is a problem with the coordinates. Even the master of the previous world and the descendants of the Musk family don't know that Loet is a traverser. Same as this time, because the soul fit is high enough, the dove occupying the magpie's nest replaces someone's existence. His original name was Luoshui, an unlucky name. But it's also the name he thought of, acknowledging his ancestors. Since the method is correct, I can't even die. Suddenly, he raised his head to look at the cat's ear pirate, and that firm belief was transformed into a mental power booster, giving him the illusion that he was the ruler of heaven and earth in an instant. Fortunately, Sam, the cat's ear pirate, is not a famous big person, and he felt a trace of fear under the pressure of this mental force. The severed limbs kept dripping with blood, and the skinny young man's face was withered, and his whole body was full of the dangerous breath of a wounded beast. Hum! The invisible fluctuations spread, and for a moment, only the pair of eyes that were shining like stars hidden behind the greasy knotted hair were left in his head. The soul of the necromantic magic is awe-inspiring. To control the undead army, it is not good to be unskilled in the branch of the soul. Bang! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Loet decisively lay on the back of the corpse and ordered the resurrected undead to carry him on his back and trot out of the cell. Catch up! The sudden change stunned Bourge on one side, and it wasn't until Sam screamed with a bit of hysterics that he woke up. Thinking of the captain's task of sending them down to clean up the remaining navy, Sam shivered. It is not terrible for the dead to come back alive, the real terrible thing is 100 tactics clow. Compared with the fear of other people's life and death, your own life and death is the most important thing. Okay, brother. Bush rushed straight through the corridor and staggered Sam. Sam, Bush, are you all killed? We are going to retreat. The layout of the ship is generally nothing more than that, lying on the back of the undead and rushing all the way to a position far away from the deck. A strange tone came into his ears. Trouble. Loet frowned slightly. Click. At the same time, the hatch was opened. Back against the sunset, the tall hat is very eye-catching, especially the cylinder on the chin, which looks unexpectedly funny. The premise is to rule out that the opponent is a pirate. The undead navy stopped abruptly, and Zhang Jiao, the deputy captain of the Black Cat pirate group, also stopped in amazement, looking at the uninvited guest in front of him, his head did not turn around. Didn't the captain say that he has killed all the navy on board? Chapter 4. Even if there are guys hiding, those who slip through the net shouldn't be the opponents of the Cat brothers? Wait, the navy. Noting the uniform on the undead, Zhang Jiao looked fierce. Damn Cat brother, what's the matter? After all, 2 circular thin blades slipped out from the cuffs. No matter what reason the Cat brothers have for the enemy to rush here, it is a major event for their captain. Zhang Jiao will never allow accidents. However, he is decisive. Lovett is more decisive. The purpose of stopping is to breathe slowly and concentrate, and then the undead navy opened his mouth wide and let out an unconscious roar, and rushed forward. WTF? How is this method of attack the same as the beast? Zhang Jiao was taken aback, and subconsciously dodged aside to avoid the bite, but he was not simple. The thin blade of the circular ring implicated by the silk thread twirled and flicked out, and the moment he passed by, he tore a strip on the throat of the undead navy. Gap, blood, and blood splashing. But what? Looking at the undead navy's body that did not move at all, Zhang Gao's pupils tightened. He was sure that his attack had taken effect, and the flying flowers couldn't be faked. But why? I said don't trouble me. Suddenly, the icy voice echoed in Zhang Jiao's ears, making him an instant cold sweat. Hey! Before he could speak, the black shadow passed by itself, and the large black windbreaker rustled in the gust of wind. A tingling pain appeared on the cheek, and blood dripped quickly. But Zhang Jiao didn't dare to wipe it, so he could only keep it in place and let the other party deal with it. That is 100 Tactics Crow, their captain, the big pirate who offers a bounty of up to 16 million baileys, is a pivotal man in the East China Sea. Fortunately, this mission satisfied the captain. Feeling the tingling on his face, Zhang Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. Pouch! Immediately, the tearing sound sounded, and the running undead navy was torn from the waist and abdomen by several long steel claws. In front of the terrifying slash, the bones did not play a blocking role at all. The upper body of the undead flew out with inertia, climbed over the guardrail with a puff, and fell into the sea. Even the Lovett hanging on his back disappeared into the ocean. Caca! After doing all this, Crow pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose with the palm of his left hand, and his eyes were full of shrewdness through the lenses. The guy on the navy's back should be Lowett, the triangle lawbreaker who made a lot of noise recently. Hee, the navy is willing to protect the pirates? It's really unfair. Immediately, Crow turned and looked at Zhang Jiao. Brother cats are not reliable. From now on, the Black Cat pirates will rely on you, Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao did not dare to have joy on his face, and nodded in fear, yes, Captain. At the same time, it's not good, Captain, the dead have come back to life. The chubby Buzzy rushed out of the cabin, his eyes horrified. Obviously he disappointed Sam, he was as scared and confused as Sam. Suddenly, Zhang Jiao also remembered the attack just now, and subconsciously looked towards the ocean. Wait, if you say that. Seeking recommendation, seeking collection, new book seedlings, need watering. Chapter 3, The Dove's Strategy of Occupying the Magpie's Nest. The smarter the person, the less he likes accidents. The more important things are, the more so. 100 Tactics Crow is undoubtedly included here. The sky gradually darkened, and the ocean was pitch black, but Crow did not speak, and no one dared to leave the deck to light the lights. At the foot, the unknown navy who was seriously injured and unconscious, and the hapless guy as a stand-in will soon wake up, and now it is too late to relay out. The Cat brothers told him what happened in the cabin. No one thought that the newcomer triangular magic breaker who went to sea recently would be a fruitful person, mastering the ability to control the corpse. Not to mention that he happened to be on this ship and was taken into custody by the Navy. Even witnessed it all. And may not die. Wow! The wet Buzzy climbed onto the deck with the help of his companion, and said breathlessly, "Captain of the ship, no body was found. It should have been washed away by the sea. If he is cut in two, even the undead will be wiped out. In addition, he is a fruit-capable person, and he will undoubtedly die if he falls into the sea." The answer was not so good, and Sam asked carefully in a low voice. Crow looked at it coldly and asked, "Do you have any evidence?" "Guru." Sam swallowed and fell to his knees. "Extremely sorry, Captain." Crow ignored him, sitting by the guardrail, head drooping. "If there is no evidence of death, there is a possibility of being alive. This is the first task of the Black Cat pirates, understand?" Chapter 5. Captain Crow. Zhang Jiao hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Why don't you wait for the next chance? This is too risky." For every more insider, Crow's plan of suspended animation and escape will be more exposed. He knows what Crow wants, and as the deputy captain, he doesn't want Crow to take risks in public or private. Hearing this, Crow raised his head, and his pupils were bloodshot behind the glasses. "There is no next chance." He gritted his teeth and said word by word. "The 153 branch is destroyed here, and all branches in the East China Sea will strengthen their defenses in a few years. Do you want me to wait for a few more years in this day? As the rewards increase, more and more navy and pirates join this hunting game. Crow is not afraid of death, but has long been tired of such a hidden pirate life. Not to mention that after this massacre, the angry navy will definitely increase its efforts to hunt down the Black Cat pirates, and the situation is more severe than ever. In a few years, will there really be a chance? Praise is speechless, this is a fact. He will definitely show his feet. As a fugitive, the navy will not let him go." Crow took a deep breath and stood up. "Let's go, the naval reinforcements are coming soon. To do the show, you will have to make a full set. This is a decision to take a gamble." As a pirate, Crow also has a bit of gambler psychology. Zhangao nodded respectfully. "Yes." When he came to the bow of the boat to change to the boat, Crow suddenly remembered something and looked back at Brother Catman coldly. "You two know what I want, don't you? Once this matter is revealed, they must be buried regardless of whether Loet is dead or not." The Cat brothers shuddered and nodded again and again. "Understood, Captain." "Better so." Crow stopped speaking, turned around and pulled the windbreaker. The skull epaulets glowed coldly in the moonlight, but soon a dark cloud floated in the sky, covering him in the darkness. Zhang Jiao looked at him and his heart was chilling, because he knew very well that the Cat brothers were dead. If a captain with Crow's personality punishes you on the spot, he will prove that you can survive. Other than that, there is no fluke. When the dark clouds floated away and the moonlight appeared, everything was calm on the sea. The killing subsided, leaving only the corpses on the deck. Wow! Suddenly, the sea water shook the microwave, and a pale head emerged from the water. The blood loss and cold caused Loet to tremble all over, but he still gritted his teeth for so long, relying on weak mental power control, forcing the undead navy with only half of its body to hook the tail rudder of the warship, waiting lurking all the time. Calculating the time of death of a body is the basic skill of a necromancer. He knew that with his current physical condition, even with the help of the undead, the probability of falling into the water to escape and death would exceed 90%. On the contrary, it is possible to survive by staying and waiting. After determining which world he is currently in, Loet knew clearly that 100 tactics Crow could not stay for a long time with his super memory. The most dangerous is the safest. Terrible speed. Thinking of the black light when Crow shot before, Loet's heart lingered. That kind of speed is definitely not a normal human being. It is comparable to the extraordinary Night King of the human kingdom in the previous world. Even if it is a world dominated by wizards and the martial arts is in decline, the Night Kings of a country are still not to be underestimated. Just like the soul sublimation and evolution of the wizards, they have sublimated their bodies in all directions, and they are necromancers. One of my favorite experimental materials. And through memory, Loet knows that there is a horrible existence in this world. So even if undead magic is good at war, it is not absolutely invincible in this world. You must be careful in handling things in the future. Setting the tone of the action, Loet laughed at himself, but then again, the mage of that world is not a combat professional, and fighting is just an incidental means. To be precise, the mages are a group of scholars with their own research goals. Just like the necromancers he represents, the ultimate puzzle is to define death and explain life. In that world, because they can control the undead, play with the soul, and even communicate with the underworld to awaken the ancient heroic spirits who have been sleeping for thousands of years, and the spirit of the morning star that cannot be killed does exist in this world, they can't define the interval between life and death. Every necromancer asks himself, is death as we know it now really death? No one knows the answer. For tens of thousands of years, the meaning of death has been defined and overthrown countless times, and even triggered a war in the wizarding world. It wasn't until St. Ten Necromancer and Anthony Musk wrote the book Preface to the Necromancer that this academic debate ended and it was set as the ultimate goal of the necromancer. This is the ultimate puzzle of the necromancer, and Loet is no exception, wanting to know the truth. To be a digression, the reputation of the necromancer's good warfare was also played out from those thousands of years of war. In the academic circle, we are the best. Probably this is the feeling of a gentleman's 6 arts. But these can be considered later. The top priority is to heal the injury and find a place to recuperate. Being carried on the deck by the undead, Loet pulled off the clothes of a corpse next to him and put it on his shoulders, and looked not far away with beaming eyes. There, the hapless child who was the stand-in for Crow and the lucky child who was the protagonist remained unconscious. Later, he even chopped off the axe king Monka who had an axe by Carp. At this moment, his chin was crushed and his blood was blurred and his appearance was very miserable. Chapter 6. If you remember correctly, he should be praised? It seems that the name was deeply hypnotized, and even caused a big change in temperament. Puff. Dispersing the mental power distributed on the undead navy body, letting the tools die hard, Loeto held a ball of soul light in front of his nose and took a deep breath. As the saying goes, in the world of wizards based on the strength of the soul, this is probably the most unreasonable ability of the necromancer. Soul Eater. Cough cough too much. Holding his swollen and painful forehead, Loet held the remaining soul ball in his hand and gasped for breath. Change personality? Zhongjao doesn't have this ability. It is the result of soul self-correction. If the fragmented memory area cannot be restored by external intervention and does not leave enough blank space, it can only be filled with false memories. And memory determines character. Then he focused his eyes on Monka. But even if the wound heals, it will leave scars. Patching a patch on the soul is not an easy thing. Common sense is true. Menka private? Monka private. The world was dim, and a familiar call sounded in my ears. Well. Menka woke up quietly, and just opened his mouth. The tingling pain from his chin made him wake up immediately. Great, he's still alive. Cheers full of joy sounded beside him. Monka remembered that it was a colleague from the left-behind branch. Opening his eyes, he looked at the soldiers surrounding him and suddenly turned and sat up. Where's Kiklao? Holding back the severe pain, Monka grabbed a colleague's hand and asked excitedly. With tears in his eyes, the colleague held his hand with his backhand and nodded, "Don't worry, I've caught it." What a nice guy! How could I think he was too rigid before? You didn't let go of him even if you passed out. Monka is great. Is it me? Menka's eyes were stagnant, and his thinking stopped for an instant, but under the action of two unknown forces, a picture appeared in his mind. Yes. The scarlet sunset illuminates the deck, and the warship is full of corpses. The colonel was dead and his companion died. Seeing so many deaths of his colleagues, the lonely man made a red eye and rushed forward. Luckily, he stabbed Crow. So, I succeeded. Suddenly, Menka's head hurt, and he covered his forehead. Lolowit. How is he? After a moment of silence, the familiar colleague asked, who is Lowit? Among the colleagues on this trip, it seems that there is no such name. It's the pirate. Monka raised his head, tears in his eyes. If he hadn't stopped a mortal knife for me at the cost of an arm, Crow would have escaped. He cough, cough, cough. You lie down first and have a good rest. Persuaded by others, Monka lay back on the deck and let the doctor examine him, but those eyes kept sweeping around on the deck, trying to find someone. Not far away, several soldiers exchanged glances, and they all saw each other's helplessness. So that pirate also did meritorious service? I haven't seen this situation. Leave it to the top for the decision. As the battle hero who arrested Crow, Monka still has a certain weight. You can only do this, but then again, what's the reason for Lowit's going to sea? I heard that a new sheriff from the town was found to have colluded with a pirate, so he killed it. It was originally a felony assault on the official, but follow-up investigation found that the sheriff did have a problem, so only a symbolic amount of 1 million was set. Offer a reward. Attacking government officials around the world says less than 5 million as a reward to start. Only 1 million Baileys were ordered, and it is estimated that they are still unable to kill the entire town. The authority of the world government cannot be provoked, so even if things happen for a reason, it is impossible to acquit you. The navy that was speaking was immediately angry with the enemy, and was angrily, "This is too unfair." Hearing this, the other two looked at each other, shrugged and did not dare to take the trouble. Seeking recommendation, seeking collection, new book on the road, seeking protection. Untitled. No strange ceiling. Lowit's eyes were half open, dimly unable to see things clearly, but the rotten and musty smell from the tip of his nose told him that he was still in the cell. But at least survived. The severe blood loss and loss of temperature caused him unfortunately to have a high fever and his head was dizzy. The wizard is a monster whose spirit is above the body, so that he can still think calmly in this situation. There was a hint of coolness coming from the wound on the left arm's severed limb. If you don't go to see Lowit, you know that compared to the simple dressing before, it is obvious that a professional doctor has taken care of it seriously for him. This is a terrible trauma. If he could survive alone, Lovett would not choose to bet on it. Blood loss, wound infection, even without the experience of sinking in the sea in the middle of the night, this weak body may not be able to support it. He needs a doctor. Therefore, he would rather drag the dying remains without rest and also perform a second hypnosis on Monka. As a combat hero who arrested 100 tactics Crow, Monka's attitude can make him even if it can't change the minds of the upper navy. In the 153 branch received a certain degree of preferential treatment. At least. Chapter 7. Death is definitely not going to let him die. As for what happens if the upper navy refuses to admit that he is a pirate for deserving a crime and meritorious service and still kills him? Ah! Lowit grinned and let out a chuckle. What he was looking for was nothing more than this period of recuperation and rejuvenation, to get through the most difficult moments. As long as the casting level of 1 star or even half a star is restored, as a necromancer, Lowit really doesn't feel that he can't survive in the East China Sea, the weakest sea. Hey? Is he awake? The light laughter is not obvious, and it sounds more like an unconscious moan from outsiders. The two Navy soldiers in charge of the cell looked at each other, and the other suddenly stood up and filled the glass with water. Are you crazy? The above hasn't decided what to do to him yet. The companion stopped him in surprise. He was silent for a while, shook his head and crossed the block. Since I am in charge of taking care of the cell, I can't just watch the prisoner die in it unless it is a death row prisoner. The reward of 1 million Bailey is obviously not in the category of death penalty prisoners, and the wanted order is dead or live. The companion stopped talking. He knew that the man's elder brother happened to be on that warship. After a fight, even though the great pirate Kello was successfully arrested, Only 2 of the 153 branch, including the branch colonel, survived 200 people on the ship. A second-class soldier, a criminal offering a reward. It is impossible to dissolve the establishment. The geographical location of each branch is finally determined after careful consideration, but it will take a long time to return to the past. That's it, we should be wayward. With a wry smile and shaking his head, the man turned his head away and fell asleep. At the same time, the Great Root, an island in the Maelstrom Iron Triangle. The buildings on the island are distributed from east to west. Close to the Windless Zone is a family town where most of the families of soldiers from the headquarters live. To the east is a vast port, with warships and flags lined up on the sea, demonstrating the prestige of the iron-blooded army. This is the Navy headquarters. The headquarters of the powerful navy that maintains the peace of the sea in the name of justice, Malin Fodder. The most central location on the island is a tall and majestic trapezoidal fortress. On the snow-white wall of the fortress, a black writing brush is written vertically on the white wall of the fortress, Justice. It has been standing here for hundreds of years. No matter what the difficult years, Marin Foduo is like this fortress, so majestic. Nowadays, the famous 3 Navy generals and the martial warring states of the Buddha who have won many battles are sitting here. In addition, the existence of Roger's Navy hero and Iron Fist Carp was personally arrested in the propaganda, making this place countless villains. A sighing Jedi. In the middle of the fortress, in a spacious office. In other words, the 153 branch of the East China Sea finally successfully arrested Crow with the help of a pirate, right? As a pirate offering a reward of 16 million pele, he may be regarded as a celebrity in the East China Sea, but looking at the entire sea is a personal name, which is not enough to alarm the high-ranking lieutenant generals, especially the veteran of the veterans, Flying Squirrels. The main reason was that the loss of the 153 branch was too serious, so he needed to deal with the matter personally. If it was in the past, to appease the families of the sacrificed soldiers and then reward the meritorious officials, this set of arrangements for Flying Squirrels to get familiar with the road, but how does it have anything to do with the pirates? Yes, yes. He is indeed a pirate. The telephone worm received a nervous answer from the person in charge of the East China Sea, and then someone seemed to mumble quietly not far away, he didn't go out to sea as a pirate voluntarily. But soon there was a crisp sound, the door was fastened, and the speaker was kicked out as expected. It is not surprising that someone supported the pirate Flying Squirrel. Before he came to take over the matter, someone had prepared all the relevant information. To be honest, good job. Flying Squirrels are very supportive of Loet's behavior. But the point is not whether he was wronged, but his current status. Pirate. The pirate who attacked government officials and was determined by the world government. The authority of the world government cannot be challenged, and the current stability of the sea is also inseparable from this authority, so even if it is wrong, it must be swallowed to say it is right. Not to mention, as a navy, there is no way to change the thinking of the world government. Flying Squirrels have a very headache, why do they have to be pirates? This matter is not handled well, on the contrary, it is more serious than the instability caused by Crow. Let's not move, I will consider taking the test. As he was talking, the Flying Squirrel suddenly put down the receiver, stood up and saluted, Admiral Green Pheasant. The person who came was the current 3 major Navy generals, the monster in the eyes of the world, the general, the Green Pheasant Cuisin. The Green Pheasant is tall and thin, but is different from the wretchedness of the yellow ape. Wearing a blue shirt and white jacket, it gives people a refreshing feeling. A fluffy black hair piled up on the top of the head with a pair of emerald green frog blind folds. The Flying Squirrel twitched his mouth, not wanting to comment on it. A purple sausage, Mohigan, seems to have little say in himself. You are welcome, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, what do I want to say? He casually hit Hatch. The Green Pheasant rubbed his hair with one hand on his hips, and suddenly realized, "Oh, the Marshal told you to go to Alabaston. There has been a bit of trouble over there recently, and he suspected that there was a pirate in it." "Alabaston? I understand." The flying squirrel's eyes became cold and he nodded. The incident of 7 Marshalseas of King's crocodiles stationing in Alabaston caused an uproar within the Navy. He is one of the people who firmly believes that crocodile is not well-intentioned. "Is this not coming? But why are you here to inform me?" Chapter 8. Flying Squirrel asked strangely, "This kind of dispatching task is necessary for the dignified general to send a letter?" "Oh, what? I'm going home to sleep, just passing by." The green pheasant replied nonchalantly while rubbing his eye feces. Flying Squirrel: "Okay, this is a green pheasant. Speaking of which, I heard you are discussing Dong Hai. What happened then?" With the general's 5-sense sensitivity, it is not surprising to hear flying squirrels across the wall, and he explained the matter immediately. "Well, it's really tricky." The green pheasant was sitting on a chair beside her, resting her hands on her knees against her chin. On one side is the spirit of the soldiers, on the other side is the face of the government. It's normal for flying squirrels to be uncertain. But it was too troublesome to hand it over to the warring states. It was forced by orders, obviously not what the two of them wanted to see. Green Pheasant's view of justice insists that different people have different views on justice, so he is used to changing himself from the perspective of others to look at the same thing and compare his heart to heart. Even themselves, Navy. The justice of the Navy is in his eyes, but it is just the justice of the world government. How is that official? Suddenly, Green Pheasant asked. The flying squirrel was taken aback, and then quickly replied, "It has been secretly recalled." After all, it was something that made the government faceless and could not be made public, and it was impossible for him to remain in the East China Sea as a shame. To put it ugly, including the strict order for the Navy to hunt down Loet, is also to prevent the spread of the news and cause a bad influence. That would be much simpler, let them evaporate together. The green pheasant clapped his palms and looked at the stunned flying squirrel. The evaporate here is definitely not a verb, so the idea of the green pheasant is on paper. The flying squirrel was taken aback, and then gave a thumbs up, revealing shiny white teeth. Ding! Clear! New book hits the road, ask for recommendation, ask for collection. Yesterday the book was published at the wrong time. At 6 p.m., the editor left early, and I didn't talk to the previous editor in advance, which resulted in manual vomiting of blood after the review was passed at 2:30 this afternoon. Chapter 5, Summoning the Undead. How to make people evaporate. Answer: secret execution. Of course the green pheasant didn't want to kill indifferently, and he was not a red dog. So what he meant was to erase all traces of Lovet's original existence. As long as Lovet disappears, the government has no time to entangle this little matter. In such a behavior, the Navy knows the way in light vehicles and the old horse knows the way. It depends on whether the 153 branch is willing to keep the secret for Lovet and Lovet's own wishes. But the answer is quite obvious. A few days later, 153 Naval Branch East China Sea, Schultztown. The wide square was crowded with people who came to mourn. The crowd was dense but silent. The bodies of the soldiers who died had been sent to the cemetery for placement. Today is a collective funeral for them. After a few days of rest, Loet, who had gone from his high fever, had no obvious feeling of weakness except for his pale face. Of course, the wounds on the soul cannot be repaired overnight, and many great liches cannot recover for hundreds of years after being destroyed by the phylogeny. Standing in a hidden corner on the edge of the square, Loet turned, and the empty sleeve on the left flicked with the movement. "Is it okay to let me come here? Colonel Monka." The above meaning has been conveyed to the 153 branch. Monka succeeded in being a captain and was in charge of the 153 branch, and Lovet, because he helped capture Crow, cancelled the reward and appointed a second lieutenant in the Navy. Except for a few resolute opponents who disagreed, most of the clerks felt indifferent. Anyway, the meaning from the headquarters is already very obvious. Lowett cannot be promoted in any form, do not hold real power, or even leave the East China Sea, purely as they raise a mascot. There is a green pheasant's endorsement, so that it can also give an explanation to the world government. Lowett doesn't care about the need to erase the traces of his own existence. He does not belong to the past. Just taking advantage of this opportunity, the name I used to use was not in line with the habits of this world, so I changed it to Francis Lowett and adjusted the direction. As for the triangle breaker, Lowett long ago died in that battle. You catch the lawbreaker, what's up with Lowett? Hearing that, Monka with his chin wrapped in a bandage stared at the square not far away, and replied, since everyone agrees to help you keep secrets, then the past is over. As a second lieutenant, what's wrong with your coming here? There is something wrong with his character after all. Based on the information that Lowett heard in the past few days, Monka was originally a very old-fashioned guy. But it was just what I wanted. The corners of his mouth curled up, and Lovett smiled, understood. Then I will go there. There is a pharmacy in the town, so feel free to stroll around. After all, Monka followed the line of sight cast from the front and strode away. It's so touching, so take care of me. After Monka left, Lowett smiled, his expression indifferent at this point. It's a pity that everything is a lie that I have woven by my own hands. Even the feelings of raising a pet are not as good as that of raising a pet. Chapter 9. With his head down and clenched fists, Lowett's eyelids drooped, and his hair covered his gaze and looked obliquely towards Monka's back. I really look forward to what kind of face you will look like when you discover the truth and regain your memory. You who have tasted the beauty and taste of power must be very interesting at that time. The fist was loosened, and a gloomy ball of soul light appeared in the palm of the palm like a magic, and it kept flashing. Lowett spread his 5 fingers and clasped his palms on his face, and took a deep breath. Hiss! The soreness and tingling rushed all over his body instantly, causing Lowett to tremble all over. For the necromancer, Soul Eater is not only a technical job, but also an individual job. Without a strong soul at the bottom, that's how it ended up. His head was buzzing, and the messy memory fragments swarmed, and Lowett was skillfully controlled and quickly cleared it out. Memory can affect personality and even distort cognition. Therefore, although necromancers can use the soul-devouring method to directly swallow the soul fragments of others to deprive them of memory, more often they will only choose to search for souls to watch movies. The volume of the soul light ball that had been discarded of impurities plummeted again, and the actual remaining soul energy was less than 1/10 of the original, but the purest harmless nourishment was left. With Lowett's current soul condition, this is enough for him. Put your fingers under the nose and take a deep breath to relieve the pain of the head. Lowett exhaled for a long time and turned to look at the forest behind the town. 10 days, it should be almost the end, right? The moon is scarce, and the black magpie flies south. In the silent forest, a black shadow moved slowly. From time to time, the inexplicable whimpers of unknown animals sounded in the ears, and in conjunction with the darkness of the dark clouds, the picture penetrated the bones of the bone. I don't know how long it took, and the black shadow stopped by an artificial fence. The bright moonlight in the sky just broke through the dark clouds at this moment, and sprinkled like a curtain to illuminate the grey tombstones in front of him. This is the cemetery in Schultztown, just behind the 153 branch. The small town cemetery has a history of several decades, and it was expanded once halfway through. This half of the area belongs to the old generation, and almost no one worships. With the map he wrote down during the day, Lowett tightened the black cloak tightly on his body, and looked at the other half with a face paler than the tombstone, which was obviously newer. Is there? The footsteps are rustling, walking alone in the gloomy cemetery under the moonlight. This scene is enough to make ordinary people stand upside down, but for the necromancer, it is really not exciting. Do you feel shivered by the braised pork on the table? Probably this is the psychology. Coming to the tombstone in the newly built area, Loet glanced at the cemetery caretaker's hut in the distance. Through the window, he could see that the old tomb guard was sitting on a wicker chair with a newspaper in his hand. The dim light in the room was on, but he slept for a long time. Confirming that there was no one around, Loet leaned down and put his ear on the tombstone. What can you hear in the cemetery at night? Only Loet himself knows the answer. He held his breath and waited quietly. Suddenly, boom! Only in the cemetery of the dead, there was a dull impact. Through the tombstone transmission, Loet heard clearly. A smile appeared on his pale face, and Loet's lips curled up and smiled lightly. Good luck, a good start. Necromancer has 3 basics and 5 major branches, but it's okay to just remember the 5 major branches, because they are all classified after the development of distinct types from the 3 basics. These 5 branches are summon magic, bone magic, flesh magic, soul magic, and curse magic. Among them, there is a basic magic in the soul magic branch that is equivalent to the status of the skeletal resurrection of the summoning system. It is not the soul shock he used to the Black Cat pirate group Sam and Bouch, but forced to obey. This trick was originally developed by the necromancers when they went to some Death Jedi expeditions to clean up the group of naturally raised undead creatures. Some powerful undead rely on immortality, even if the necromancer himself handles it. It feels very troublesome. Later, it was improved by the necromancers of the soul genre and turned into a gadget with a very high upper limit and a very low lower limit. The most significant change is that powerful wizards can use this magic to forcibly deprive other necromancers of control over the summoned creatures. It is control, not elimination. Unprecedented impact. When this spell was improved, it coincided with the period of 1,000-year war in the necromantic academia, and the result was the enemy quickly improved the summoning magic and strengthened the control of the summoned objects. It's really gratifying, gratifying, gratifying. So if the necromancer is good at fighting, he is forced by his family. But Loet currently doesn't have such complicated ideas. He just wants to find some tools to help him work and conquer some artificial wild undead. Obscure and low chants filled the empty and cold cemetery, and the sound of insects stopped quickly, as if some indescribable monster descended here, shocking everything. The old man in the caretaker's hut felt a little itchy nose, so he rubbed his body and continued to fall asleep. Woo! Suddenly, the surrounding airflow began to accelerate, blowing the corners of the clothes. Loet spread out his only right arm, chanting changed the rhythm, and began to become vigorous, but the strange thing was that the sound in the outside air did not become louder. Those syllables only rang in the soul. Hey! Hey! Suddenly, a black plume of smoke appeared with the sound of the wind, flying around him. Then there are 2, 3. When dozens of black smoke appeared around him, Loet's forehead dripped with sweat and his eyes were no longer so bright. It's almost there, even if you use energy-saving spells. This is nearly 1/5 of my limit conversion rate, which is perfect in the current state. Chapter 10. Not every corpse can be transformed into an undead creature, and not every undead will naturally obey the necromancer and control 27 zombie puppets at a time. If the perfect score is 10, Loet will give himself 9 points. Stay humble with 1 point left. Pulling his arm back to his chest, controlling the few mental powers, Loet pushed out heavily. Call out. Shoo! The black mist shot out, each finding its way, making a circle in the air, and accurately sinking into the brand new tombstones, and the time was less than 10 days. That's right. Long before the support troops arrived that night, Loet planted a corpse curse on every corpse on the ship and waited for them to trigger the corpse. What's the use of the old corpse in the cemetery that is resurrected? He needs fresh undead warriors. If it hadn't had enough energy to use large-scale resurrection magic, he would not let go of that boat. The Curse of Corpse Change is a small spell of the curse system that is difficult to even work on living people, and most of the cases will only be treated as skin diseases. However, on the dead, the effect is outstanding. After doing all this, feeling the faint but real 27 connections in his mind, Lovett took a deep breath and smiled. "Stand up, slaves! I command you in the name of the Master, stand up!" Click! As the voice fell, a pale palm with obvious corpse spots penetrated the soil and stretched out to the sky. The mud everywhere in the cemetery began to tremble, and the palms of each hand opened the coffin and broke the mud. The scene was extremely strange. Not long after, 27 zombie puppets, all tall, short, fat and thin, crawled out of the grave one after another, standing quietly in the moonlight. Looking at the undead army with missing arms and legs, Lowett's tired face was filled with a smile. This will be an epic adventure. Even if the appearance is not good, the emergence of these undead groups announces that the profession of necromancer is officially based in this world. The title of Chapter 4 disappeared, changed, and reappeared, so the question came, answer from the Navy headquarters and answer from the Navy headquarters. Is there any difference? Thank you for your recommendation votes. It's annoying that you can't post on the web page. Thank you for your support. It will be changed the day before the signing, but the number of words still needs to be guaranteed. By the way, it has been so long since the review has been over, and it has been more than 10,000 words that I haven't waited for the signing notice. To be honest, I am a little panicked now. Chapter 6, The Undercurrent Surging, the Tacit Killing Intent. It is not in vain that he is both a father and a mother, making wild undead by himself to conquer him. 27 subordinates who are not afraid of death and ignoring the vital points of absolute obedience are enough to give him the power to protect himself in the East China Sea. Undead creatures are all born warriors, they have no vital points, and the dead body does not have any brain shackles to restrict its use. The weak rabbits burst out of strength and can be comparable to adult men, not to mention these guys themselves are trained Navy. Not to mention, the general pirate group. The entire ship cannot find 27 combatants. An old sailor needs only a small amount of food every day, and the vast sea has untested supplies, and there is too much to support. And one undead creature counts as one, and they can all go into battle. Hard work and blame 007, not to eat yet. It's just that the reaction speed is a little slower, and you will eventually suffer from a guy with a good psychological quality. Putting away the joy, Lovett began to carefully observe his first subordinates in this world. Reaction speed, this is a topic that zombie puppets cannot avoid. They are undead that exist on the basis of rotten flesh. The control of the body is still through muscles rather than souls. They are powerful and slow in reaction speed. As a low-level undead, the skeleton soldiers after hemolysis and bone forging control their bodies with the burning soul fire in their skulls, and the signal delay can be almost zero. It's not too slow compared to ordinary people, but compared to other high-level undead, it's a huge difference. In the War of Wizards, the status of zombie puppets is about the same as that of rifle bullets in modern warfare, and even less important than bullets. They belong to lower-level cannon fodder. But they were too easy to come, and Lovett, who was inferior to a spell apprentice in the state 10 days ago, could easily make 27 of them. Therefore, zombie puppets have a means of subsequent evolution, reorganizing their bodies through flesh and blood magic, and evolving into familiar ghouls to make up for the lack of reaction speed. Why do ghouls eat? Because their bodies have not actually died, they need nourishment. Simple logic, isn't it? I have to say that alive has unlimited possibilities. In the necromancer circle, this is also an undoubted conclusion. Some locations need to be stitched up, which not only leaks air, but also makes it inconvenient to move. Lowett frowned, looking at an undead whose stomach had been slit, and made up his mind. Let's go deep in the forest. The effect of sleeping pills should be about the same. He did go to the pharmacy during the day, as the old man who slept soundly at the tomb is proof. Roar! Letting the resurrected undead maintain their self-awareness before alive is a technology, and there are only simple logical zombie puppets that can't speak. But they know how to show obedience, and the superior relationship from the soul level makes them roar neatly and follow Loet closely. A total of 28 people looked extremely small compared to the entire forest, and quickly disappeared without a trace, but Loet firmly believed that this was just the beginning. Whether it was for his own dream or the puzzle that seemed to never be solved, he would not stop. One day, no matter whether it is the forest or the ocean, the sun or the moon, he will not be able to hide him. For the next 3 days, Lovett has been busy with the undead forces. Chapter 11. The soil of the newly built tomb is brand new, and no one can find that the coffin inside has long been empty after being simply buried. Simple wound treatment is very simple, but some cases of missing arms and legs become very difficult. So in the eyes of insiders, Lieutenant Francis Loet, the new lieutenant who survived the pirate, seemed always absent-minded, thinking about problems on the way to the cafeteria. But everyone can ignore it, and some young soldiers with enthusiasm will even take the initiative to say hello to him. But if they knew what Loet was thinking about, he must be killed, absolutely, definitely. Tomb digging is also very disgraceful among necromancers, but there is no way, there is no material in hand, and it is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. The Navy branch does not meet life and death battles all the time. Under normal circumstances, if necromancers need materials, in addition to killing them themselves, most of the time they will choose to buy them from the human kingdom. After all, it is the world of wizards, and everything that exists serves the community of wizards. Necromancers are also noble wizards. They have needs and people are willing to satisfy them. Loet currently does not support him in obtaining experimental materials through normal means, regardless of financial resources, strength, or contacts, and can only follow the evil path. Also, the acceptance of undead magic in any world is relatively low. Eating casually, Loet thought. Unless you have the ability to protect yourself, you can't provoke public anger. So, Monka, who was also eating in the cafeteria, shuddered, raised his head and looked at Loet strangely. Smiling and nodding hello, Loet chose the target. Former Colonel of Section 153, Skinner, said that this person still has hatred with himself. To be precise, he has hatred with his predecessor, Triangle Breaker Loet. Loet's broken arm when he woke up was cut off by the Colonel Skinner. It was precisely because of the chain reaction triggered by this broken arm that he had to stay temporarily in Branch 153. Now Loet needs him to help him a hand. There is a fixed number for 1 drink and 1 peck. In addition, after so long, that guy should have known that I am not dead. The eyes flashed with cold light, but they were hidden by the hanging hair. Loet picked up the dinner plate, walked to the cutlery recycling area, and handed it to the kitchen staff responsible for cleaning the cutlery. The man took the dinner plate and was shocked. In the middle of the dinner plate, a skull made of chicken bones lay quietly in the middle, looking so lifelike. I even seem to have seen it somewhere. If the technology of this world is not so partial, it will probably be able to re-add flesh and blood through this skull, restore its original appearance, and then find that this person is surprisingly similar to hundreds Chloe, and the similarity is as high as 90. East China Sea, West Robe Village, a corner of the coast. The sunrise and sunset, the villagers of Ziluabia village, who had been asleep for a long time, did not know that a group of terrifying and cruel pirates gathered on the beach less than 1 kilometer away from them in a straight line. The Black Cat Pirates group has announced that it has replaced the captain, further confirming Monka's achievements. But the one who was silent by the campfire was undoubtedly the 100 Tactics Crow. The 2 battles of Zangao, who had already become the captain, said nervously, "Captain, you know me, I will never betray you." Damn Loet, swaggering to become a second lieutenant. Zhang Jiao tickles his teeth with hatred. As the most critical part of the plan, the Black Cat Pirates immediately sent people to Schultz Town to listen to the wind after the limelight passed. The good news is that the Navy found no anomaly, and Monka succeeded in becoming a colonel by virtue of his captain of their captain. But bad news. Loet is not dead. At this moment, Zhang Jiao was very afraid that the navy would discover the truth, and even more afraid that Crow would have an unfavorable view of him. If it's just not dead, what did they hear? Loet was originally a second lieutenant of the 153 branch. Is it the same period of Colonel Monka? What about fools? Smart people are often suspicious, and this sentence is perfect for Crow. Hearing that, Crow did not speak. He didn't speak, and Zhang Jiao didn't dare to move. The midnight sea breeze was bitter and cold, causing the thin Zhang Jiao to tremble. I don't know how long it took, and it seemed that he wanted to understand Zhang Gao's loyalty, or simply to make sure that he was not very threatening to him. Crow finally raised his head. Your ability to hypnotize others was accidentally obtained by eating poisonous mushrooms. Zhang Jiao didn't know why Crow asked about this. His brain went blank under extreme fear, and he nodded repeatedly. Yes, it is. Then there is no evidence to prove that this ability is unique. The lens reflects the bonfire, making it difficult to see the eyes. Crow crossed his hands and held his chin. As a person with the evil fruit ability to control the corpse, he has the same hypnotic ability, which is justified. Yes, it is. Rejoicing rushed all over the body instantly, praise swallowed. It's not easy, that man. Crow leaned back, put his elbow on Sam, who was behind him, and then raised Erlang's legs to make Bougie under his feel excited. Chapter 12. A knotty strand of hair hangs down from the shiny and neat big back, adding a bit of evil charm and madness to it. Quietly staring at the night sky, Crow said with emotion. He definitely discovered the truth, but he didn't directly explain it. Instead, he used another hypnotic ability to create an unbreakable hotbed for himself. So that they are both pirates, one hides their heads and tails and hides, the other is open and open. It's really unfair. The cold killing intent was swimming in the air, and even the ocean seemed to be afraid of the suppressed anger, and stopped beating the beach and making annoying noises. I will give you 1 month, praise high. Squinting down and staring at Zhang Jiao, Clo gave orders in a nonchalant tone. Within a month, kill him. When necessary. Raising his hand to stop Zhang Jiao from speaking, Clo closed his eyes. I will do it myself. No matter how Loet did it, he is now a second lieutenant approved by the 153 branch. With this group of trash, Crow has no expectations. But there are still qualifications for cannon fodder, right? Zhang Jiao stood by the bonfire, and the burning wood did not bring him any warmth. If a captain like Crow punishes you on the spot, it is the proof that you can survive. His face was still full of awe, but no one knew what Zhang Gao was thinking behind the heart-shaped flower sunglasses. The necromancer theme is a bit unpleasant, and the editor reminded me that this theme is indeed prone to problems, so Dasha will try to reduce certain plasma descriptions. I hope you will be mentally prepared. In addition, thank you for your recommendation votes, thank you. Not surprisingly, the signing issue was the last 2 days. The Express ran fast on Friday and slow on Monday. It was also time for Dasha to download the writer's assistant back. It is very annoying to change the mobile phone, do not have any software, and cannot post on the web page. Chapter 7, Preparing to Leave, Demonstrating Spells. East China Sea, Schultz Town. Yo Xi, the wound has scarred. In the following days, pay attention to your diet, eat more light food, go to bed early and get up early, and you will be fine in 10.5 months. A little-known East China Sea branch does not have a special military hospital. No one knows what the group of part-time military doctors used to do. In addition to not killing you, anything can happen. So this is the medical hall in Schultz. Thanks to the doctor. Loet sat up from the recliner, pulled the shirt aside, put it on his body, and fastened the buttons. You're welcome, I'm a doctor. Wow! Washing his hands in a basin of clear water, and pondering for a moment, the half-century-year-old doctor came to the front desk of the medicine cabinet and began to prescribe the medicine for Lovett. "Do you know?" he suddenly spoke. Lovett was startled. The stainless steel cat's claw used by Pirate Crow is thicker and narrower than the average blade, so it won't leave such a smooth and neat wound on the cut surface. The voice fell, and the atmosphere in the small medical hall suddenly became solemn. In the afternoon, the sun was shining obliquely on the wall through the gate, dry and sultry. Under the sun, there were few people on the street, and they went back to their houses to take shelter. With the seemingly tireless cicadas from the treetops on the street, the huge town seemed so lifeless at this moment. But chill. It is always permeated in this ward, which is supposed to be dry and hot, only separated by a screen. Necromancer. A pool of ink marks appeared on the floor behind the doctor, and an ominously white skeleton arm came out of it and slowly grabbed it towards his ankle. 100 doctors seem to be ignorant of this and are still carefully selecting medicines. It's not the first time that the lads in the branch have fought against the Black Cat pirates, and it's not the first time I have dealt with severed limbs, old man. This kind of wound reminds me of Colonel Skinner. His sword is very fast, and he likes to cut off limbs to make the pirate lose the ability to resist and arrest him alive. So Lovett doesn't like to lie. One lie often needs to be perfected by another lie, and it's endless. You shouldn't tell me this. Bone claws are already close, this distance is inevitable unless they have the eerie movement speed of 100 tactics crew. As long as the skin is pierced by bone claws, the toxins and curses on it will resemble the saliva of a Komodo dragon, keeping the food healthy and killing people invisible. Why don't you report me? Monka doesn't know the truth. Lovett is quite sure of this. The fluctuations in the soul that ordinary people can't see are even more obvious to the necromancer than Chen Xi. No need. Finding a piece of hemp paper to wrap the medicine, Dr. 100 slowly tied the rope and stopped. As long as a patient shows up in front of me, I can't just let it go. If you tell them, the result will not change. I am a doctor, you are a patient, that's all. Then I am no longer a patient in your eyes. Lovett grinned and asked indifferently. Unexpectedly, the doctor nodded decisively. Yes. Chapter 13. I have cured you. Lovett was dumb. So get out of this town, pirate. In order to multiply and continue her life, Xia Chan still screamed recklessly. The doctor didn't look back, but a gust of wind suddenly sounded in his ears. Hey! Wow! The lenient cloak of justice was dragged and slapped by the wind, and he only felt a lightness in his hand, and the prepared medicine disappeared. Looking up again, a corner of the white coat was left by the door, and then it quickly disappeared. Call! He sighed long as he looked at the wall where the reflected sunlight became more and more dazzling. When are the pirates and the navy in these days? After saying this, his tight nerves loosened, and 100 doctors' clothes were soaked in cold sweat instantly, and his eyes turned black. In the evening, the family members who were waiting for him to go home for dinner discovered that he had not arrived home on time. They came to the hospital to find out that the old man was sitting on a chair with a smile on his mouth, and died peacefully. Probably it's overwork and sickness. Dr. Sheldon. It is said that he died of a sudden heart attack, and healers cannot treat themselves. What a nice person. It was fine yesterday. Neighbors are discussing this. It's time to prepare for leaving. Deep in the forest, in a hidden natural cave. Lovett stitched Colonel Skinner's right hand to the body of a zombie puppet and asked it to stand up and take 2 steps to adapt to the new limb. For more than 10 days, it's almost enough for ordinary magic apprentices to figure out the most basic talisman. The talisman is a visual spell pattern developed by the masters to educate their disciples. From the spell apprentice to know magic to the mage apprentice to master magic, most people have more than 10 years to go, so the wizards are also anxious. But for Lovett, who holds the title of Black Earl, the learning process can be omitted. More than 10 days is enough for him to reach the real magic ocean through the process of others who need more than 10 years to accumulate knowledge and recognize magic. He himself possesses the knowledge reserve and spell-casting ability of the first person under the Holy 10, but he is limited by the condition of his soul, and there is an upper limit for his use. It is impossible to work part-time. As the price of being incognito, he is a Navy ensign who has no name, no way out, and even his scope of action is fixed. So leaving is inevitable. The doctor's words only reminded him to speed up preparation. Pirate. I thought that the biggest difficulty in the start was this broken arm, but I didn't expect identity to be the most troublesome thing. Loet's eyes were low and he laughed mockingly. Never mind. Anyway, once undead magic is exposed, he has only 2 options. Now the only magical spells that can be used without burden are half-star spells. The mental energy barely touches the threshold of the elementary mage, so you can't force it. You have to take advantage of the situation and find the opportunity. Controlling the puppets fighting against each other like big dumb bears to confirm their fighting standards, Loet closed his eyes and pondered. The 27 undead cooperated with spells. There are not many people in the East China Sea that can pose a threat to me, but the battlefield is an unfamiliar ocean, and the lack of means of movement can only be passively beaten. What should I do? Let the undead build ships deep in the forest? That's so stupid. Sure enough, we still have to rely on the warships of the 153 branch. Let me be healthy. As he said, Ron separated the lively undeads, held his breath, and returned his thoughts to the Soul Sea. Soul Sea is just a title, it is the magical means used by the mages to turn their conscious world into a false space that can be explored. It's not a sea of souls, and it's not even a real existence. And different spell schools have different names for the Soul Sea, after all, the view of the portal between the wizard schools. Rumble. When the eyes were bright again, Lovett had come to a vast universe. Fragmented mirror fragments drifted everywhere in the pitch-black world, and Loet's pale face was reflected in the apocalyptic thunder. Those are Loet's original souls. In the time and space storm, his soul was shredded into thousands of pieces waiting to be broken down. Fortunately, the fit with this body was very high, and he was dragged out before the subject consciousness dissipated. If you want to put all these soul fragments together and tell the truth, he hasn't encountered such a situation before, and Loet doesn't know how far he can recover. In this dreamlike world without up and down, no time and space, there is a bright ball of light suspended in the center, which is a quantitative display of Loet's mental power. The same principle as a car fuel gauge. In his peak period, this ball of light was once the size of the entire world, and it illuminated the world with bright lights and vastness. Now only the corners the size of this human head are left, dim and dull. Start simulation and calculate all available half-star and one-star spells. Loet skillfully placed his hand on the ball of light, and his thoughts were empty. Why are the narrators a monster whose spirit is superior to the flesh? Chapter 14. The spirit here is not spiritual power, but their self-awareness. For the mage, as long as there is a need, not to mention the body, including his own soul, it is a tool that can be used. For example, Loet now uses his knowledge of spells to perform simulation calculations in the Soul Sea. The mages are rigorous, calm, and uncompromising in the search for the truth, reaching a cruel, cold, and inhuman level. In fact, the wizards have long since stopped thinking of themselves as human beings. In theory, after the soul has evolved to the level of a formal mage, it is indeed irrelevant to humans. This is the evolution of life forms. Mage is a separate race name. So necromantic magic is dark and evil in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the circle of wizards, they are no different from chefs and meat dealers. Well, of course this is not a good description. Thousands of wars have dragged countless people into the water, and they have not fallen to the point that everyone shouts and beats. Those who do research, we can fight best. You can't be straightforward and strong. Jpg. All in all, the mages are such a group of guys who are separated from ordinary people, each form a system, and enclose themselves. The book returns to the main story. The powerful spiritual blessing allows the mage's brain to have a computing limit far beyond human imagination. The human brain is comparable to a computer, but the speed is often not affordable for the brains of the mages who do not pay attention to exercise. In addition to deducing some high mana spells, it is necessary to find the only feasible solution among hundreds of millions of billions of possibilities, and a few heads are not enough. As a result, the Lich, who abandoned his body and thought with his soul, appeared. Free of physical limitations, the stronger the mental power, the faster the calculation speed. Theoretically there is no upper limit. However, the disadvantages of being a Lich are too obvious, and the world of wizards is not peaceful. As a result, some people began to try to use their soul as a computing tool. Since then, Soul C has changed from a purely checking the state of one's own soul to a favorite private research room for mages. In this state, shielding the shackles of the flesh, the mages can play a calculation speed comparable to the Lich. Out of this state, they can continue to enjoy the sense of security brought by the flesh. It is perfect. Limited by the state of the soul, Lowett naturally couldn't achieve the previous level, but the half-star and one-star spells were not difficult for him, and the deduction was extremely fast. In a simulated state that would not add a burden to the brain at all, Lowett quickly listed each spell, one by one silently. Resurrection summon Bone March, Necromancer summon Bone Armor, Bone-derived Bone Tooth Sword, Bone Magic Osteolysis, Soul Magic Wraith Creation Curse, Magical Pain Enhancement, Acid Rain Prefix Acid, Cursed Plague Scorching Black Crow, Harvest. There are so many surprises. Lowett chuckles. After becoming the Black Earl, he seldom used these low-level spells for his apprentices, and opponents worthy of his shots did not need them at all. All gestures are high mana spells that can be called miracles in the eyes of ordinary people. Now that he is limited by his soul state, he has no choice but to review these kindergarten preschool knowledge, which gives him a kind of unique fun of laughter and laughter. Back then, I actually thought these spells were difficult to break or even write cheat sheets. Ah, what a shame! However, the low mana of these spells does not mean it is useless. Take the half-star spell Bone Dissolving as an example. Starting from a casting distance of 10 m, it can make the bones in the target's body brittle through the protection of flesh and blood, and even melt on the spot. Used to deal with the situation where the experimental material is stubborn and does not want to hurt its life, it is much easier than soul magic. Suddenly, Lowett opened his eyes. Almost forgot this. Unlike zombie puppets, which can be stitched at will, if you want to create an arm that fits your soul well, you need the flesh and blood magic of 3-star mana, so Lowett has no plans to review low-level flesh and blood magic in a short time. If it weren't for today's deduction, he would have almost forgotten this that made him stand out from a group of mage apprentices and become the hero of the Musk family's descendants and disciples. 1-star flesh magic Scarlet Fury. Saying the name softly, Lovett's eyes flashed with nostalgia. This is my creation, the first magic. After all, he withdrew from the Sea of Souls and chanted a spell. Hiss! The permeating wind sounded, and the heart dang 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 rang with a frequency of over 200, and Lovett's face instantly flushed abnormally. But if you look closely, you will find that the scarlet does not come from the accelerated flow of blood, but countless tiny blood beads oozing out from his skin, refracting light and staining the skin red. The zombie puppets didn't know what was going on, they just felt the dangerous smell on their master suddenly skyrocketed, and they roared uncomfortably, their footsteps stumbling. Want to escape, but dare not. If you recall yesterday, the courier only vomited blood out of the CD today. It's hard to fix the time to publish the book on Monday. I thought it would be possible to sign a contract and recommend it on Friday. The result was that the time of the book was not correct. I waited until the next day. Then I didn't notify the editor in advance and the contract was delayed for 2 days. So slow, this. But speaking of it, Dasher wrote the book for 2 years, and it seems that he has not succeeded once. Anyway, I have seen through the world. Chapter 8, Cap Dong Journey. A few days later, 153 branch. I see, please don't worry, sir. In the office of the branch minister, Menka stood at attention and saluted wearing a ferocious iron chin. Then put down the phone worm and looked up. Have you all been notified? Headquarters Lieutenant General Karp has crossed the windless zone and arrived in the East China Sea. He will pass by our branch tomorrow. All units are ready to welcome you. Lieutenant General Karp? Is it the Lieutenant General Karp who arrested Roger One Piece? Of course, who else likes to cross the windless belt besides him? I didn't expect that the famous Lieutenant General would come to a small place like ours. In the office, the school was excited to discuss. The name of Lieutenant General Karp is a household name in the East China Sea, and it is well known all over the world. As a navy born in the East China Sea, their admiration for Karp is not a day or two. Menka didn't stop, let them talk. That's Iron Fist Karp. Chapter 15. The idol in the minds of almost all the East China Sea Navy. If he hadn't just taken over in order to maintain his own majesty, he would not help but join in. In the corner, Loet, who squinted his eyes and listened in silence for a moment, said, Lieutenant General Karp passed by, probably because of Crow. The 153 branch had a total of only 200 people, and almost half of the army was wiped out in the battle with Crow. For such a serious loss, Karp would be excusable as long as he returned to the East China Sea and came to express his condolences on behalf of the headquarters. This is an unforgettable pain. The atmosphere was momentarily silent, and a major seemed to want to scold Loet, but was forced back by Monka's gaze. Anyway, Lieutenant General Karp is about to arrive, so please cheer up everyone. Tell the headquarters that the bones of our 153 branch are not broken. Now, disband. After the meeting, Loet walked on the path back to the dormitory, thinking silently. He felt that as time passed, some general's dissatisfaction with him was growing. Perhaps some of the big figures above have good intentions, not to criticize themselves, and to comfort the soldiers. However, any order has timeliness, and over time, it will inevitably be a problem for foreigners to order. Perhaps Karp's arrival this time is an opportunity. In the summer of 1517 in the Haiwan calendar, half a year has passed since January 1. Karp's return to the East China Sea this time was not an accident but inevitable in Loet's eyes. Because the Sea Garden calendar January 1, 1517, is the 17th birthday of the posthumous son of One Piece, Portgas d'Ace. A man should go to sea when he is 17. I don't know who left the custom. Including part of the navy, they all joined the army at the age of 17. Half a year was enough for Karp to hand over the daily affairs of the G3 branch of the Great Airway that he was in charge of, and then hurried back to the East China Sea to visit his remaining grandson, Monkey D. Luffy. This world is going to be messed up. Looking through the window curtains to the town of shelters outside the fence, Loet murmured softly. The future extremely evil generation and the center of the vortex of the Aram may be the Straw Hat Pirates, but he is not the beginning. The real beginning came from Blackbeard Titch's betrayal. The pinnacle of the vortex of generations originated from Ace's defeat and the exposure of his identity. From the end of the war on the top, this era of great pirates, which has been stable for more than 10 years, is completely rampant. Ambition and ambition clash, dreams and dreams collide. Courage, fame, friendship, wealth. Thousands of sails compete for development, and hundreds of horses compete for current. It was the best time, and it was also the worst time. And the key to deciding what attitude to look at is only strength. I don't have much hope in the 153 branch. I can't replenish my soul after I've eaten it up. I still have to go to sea after all. Since he has already decided to leave, Lovett will not miss any chance. As for the consequences, the scarlet light gathered in the eyeballs, a rusty stench spread with the wind, and the fingers dragged the red thread to buckle his face. Through the fingers, Loet's eyes were full of tyrannical and chilling. Whoever stands in my way must die. The next day, there was no cloud. Stand at attention. Boom. In the elongated tone, the pacing sounded neatly. The inhabitants of the small town gathered outside the harbor curiously, standing on tiptoes and looking towards the center. Outside the small port, a chic warship is docked. From the side of this warship, everything is normal, with a familiar blue hull and a familiar white flag, but at the bow of the ship, it is not the familiar 3 cast iron cannons, but a cute dog's head. Even sticking out his tongue. Puff ha 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 ha, they are all very energetic. Hearty laughter came from the center of the crowd, loud and loud, but you could also hear the passage of time. What makes people laugh more than the dog-head warship is that the famous Lieutenant Iron Fist hat also looks like a dog head. With the action of laughing, the 2 dog ears flick and shake, looking unexpected. Cute? Yes, thank you Lieutenant General Karp for the compliment. Monka saluted a standard military salute, held back his gaze to the dog's ears, and then put his hands behind his back, motionless. If you look closely, you will find that his left hand is grabbing the right hand and pressing down hard, his skin and flesh are whitish. No, it should be me thank you. Suddenly, Karp said in a deep voice. Looking at the surroundings, either admiring, or persevering, or doubting, or holding a smile, Karp slowly raised his palm. The East China Sea is my hometown, but I don't have time to protect her. It is your efforts to maintain the peace of the East China Sea. Hey! A military salute was set, and in countless stunned eyes, Karp solemnly spoke. You are the heroes. Boom! A famous general, including ordinary soldiers, blushed and stood at attention excitedly and responded. For justice. Chapter 16. With the arms raised, Loet's shape with only one hand is very conspicuous among the crowd. Karp glanced at him, then lowered his arm and continued. The Great Sea Route gathers pirates from all directions. Some people say that the East China Sea is the weakest sea, and the navy there are soft-footed shrimps that bully the trash. The soldiers were enthusiastic, panting in anger. But I don't think so. Karp recites aloud, his majestic gaze sweeping across every soldier. The East China Sea is the weakest, but she is also a symbol of peace. Is there no pirates in the East China Sea? Have. But why? Loet heard this and narrowed his eyes silently. It's not easy. This was the first time he saw Karp, and his impression of him stayed on paper. But the Karp in front of him is obviously inconsistent with the character set in the original book, who does not show the mountains or rivers, does things indiscriminately, and is more funny than serious. As the saying goes, being old and not dying is a thief. From a bandit boy who can ride a tiger in the forest to a lieutenant general in iron fists today, Karp obviously has more than one pair of fists getting stronger. Sure enough, Karp glared and said angrily. Because it is the East China Sea Navy and you are working hard, so that the East China Sea pirates will never come out. As the soldier's mood gradually rose, Karp's voice was loud. So this sentence is very problematic. The East China Sea is the weakest, that is the shame of the pirates. The East China Sea is the weakest, and it is your pride. On behalf of the wastes of the Great Route, salute you. Where is the pirate the wildest? Answer, Great Route. There is also a navy there, but there is no way to make the situation as stable as the East China Sea, and there are even revolutionary forces that stir the wind and rain everywhere. Therefore, in terms of actual results, the phrase waste is worthy of all navies stationed on the Great Sea Route, including the Navy headquarters. However, the complexity of the Great Sea Route is obviously incomparable with the East China Sea. Karp's words are indiscriminate, and even the Warring States period scolded him. Look at the adjutant half a step behind him, his face turned black as expected. But it works, isn't it?" A smile disappeared from the corner of Loet's mouth, and he saluted seriously. If you don't look at him, you know that the soldiers all around were flushed with excitement because of Carp's words, and they couldn't wait to find the pirates to fight. The morale of the 153 branch is the most important after the blow, and morale is often such a thing that can be easily controlled with language. Yet, Lieutenant General Carp thinks of us that way? Really? To tell you the truth, I even regretted being a Navy when I heard the bad news before. How do I say now? I have a lot of energy to do it. The same for me. Since the East Sea pirates are synonymous with weakness in the eyes of outsiders, let them continue to be weak. Yes, Lieutenant Loet. Passing by the corner of the corridor, the somewhat excited soldier spotted Lovett approaching, and quickly stood up and saluted. In the eyes of unsuspecting soldiers, Lieutenant Loet was a bit mysterious, but with his pale face and indifferent eyes, he was still very deterrent. Especially the broken arm, I don't know what kind of fierce battle it has gone through. Nodding hello, and letting the soldiers trot away, Loet stopped in front of the door of Monka's office and snapped the door. State! 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 Come in! Report to Colonel Menka, you are looking for me. Pushing the door and entering, Loet's pupils shrank. In the office, not only Monka, but also Carp, he was still thinking about how to leave with an excuse, but he didn't expect that Carp took the initiative to find the door. This is good news, no doubt, but Lovett has no time to pay attention to it at this time. Because, just separated by a wall, he didn't even notice Carp's existence. With Cap's exuberant vitality, 10 extraordinary Night Kings can't add up. This situation is like someone jumping upstairs in your house and singing, but you don't realize it is as weird. Mental power is blocked? No. I avoided it unconsciously. Loet's back was chilled, and he quickly figured out the problem. As a kind of energy evolved from the soul, mental power is always in a state of dissemination, as natural as hair growing on the skin. Shielding it is a means only available to the mage. Undoubtedly no one in this world knows how to do it. In addition, the sixth sense can achieve the same effect. As a mage, their sixth sense can be said to be quite keen, and it can even transcend the mage's personal consciousness and help them avoid danger unconsciously. Loet encountered the same situation more than once. When he was named the Black Earl, the Holy Ten who presided over the ceremony allowed him to avoid it unconsciously. Only by looking at them can you feel the vastness of their bodies, bright, and shining like stars. That is the strength of the soul that can make a planet tremble and collapse. I also showed up when I crossed the Styx to the underworld, and met the Lord of the Underworld, Emperor Mule Shan. It was only 1 meter before he realized that there was a person in front of him, even because the other party took the initiative to cough. Although the perception of mental diffusion is uncontrollable like a hair, a powerful mage can still constrain this behavior. After a formal mage, perceiving the situation of others at will is a more serious provocation than pointing the nose to insult. So it is extremely dangerous. In other words, the life form hasn't surpassed my cognitive limit, but is his degree of danger not inferior to that of the Holy Ten Venerables and the Emperor Skeleton? Chapter 17. Loet thought to himself. No, never. It is quite threatening to me. It is not equal to the level of the Holy Ten Venerables. But this conjecture cannot be proved at present. Perhaps only when the soul recovers, Lovett can get the answer. After all, if Carp was really that strong, the world would be a bit too dangerous. This will disrupt Lovett's overall layout. In the effort to save the manuscript, the contract status has been changed, and the two will be updated more stably immediately, so please bear with me, Master. If you have any comments or suggestions on this book, you can leave a message in this chapter as much as you want. The trouble is that the mobile assistant who downloaded yesterday didn't know what's wrong with the phone, and the screen went black when it turned on, and then it was annoying if it didn't respond. The 9th chapter, The Task, The Opportunity to Leave. Is that you? Triangle Magic Breaker Lowit. At this time, Carp couldn't hear the mood of joy and anger echoing in his ears. Lowit was shocked, but his expression remained unchanged. He raised his head and glanced at Menka, then turned to him, and replied, neither humble nor arrogant, sorry, the same name as the pirate makes Li Xia very distressed. The corners of Menka's mouth twitched. The ability to open your eyes and tell lies. Carp was taken aback when he heard the words, and then fell on the sofa, clutching his stomach. Puff ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Not good, ha 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 ha, that's how the triangle breaker just has the same name as you, ha 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 ha. Carp laughed so much that tears came out, thumbs up, and there was no image at all. Oh, it's not working, my belly. After laughing for a few minutes, Carp sat down, panting, shrugging his shoulders, obviously panicking. Lowit looked at Monka innocently, who spread out his hands, then shook his head. Lowit, Lieutenant General Carp actually didn't mean that. Means nothing? See if Lowit has the intention of letting go of the past and cooperating with the Navy to erase the traces of his existence. Out of the mage's usual cautious style, there is no doubt that Lowit made a joke. But that's not bad. If you are so cautious, I can rest assured to go back for business. Carp smiled and said, there are many corrupt officials who are like trash and bite you. The 5 old stars will not be held accountable because of the serious loss of the 153 branch and the need to appease them. Government officials. 5 old stars. A waste? The height of this topic is not something that Monka and Lowit can blend in, so honestly choose to listen. After all, of course, it's strange not to be scolded for such a trivial matter to go to Wu Lao Xing. His own influence is limited, and it is a small matter for the 5 old stars. With such subordinates, it is only strange that the 5 old stars will have a good face. Fortunately, Carp quickly skipped this topic and said seriously. Actually, when I return to the East China Sea this time, the main goal is you. Lowit was startled. Not Luffy? Yes. Monka hesitated for a moment, then explained. Lieutenant General Carp, I think Second Lieutenant Lowit is him. But before he finished speaking, Carp continued. I want to ask you, is there any psychological burden for changing your identity from a pirate? Lowit. What do you mean by this? Lowit's face was full of question marks. You know. Sorry, I really don't understand. Looking at Monka inexplicably, the latter frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly realized. Oh, I remember. It was Fire Fist Ace who went out to sea a few months ago, right? I heard that he has been living in your hometown under cap, and he is a relative of you, so the rumors are true? Sorry. Facing Carp's dignified stare, Monka lowered his noble head, not afraid that the crown would fall. Lowit knew it. So that's it. Chapter 18. Thousands of calculations, Lowit had less accounted for the influence of his own butterfly, Beatahu's kind of butterfly inciting wings. In the summer of 1517 in the Haiwan calendar, Kapu now wants to ask what is bothering him, probably because Ace went to sea. Not Ace is out to sea. But Ace is out to sea. As the posthumous son of One Piece, in the face of the ruthless search by the world government, it stands to reason that he should live his life honestly. But Ace not only did not hide his name, but even went to sea with a big fanfare. In just a few months, he offered a reward of more than 100 million yuan. Before reaching the shampoo site, it was called a supernova by the good people. Correspondingly, the Navy headquarters has paid more and more attention to his existence, and the atmosphere has become more and more solemn. If things go on like this, Carp is worried that he will reveal his identity, leading to results that no one wants to see happen. At exactly this time, he learned that a pirate in the East China Sea who gave an arm to assist the Navy in catching the pirates had successfully turned into a navy under the cover of the Blue Pheasant. With the hope of the drowning person's last straw, Carp came to the door. Even if there is no learning experience, it is a good positive example, isn't it? But... Sorry, I want you to be disappointed, Lieutenant General Carp and Fire Fist Ace have nothing in common. Lowett answered calmly. Why? Carp's eyes rounded and stood up. Do you think Ace is born a badass? Actually, I am. Lowett murmured in his heart and shook his head. No, Ace went out to sea a few months earlier than me, and is considered my predecessor, so I was fortunate to have seen his reward that made the biggest difference between me and him. It can be seen from the reward order. This is already a euphemism, after all. Lowett looked at Monka. The latter understood, opened the drawer and rummaged through a pile of rewards, and soon found the triangle spellbreaker and the fire fist with the big red cross on it. I want to see what medicine you sell in your kid gourd. Carp grumbled uncomfortably, pulled the reward order, and then immediately froze. On the reward order, even though most of his face was covered by the red cross, he could still see the unwillingness and anger on the face of the triangle magic breaker. Look at Ace again. Standing under the banner of the Pirates of Spades, Ace, with one hand on his hips, looked funny at the reporter who was taking pictures. There was only longing and expectation for the future in his eyes, and there was no haze at all. This is the result of completely different motivations for going to sea. Lovett was forced to go to sea and was furious at the inaction of the world government, and was full of confusion about the future, and Ace naturally did not put the Navy and the world government in his eyes. They were only opponents, not hindrances, and naturally yearned the sea. So whenever there was a chance, Lovett decisively abandoned the pirates' past. But Ace is absolutely impossible. Suddenly, Lowett found that Carp was getting older at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and the vigorous breath of life was also fading a bit. Monka looked left and right, using his eyes to blame Lowett for speaking too directly. Lowett replied with a look in the eyes of longer pain is not as good as short-term pain. Old people cannot withstand despair, but even less can't withstand the despair after hope. That's it, that's how it is. Pressing the reward order on the table, Carp lowered his head, and the wrinkles moved back. I actually knew it a long time ago. As that kid, it's always been like this. Because he has no father and no mother, he has been bullied since he was a child, and Ace, who is accustomed to disguising himself as strong, has complicated feelings for the term parents. After knowing that he is Roger's son, the hatred and disapproval that has been transformed from loneliness, sadness, and hesitation for a long time is actually more similar to a child's discomfort, venting and acting coquettishly. But it is the child that makes this awkwardness even more difficult to erase. This is something I already knew, didn't it? Forget it, don't worry. Suddenly, Carp waved his hand and stood up straight. Even if I don't eat donuts, the donut shop may not close. The day will continue after all. The Lieutenant General is a metaphor. Easy to understand and vivid. Carp. The sad mood was completely disrupted, and even Monka choked. Glancing at Lowett speechlessly, Carp waved his hand. Let's do it, you two, please remember to keep it secret, not many people know about this matter in this department. Lowett and Monka saluted immediately. Clear. Okay, I'll go back first. After all, Carp walked to the door, opened the door and went out. Actually, if you want to, Ace can't run away, can you? Squeak. The door was closed bit by bit. Watching the old figure gradually disappearing behind the door panel, Lovett showed a hint of playfulness in his eyes. A ruthless character who can beat Roger's chicken and dog, will he really take Ace for nothing? That is a great route that must be sailed along the lines of magnetic force. It's not a world that can run around and hide at will. And Ace is even just a newcomer, who knows all 6 of the great route. As long as Carp showed half of the enthusiasm for chasing Roger, I'm afraid that the day Ace just stepped into the great route, Carp would be able to catch him and beat Ansai. However. Chapter 19. Not at all. While choosing to let go, knowing that Ace belongs to the sea, while trying to keep him, I don't want him to go on a path of no return. This contradiction is reflected in every old man's view of the shameless younger generation. Including him when he came to find himself, he only wanted a peace of mind. The famous Navy devil and the unyielding Lieutenant General now need to find the courage to face reality. After all, I'm getting old. Loet let out a long sigh. Monka beside him also sighed in due course. The two were stunned for a second, then turned to look at each other. But before they could speak, suddenly, the door was opened heavily. Seeing Karp who reappeared at the door, both faces were stunned. Then what? I almost forgot to do business. Karp buttoned his short white hair and said, I will be back. I will bring a group of people with you. You will be responsible for escorting them to Rogtown and handing them to Smog there. That's it. Puff. After speaking, Karp closed the door and disappeared again. Loet. Ken. This is Karp. The courier has arrived, and the contract status will be changed tomorrow without accident. Ah, it's painful. The recommended place is set every Friday. This week has ended and the next week has been arranged. That is to say, the tree will have to go naked for at least 2 weeks. The 30th of the month will have the opportunity to be recommended. The new book issue is only 1 month in total. Manually vomiting blood. It is a lesson to know that the book will be published on Thursday and Friday, and that it will be notified to the editor in advance to facilitate the signing. This is a lesson. Friends who want to write a book, remember to take a warning. But then again, I look like I haven't completed the perfect process recommended in the 2nd week of publishing, hee. Chapter 10, The Aggrieved Justice and Danger Are Approaching. Kin let the famous Lieutenant General Karp come to the Ward 153 branch in person, but he is not responsible for the task handed over to the 153 branch. The elimination method is definitely not the revolutionary Monkai de Long. Next year's World Conference. In the office of the Secretary of the branch, a major scratched his head strangely. Isn't there more than a year left? This year is the summer of 1517, and it has been a full year since the 1518 World Conference was held. Why did the participating countries set off so early? Yes. Being able to let the Navy personally participate in the escort, there is no doubt that only the world government can join the royal family to have this qualification. As the Navy, during each World Conference, their main task is to the franchised royal families from all over the world to the Holy Land to participate in this high-end conference that determines the general trend of the world situation in the next 4 years. In the East China Sea, there is only one franchise country that is eligible to let Karp come over to arrange the mission in person. It is a model of the isolated society known as the most beautiful country in the East China Sea and that even the people of Tianlong have personally visited. East China Sea, Goya Kingdom. Hearing this, Menka answered calmly with no joy or anger on his face. The king of the Sala family of the Goya Kingdom is old and childless, so he recruited the son of the noble Otluk III, Otluk Sturley. This year he and Princess Salanand Kanat formally entered into a marriage contract. In an accident, it will be the future king of the Goa Kingdom. So, do you understand? Understood. Everyone is an adult, no one is stupid. As the royal blood of the non-Sala family, if Staley wants to be a king, it will be recognized by the royal families of all countries. Of course, this recognition will not be unreasonable, so Staley will take this opportunity to win the relationship. Visit all the way in the past, 1 year is even a little urgent. But once it is completed, when the World Conference is held and other kingdoms find out that Staley is already supported, his future throne will be determined. That is, the Navy will be very hard. In the office, everyone looked different. It is incumbent to protect the royal family from participating in the World Conference. But this kind of behavior is obviously using a Navy officer as a running dog. The world government not only does not deny it, but orders the Navy to cooperate fully, and even Karp personally shows up. Looking at their clenched fists, Lovett knew that no one would resist. No wonder it is rumored that Karp's son Long has defected from the Navy. This kind of private use of military power is rampant but not governed. It will only lead to the generation of the Navy inferior to the generation, and the generation of scum is proliferating. I believe that most of the Navy's inner justice will be shaken after seeing the rampant and tyrannical people of the Dragonites in the Chambord Islands. Thus, voluntarily abandon oneself and live in hastily. A small number of warriors like Karp will face the blood, withstand the pressure and move forward with weight. The least part will be like a dragon, raising the flag of resistance. Monka didn't explain too much about this matter. Anyway, the order has been down. As a Navy, he obeyed honestly if he didn't want to rebel. Well, don't think too much. We only need to them to Rogtown to Colonel Smog. The Great Air Route Navy is responsible for the rest. Now I will arrange the task. Chapter 20. Even in the Goa Kingdom, it is impossible to order all members of the 153 branch to protect it, not because the Navy has opinions, but the world government will definitely have opinions. Lieutenant Colonel Clemens, Major Eleanor, and Major Nichols, you are responsible for staying behind with your own troops. The branch strength is insufficient, so remember to be careful. Monka must come out in person, because he is also the strongest combat power of the 153 branch at present. Hearing this, the three people who received the order heaved a sigh of relief and stood at attention to salute. "The is under my personal command, Lieutenant Colonel Geordie, Major Aidan, and Lieutenant Sorcy Lowett, you will leave with me." There was something wrong in the branch recently, and Monka naturally could tell the truth, and he was helpless sometimes. "I want to get rid of the unstable factor of Lowett, and I don't want others to look down on him. Why was I so excited at the time that I said everything?" Bringing Lovett this time not only provided a buffer for the increasingly tense atmosphere of the branch, but also gave Lovett a chance to prove himself. Among the crowd, Lowett was expressionless. "Yes. Then it's settled, the meeting is over." The nobles of the Goa Kingdom came very quickly. You can see from their reluctant but afraid to complain, and carefully watching Karp's expressions. Karp, who is not in a good mood on this trip home, feels bad. Not polite with them. As a well-known Navy, he is not stingy. The 5 old stars turned one eye to him. If you have the time to complain to the world government, it's better to be honest and don't provoke it. Leave it to you, Colonel Monka. Karp had an old face cold, his tone stiff. "Please rest assured, Lieutenant General, swear to complete the task." "I don't know, and I dare not ask." Moncarli saluted, and then called the soldiers to board the ship. "Move lightly, this vase is worth 30 million baileys. Can you afford to lose it if you fall?" A domineering cry sounded on the deck. Monka looked back and saw that a soldier on board was passing by the cabin and just hit the young man with orange hair who had come out of the cabin. He has a watermelon head, is short in stature, holds a carved porcelain white bottle in his hand, and yells hostilely. The soldier in front of him was holding his forehead, his face flushed, and he did not dare to talk back. Obviously he opened the door and knocked someone, but indiscriminately. As he was about to continue yelling, the young man suddenly shuddered when he saw Karp looking at him blankly. He mumbled that he didn't know what swear word, and waved his hand to let the soldiers go. "Carne sauce. Look, I bought the vase you like." Afterwards, with a lot of smiles on his face, the orange-haired youth came to another door and knocked on the door with a greasy tone. "That's the son of the Goya Kingdom, Mastery." Monka frowned. "It's not ordinary domineering. Just don't kill it," Cap said coldly. Monka's heart twitched, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "Don't dare." Looking at the 2 small warships that were ready to accompany the big warship again, Lieutenant Colonel Geordie and others had finished boarding, and Monka took a deep breath. "Set off. Beeb." The whistle reverberated over the peaceful harbor in Schultztown, and the large, 2 and 3 warships slowly turned towards the dark blue ocean. Waiting for the warship to leave, immediately behind a house in the harbor, a thin man in a cloak retracted his head, took out the phone bug in the corner, and dialed out. "Captain, they are leaving." After a while, the phone worm came up with a compliment. "Follow up and be concealed." "Yes." The spies of the Cat's Ear Pirates nodded repeatedly, and then couldn't help but say, "But the other party has hundreds of soldiers with him, shouldn't it?" Silence. Terrible silence. After a while, praise sounded in a murderous tone. "Are you scared?" The spy shivered and hurriedly shook his head. "No, it's not." "Then do it as planned." Zhang Jiao yelled, and then a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Don't worry, our mission is to kill Loet, and we won't be against the naval forces. Everything is in my plan." "That's great." Hearing this, the spy was overjoyed, remembering Crow's method, and immediately gloomily looking towards the direction of the warship's departure. "If you don't die, we all have to die." Chapter 21. So please, go to hell. The contract has arrived, but there is no background notification until 5:40 in the afternoon, so the official status change should be the day after tomorrow. But it doesn't matter, isn't it just a code word? Dashu is good at it. So starting today, the 2 shifts will start. It took 7 days to complete the contract after publishing the book with 3 W words, so it's so uncomfortable for him. Seeking recommendation, seeking collection, seeking Amway. Please extend a helping hand, Master Watcher, to help the tree reduce the loss caused by this week's blank period. Thank you, the tree. Chapter 11, Assassination of the Princess. The weather is fine and the sea is sparkling. On the blue sea, 3 warships are distributed in the shape of pin, stirring the sea, like scissors tearing open cloth, and galloping on the surface. The deterrent power of warships is strong in the East China Sea. There is no strong role beyond common sense, and the advantages of equipment are brought into full play. Artillery is a controlled weapon. Except for the big pirates with hands and eyes open to the sky, the ordinary pirate group only has a few rotten swords as weapons. In addition, the speed of warships is far higher than that of ordinary pirate ships. Once they are targeted, few ships can sustain it after a round of fire. So it's not that they didn't meet the pirates along the way, but all the pirates saw the lineup of 3 warships, especially the 2 agile small warships accompanying them, and fled from a distance. Fortunately, the task is added, and the Navy will not waste energy in pursuit. It's been 3 days, is it almost coming? In the cabin, Lovett withdrew from the Sea of Souls, his eyes flickering, slowly disappearing. Think about it in another way. If you have any secrets you need to keep, but an insider swaggers and appears in front of the world, you won't allow him to live for too long. This is not a common problem of smart people, but human instinct. Choose to live in a way that is beneficial to you, nothing more. So this trip, Crow's attack is bound to come. Coming to the bedroom window, Lovett blew the hot tea in the teacup and took a sip. To take a step back, apart from the 3 warships, the number and strength of this trip are no different from the last time the 153 branch was massacred. So Crow can't be afraid. Thinking of a glimpse that day, Lovett felt his heart beat a little faster at that strange speed. It's been a long time since I killed someone. He couldn't help trembling with excitement. Earl Black is the first person under the Holy 10, this sentence is well known in the world of wizards. That is to say, apart from the existence of Saint 10, no one is his opponent in a single fight. Naturally, there is not much fighting to talk about. In addition, he is a genius who is proficient in all the 5 branches of necromantic magic, and the degree of difficulty is one of the best among necromancers. Under the same circumstances, outsiders would rather suffer from a loss by pinching their noses than fighting against such a guy. I hope you can bring me a memorable memory. The red blood halo rolled around the eyeballs, not hearing the wind, but something dangerous was brushing across the body, blowing the hair. Knowing that the battle is approaching, Lovett has been carefully adjusting his state these days. He doesn't have much energy right now, and the use of one-star magic is limited. Whether he can complete the comeback with Scarlet Fury, he is not sure, to be honest. Might die. But he was not afraid. Just like he tried to open the gate of the underworld by illegal means, knowing that there was only possibility, he also bravely let go. Death is not terrible. For the necromancer, this is even more true. Losing this idea, the necromancer almost came to an end. But what is Crow waiting for? The 16th branch is in front of me. With them, the chances are even slimmer. After the waters managed by the 16 branches, the warship can reach Rogtown in a day. Don't do it again. Thinking of Smaug's record of fighting the Straw Hats in the original work, Lowett didn't think that Smaug would be restrained by liquids and succumb to defeat like Clockville. Strikes are feasible. For safety, we don't have to march at night, enough for them to catch up. Am I too safe? While frowning and thinking, suddenly, there was a scream outside. What? Protect the princess! Menka's angry roar rattled the deck, and the warship's footsteps made a boom-boom everywhere. Across the door, there seemed to be countless mice crawling through the cracks in the wall. Suddenly, Lowett's eyes lit up. Good strategy. It deserves to be the guy with the highest IQ in the early stage biota. Salinand Carne was stabbed. The news of horror swept through the three warships like a gust of wind. When Lowett rushed to the front of the deck, the place had already been wrapped up by the crowd. The soldiers surrounded Monka and the others in 3 and 3 layers. Seeing Lowett coming, they were surprised for a moment, and then revealed the passage. Cannet sauce, don't scare me. In the center of the crowd, the princess of the kingdom of Goya, Nanda Carne, fainted to the ground, and her fiancé Staley held her in his arms with a look of horror. That is the panic of not cheating. Chapter 22. He is eligible to inherit the throne because he is the princess's fiancé, which is equivalent to the heir recognized by the old king. If Nanda Carne is dead, who will recognize his status? Only his adoptive father, Outlook III, would not let him go. Well. In the coma, the princess let out a low tremor, blood on her belly dyed the goose yellow decoration of the white dress red, and a pool of blood piled up on the deck. A dagger stuck in the edge of the kidney, almost killed on the spot. The brutality is so far, the identity of the prisoner is immediately revealed. Damn pirate! Staley looked wretched, and now his face was scorned by anger, making it even more ugly. He raised his head, angrily. How do you protect the princess? Let the pirate touch the boat. Waste, all waste. I want to tell my father to be buried with you. Menka's face was red, and his fists were clenched. In fact, if he hadn't heard the scream rushing there, the murderer would have inserted a second knife, completely eradicating Nand Carne's vitality. But this is not a reason. When someone was assassinated under his control, he couldn't get out of the relationship. At this moment, Lowett squeezed into the crowd and said softly. Not to mention that you haven't officially married the princess. Does anyone agree with your father? Just now that you are blocking the doctor's rescue, I can't help but make me doubt your true intentions. Second Lieutenant Lowett, there is no place for you to speak. Major Aiden was shocked and quickly scolded. If it weren't for Monka's care, as a second lieutenant, Lovett should be in charge of guarding from the periphery instead of coming to the center. But Lowett has no rights, no soldiers directly under him, and no one else can find an excuse. You. Staley was taken aback. He really didn't realize that the doctor had come, and he was patronizing Nand Carne's throne after his death, so that his eyes and ears were blocked and his thoughts were disturbed. Ahem, Lord Staley, let the doctor have a look. Monka coughed and interjected. Oh, yes, hurry up, doctor. If you can't cure her, I will kill you. Staley was surprised at first, stood up with a flustered expression, but still kept his arrogance. Bullying fools is really not authentic. Lovett shook his head, approached Monka, and asked in a low voice. Colonel, where's the murderer? Monka's face grew ugly after hearing this. Kill one, and escaped one. One of them was in charge of watching the wind, the other was in charge of doing hands, and robbed our rescue boat. Sure enough, it was Crow. If it was only a suspicion before, then Lowett had settled down on his own speculation. Someone must escape before he can complete the next step. The real assassins are generally dead men, and dead men do not need to look out for survival. Trouble. Lowett sighed. One of the murderers escaped, not to mention that this fool will not give up, and the Goya kingdom will not give up. We will all have trouble if we can't catch anyone. Major Aiden was shocked when he heard this, and could not think about who the fool was. Then what to do? How to do? Of course, send someone to chase and bring the murderer to justice. But who can ensure that there are only these two assassins on board? When they chase, will they be caught by the enemy? If Staley also had an accident, don't say anything, let's go out to sea as a pirate. The world government will certainly not let go of the 153 branches that have released this kind of basket, and the Warring States period cannot keep them. Lowett did not answer, he believed that Monka had an answer. Colonel, let me take a warship to chase it. Lieutenant Colonel Jody handed over the command to the adjutant and came to the flagship. The enemy slipped away under their noses, and if it weren't for royal safety, the assassin wouldn't go far. The chaos that broke out in an instant and the priority of the royal family gave the enemy plenty of time to escape safely. But that is the speed of a relatively safe warship, which is not comparable to that of a lifeboat. No. The enemy is in the dark, and I am in the dark. If the defensive force is taken out, it will be even more unsafe if the enemy is aggressively attacked. Monka refused decisively. No one knows what the enemy's true purpose is, whether to assassinate or to move the tiger away from the mountain. They all relied on the crossfire net built by 3 warships to deter them all along the way. Taking one out of them, undoubtedly, gave the enemy a greater possibility of a head-on attack. Snapped. What? The prisoner escaped. Chapter 23. At this moment, Staley looked hostile and slapped Major Sorcy's face with a slap. His palm hurts severely because of lack of exercise, but his eyes are fierce. No matter what excuses you have, if you can't catch the prisoner, let me wait for death. Major Tang Tang was slapped in the face of the soldier by an outsider, and his anger and shame made Saws blush and tremble all over. Looking at the soldier's hatred and eagerness to kill, Monka took a deep breath. Can I trust you? Lowett. Lowett was taken aback when he heard the words. He was conceiving the language to take the trouble, but he did not expect that Monka would take the initiative to speak. It's true, I didn't expect it. Looking up, Lovett and Monka looked at each other calmly. Actually, there is a third option in this matter. That is to throw a discarded child out and carry a scapegoat. The anger of the nobles needs to be vented, and the government's investigation needs to be undertaken by people. This goal can be the entire 153 branch, or it can be pursue a disadvantaged person. For the safety of the royal family, Monka does not take out the defensive force to pursue it, which makes sense. So it makes sense to send a small group of troops to hunt down the murderer. However, the small group of troops did not catch the prisoner. I can't justify it. At that time, all the anger and accusation will fall on the person in charge who went to arrest the person. The 153 branch has had a history but no serious mistakes, and can use this to save itself. Monka named Lovett, without a doubt, he wanted Lovett to play this role. It is gratifying to catch it, and it can even be used to establish Lovett's authority in the branch and solve the increasingly prominent contradictions in the branch. If it is not caught, it is also a disadvantage for Lovett to do things. Guaranteed to complete the task, Colonel. Loet's decisiveness was beyond Monka's expectations. But he did not hesitate and nodded. Just agree. Go, pick 20 boys, they should catch up. Yes. After all, Loet turned and left. When he left, Lieutenant Colonel Jody frowned and said hesitantly, Colonel, Lieutenant Loet asked him to chase him before, maybe he will. Isn't that better? Monka looked at him coldly, making Lieutenant Colonel Jody chill. He lowered his head. Yes. Untitled. As long as Loet agrees in public, it will be arranged by Monka alone. Failure doesn't matter, betrayal is even better. What a Rashomon Yukiyoi. It's not easy. Under the blue sky, Loet looked at the endless ocean ahead, without seeing the slightest anger on his face as an abandoned child. I remembered that Monka had found himself before setting off, saying that this mission was an opportunity for him to prove himself, and he wanted him to take it well. Loet couldn't help feeling that people who treat others as fools are really fools. He had already made plans to abandon himself as an abandoned son. This is heartwarming. There is no better way to solve a problem than to solve the person who caused it. Otherwise, it is a major matter of the survival of the branch, and at least Lieutenant Colonel Jody, a familiar veteran general who is significantly stronger than the triangular lawbreaker, will be relieved. But he chose himself. Monka and Clow, the two inconspicuous little characters in the original work, made him amazed. It was proved by facts. Oda is a manga painter, he knows a fart one piece. The characters in the comics are too absolute. When they appear in reality, they appear to be real enough. Pity. Loet whispered softly, and one of the soldiers selected beside him was stunned and asked. Second Lieutenant, what are you talking about? No, it's nothing. Looking back at him, Lovett was sitting on the edge of the lifeboat, head tilted back and squinted. Do it. Hands on? What to do? What to do? What do you do? Just as the soldier was puzzled, the lifeboat trembled slightly unnaturally, and he did not notice, with his back facing the ocean, a palm with corpse spots silently pressed against the edge of the boat, and his body slowly floated up. When the zombie puppet's head came out of the water, in front of him, the pupils of another soldier who noticed this scene suddenly shrank, and fear immediately took over the body, causing him to open his mouth uncontrollably, and utter like a fish ashore. Chapter 24. Lieutenant Colonel. Then he saw that Lieutenant Colonel Alva, who had been dead for nearly a month and watched the other party's burial, climbed onto the ship silently and took off the dagger in his mouth. Water droplets from the wet hair fell along his eyeballs, but he didn't blink at all, and slowly stretched the dagger to a position less than a centimeter in front of the soldier's throat. Wait, what about me if this is the case on his side? The soldier was taken aback. Tick. The cold liquid dripped on the skin behind his head, feeling the coolness, and endless fear instantly crawled all over the body along the spine. His eyes kept widening to the limit, and the syllables condensed in his throat. Pouch. Ho. Then he gasped feebly, and the light in his eyes dissipated. The rusty and cold dagger pierced the trachea and aorta, allowing blood to flow out like money. It is impossible for an enemy who has been wiped and stabbed to scream and fall backward like a TV show. As a necromancer, Loet has experimented many times. After changing the boat, I can't feel the change in the weight of the boat. Let me say what is good about you. The fisherman can judge the harvest by the waterline of the boat. As a soldier at sea, he doesn't even have this basic skill. In the dying sight, Lieutenant Loet looked at him with a compassionate gaze that was not indifferent, but only human beings looked at the slaughter of livestock. In the next life, remember not to be a navy. Pouch. Pouch. Laugh. The knife fell with the hand, the undead bleeds, and the broken blade turns into a death sickle at this moment, reaping life ruthlessly, letting the blood dance, and letting death appear. Waiting for the sound of leaking air to disappear, the boat calmed down. At this moment, the bottom of the boat has long been soaked in blood, stepping on it, creaking, as if walking in a slime pool. Lowit quietly raised his head, and a zombie puppet came to him with a phone worm in his hand. "Which one?" "Roar." The zombie shook his head and shook his head like a second fool playing pee in the village, raised his arm, pointed at a certain corpse, and roared. "Tisk, I've been treated as an abandoned child and still don't worry, send someone over to monitor the emptiness of hell, the devil is in the world." Although the telephone worm is a familiar communication tool, the price is not cheap. The transformation of the wild telephone worm is a skill passed down by countless people. If such a precious thing is not handed over to his leader to hide it privately, it is sinister in his heart. "Gentleman," Lowit said with emotion. "It's just right, I need some spell-casting materials." Puff. The zombies jumped back to the sea one by one, swam under the boat, and carried Lovett on the boat, and moved forward. In the East China Sea, the Three Regardless Zone is on an unnamed deserted island. Zhang Jiao, the current captain of the Black Cat Pirates, endured the dampness and heat of the forest and mosquito bites, lying in the bushes. Snapped. Next to him, a crew member slapped his face, and when he touched it, there was a trace of blood on his hand. "Captain, will he come? It's been a long time." "He will come, and only he will come." Zan's chin was in the mud, his eyes were solemn and confident behind pink sunglasses. "Don't forget that after he left that day, Dr. Shelton committed suicide by taking medicine directly, and he knew he couldn't hide everyone from him. But wouldn't he be targeted by the Navy again if he did this? What did he do?" Thinking of what he saw that day, the pirate shuddered. Death is commonplace, but people have a gentle smile on their faces, taking overdose, sitting on a recliner and blowing a fan, waiting for their lives to come to an abrupt end. This method of death is beyond his cognitive limit. In summer, it made him feel like falling into an ice cave, with cold hands and feet. He couldn't help but think of the incognito old captain, 100 strategies Crow. Only he has such a terrible deterrent. But the question is, if the Triangle Breaker and Clow are the same kind of people and are refocused by the Navy, what will they do? No one knows this answer. Wow! There was a rustle of leaves around him. Zhang Jiao turned his head to look, and the pirate who was in charge of stalking the hillside approached him. "Captain, here comes." "Is it finally here?" Zhang Jiao lifted his spirits. "When I wanted to take the binoculars, I suddenly found that the pirate's complexion was wrong, his pupils narrowed and his lips were white, his body was soaked in cold sweat, and he was obviously shocked." "What happened?" Zhang Jiao frowned and asked. "A lot of blood, a lot of blood." Chapter 25. The pirate looked terrified, remembering the scene he had found through the telescope. Only a small boat came, and the Navy on board was killed, and there were bloodstains everywhere. At this time, it was too late to say that the small boat was already in sight. The corpses were clustered in small hills and piled up in the middle of the hull. Red liquid kept flowing on the surface of clothes and skin. Their target, Lovett, stood in front of the boat full of corpses and looked at here. "This is..." Zhang Jiao's pupil shrank, thinking of a certain possibility. "Hey!" The next second, the black coat cut through the air and appeared on the edge of the beach. "Captain Crow." Looking at the familiar long figure of Xin and the skull epaulets, Zhang Jiao was taken aback. This is not in the plan. If Crow doesn't fight Lowit, how will the backhand he prepared end up? Rustle. Puff. The boat hit the beach and shook slightly. Under the scorching sun, Shishin does not make people feel warm. But Crow didn't care about this scene, his eyes were playful behind the glasses that represented Ye, and a smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. "You came." Lowit said, "I'm here." Crow said, "You shouldn't have come." Lowit said, "But I must come." After an outsider's inexplicable conversation, Crow rolled his eyes, raised his hand, and pushed his glasses with his palm. "Your existence value is not enough for me to take risks." The words of worry were finally spoken. Zhang Jiao gritted his teeth. Is this going to cooperate? The triangle lawbreaker with a mere 1,000,000 rewards is naturally not eligible to have an equal dialogue with the great pirate Clow, not to mention forming an alliance, but his current status is a second lieutenant. In the past, the Black Cat pirates had been exhausted repeatedly. The biggest problem was that they had no source of intelligence in the navy. They encountered the enemy every time and found that the situation was not right. Just ask. What if one day they had their own sources of intelligence in the navy? Cooperate with the massive wealth that Clo is about to plan and his personal strength. Creek? The dragon? Among the famous big pirates in the East China Sea, who is Crow's opponent? At that time, it is not impossible to break out of the East China Sea and encroach on One Piece. The first prerequisite is to have a stable, reliable, and trustworthy source of intelligence. Will there be a more perfect goal than Loet? The answer is obvious. Yes. Crow wanted to see a trace of tension on Loet's face, but it didn't happen. Loet tried to push down his glasses, but unfortunately he didn't do so. The status is not enough, the credit is here. If someone makes a mistake at this time to make room, then it would be great. Hearing this, Clow's eyes flashed fiercely, and he shook his head. I said, you are not enough to let me take risks. Yes, that's it, talk about crashing it. Zhang Jiao clenched his fists and cheered silently. He didn't know how much he was worried about Crow. Loet said, no need to talk. Crow said, no need to talk. Unless. A faint smile hung on the corners of his mouth, and Crow said, you do something for me. What's up? Kill. The atmosphere in the venue stagnated. Loet's eyes rolled, trying to understand what the other party wanted to express. So. Your real name is Crow the 100 Strategies Pirates? Loet said, sounds very simple. Crow smiled lightly, is it? Tap GA, dig a lot. Crow's confident smile froze on his face, and in astonishment and silence, Loet's eyes were hidden behind the hair, and he said in a deep voice. One of my Lovet's favorite things is to say to those guys who think they are better than me, no. Chapter 26. Finally talked about it. Zhang Gao was instantly ecstatic. But at this time, a fierce whistling sounded from the ear, with a permeating rancid smell, hitting the heart. Be careful, someone attacked. It's the undead. We are cursed. Help. Don't come over. Hearing the yelling from behind, the endless sense of shame instantly surged into Clo's heart, stimulating him to tremble all over. He slowly lowered his left hand while dragging his glasses, his pupils shrank a little, and his killing intent skyrocketed. You wanna die? In response, Loet grinned. Soldiers are not tired of deceit, cat sauce. Please collect it and recommend it. If the magistrate is still satisfied with this book, I implore Dodo Amway. Children who are not recommended cannot afford to hurt. The 13th chapter, Maddening the Undead, Praise High Plan. Placing the soldier's body so conspicuously, Loet had 4 intentions, and Crow only guessed 2. Exposing the ability to control the corpse, putting one's own combat tool under the enemy's eyelids, is undoubtedly a sincere way of showing weakness. Unfortunately, the number is not all. The undead troops have already landed on the island from the side cliffs, sneaking to the place where the pirates ambush, otherwise they would not have waited so long before Loet appeared. Zombie puppets have no premortem awareness and are slow to act, but they are not good soldiers if they can't stand their opponents. 2 stinky chess baskets fought against each other, and the ratio of sneak attacks was the level of acting. Silent steps. Ignoring the chaos that occurred in the rear, and being played by the enemy in such a way, the angry Crow couldn't wait to wash away the shame with his own hands. Shot is his own stunt of fame. Hey! Suddenly, Crow disappeared from Loet's sight. The black skull coat was floating in the air, drifting backwards under the agitation of the air current, but the owner, Clue, had long since disappeared, and he could not even grasp the movement track. The strong sense of crisis made Loet's eyebrows bulge. He knew that the moment Crow appeared, he might die. Fortunately, Mage, you don't rely on your eyes to lock your opponent. His body couldn't keep up with his thoughts, and Loet only had his eyes tilted to the left in slow motion. There, 5 stainless steel cat's claws suddenly appeared in the void and severely chopped down at him. Pouch! Boom! The fierce wind blew the hair, and there was a crisp sound of torn flesh and blood, and a strange tremor in the air. It's as crisp and sweet as the erhu strings snapped off. Call! The sound of the wind blows, the fierce air current cuts off a bunch of black hair, the steel cat's claw is pulled back abruptly. Crow leaned over to meet Loet's line of sight, and then jumped back for a long distance. Hey! After standing still, a slender column of blood spurted out from his wrist, scattered as a mist of blood and stained red grass. Crow's eyes were solemn. Cat's claw tore off a section of his shirt with his backhand, and tied the wound with his teeth. This is the thread. Around Loet's body, the thin and inaudible translucent silk threads were densely packed around the space like a spider's nest. Even if it was exposed to direct sunlight, they did not show up. Crow was very fortunate that his attack action was that the weapon was in the front and the body was behind. After he felt the resistance from the blade, he immediately retracted his strength, otherwise he would wait for him to lean on completely. I don't know if Loet will die, he is definitely dismembered on the spot. Nice insight. Raising his hand, he wiped away the hair that had been cut down to his eyelids. Loet's eyes were not flashing red like humans, and his lips trembled lightly. But it's not a thread, it's blood. Half-star flesh and blood magic coagulation. It has the same name as the white bone magic bone fusion. It is a magic commonly used by necromancers when processing materials. It is equivalent to the hemostatic forceps and drill bone cones on the operating table. Relying on Loet's rich knowledge, he has such a clever usage. Coup! At this time, the blood pool in the boat soaked in the ankle bubbled up and exploded repeatedly like hot spring water, extremely weird. Under Crow's shocked gaze, thumb-sized blood cells floated up, gradually twisting into a shuttle shape as they ascended, floating around Loet's shoulders. Half-star flesh and blood magic blood cone technique. Now that you have collected so many spell-casting materials, it's a pity that you don't need to keep it. Go! Call out! Call out! Call out! As the words fell, bullets shot out, intensively hitting them. Crow took a deep breath. Fine. No matter how weird the scene is, it is just a general physical attack after all. Facing the weird necromantic magic, even if it was him, he felt tremendous psychological pressure. Not the fear of Loet, but the fear of death of the living. Chapter 27. The ability to manipulate the dead makes people shudder. Jingle bells. Xing Kang's body twisted in place, and Crow repeatedly wiped, cut, and flicked the 10 cat's claws in both hands. In the dense sound of golden iron, it was like a black cat dancing with the tip of a knife, elegant and precise. Boom boom boom. The cone of blood was constantly exploded, leaving a hazy flush of mist on the spot, but it did not hurt him at all. As long as people with some strength in this world can't be injured by the antique flintlock muskets, not to mention these blood cell bullets are not as powerful as muskets. If there is only this degree, then go to death. Grasping a shooting gap, Clo stood on tiptoes, his body was short together, and when he was low, he disappeared into the air again. Danger! Loet's eyes condensed, and his mental energy flowed faster, and blood lines shot out from the boat's blood pool, wrapping him round and round. Chi 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 chi. 3 cuts sounded almost at the same time. Knowing that the opponent's body was densely covered, Clo was not reckless, but was slashed and cut down 1 meter away. Feeling the feedback from weapons, Crow smiled confidently. Caught you. Then the footsteps staggered and rotated on the spot. The steel cat's claw turned into the saw blade of the meat grinder, with sharp vigor, cutting the bloodline all the way, and advancing horizontally. As long as it breaks through the bloodline defense, it is not Crow's arrogance, and the opponent is not afraid. Lowett himself thinks so too. Just as a swordsman fights to find ways to get closer, so a wizard fights to find ways to control the distance. Being close by the enemy is a shame for the mage. Necromancers are very troublesome in this respect, because in addition to being careful of their magical interference, you must also be careful of the group. Undead. Scarlet Fury. Seeing that Crow was about to kill him, Lowett's chanting ended, and one after another on the pile of corpses opened his eyes and his eyes were red. Then lazed out. Pouch. Cut off with one claw, Clo frowned silently while looking at the cut corpse. Sure enough. If it is generally alone, Crow is confident that he is not afraid of anyone in the East China Sea. Lowett knows this and cannot ignore it. He has been careful about the pile of corpses, and it turns out that he guessed right. The pile of corpses was not just for deterring the enemy and showing the enemy's weakness. Roar. They are also resurrected zombie puppets, but the expressions and eyes of this group of zombies are not dull, but full of tyranny, as if going mad. Low-level zombie puppets do not evolve to the point where ghouls are transformed into suture abominations, and the effects on the battlefield are really limited. But what if there is a kind of magic that allows them to quickly form considerable combat effectiveness without cumbersome follow-up steps? Someone tried, burn the soul. However, the soul of a formal mage can only burn for 5 minutes at most, to die with the enemy. The remnant soul of the zombie puppet won't work for a second. So Lowett took a unique approach and chose a path of external stimulation. It was also the birth, evolution, and spread of this magic that made him the most dazzling star under the stars. 1-star flesh magic Scarlet Fury. Like the soul, vitality is a substance that can be observed and quantified in the world of the wizard. By smashing the most common container of vitality, blood, scattered and injected into the body of the zombie puppets, and then using the soul fire as the lead and blood as the salary, ignite their hatred against the living, and then make them mad. The bad news is that this process is irreversible. After the life force is consumed, the zombies will not leave a trace of remnant soul. Unlike ordinary zombie puppets, there is almost no time limit and can be used repeatedly. But the good news is that in this state, I want to hit 10, is no longer a case, but the norm. Having the courage to face up to the evil in the heart, desecrating the dead body, playing with the soul of the dead, squeezing them out, and letting them offer their last loyalty, is the most important quality of the necromancer's apprenticeship. Because of this, you won't get lost in the fear of death. Only then have the courage and qualifications to pursue the ultimate puzzle of the necromancer. What is it called him? Death. Puff. Cut off with one claw, feeling the hard blockage coming from the opponent's muscles and bones, Chloe frowned slightly. Trouble. Scarlet Fury's strengthening of the undead is comprehensive, including muscle toughness and bone density. It is the most annoying situation for him to take the agile route that he can no longer hack and kill the enemy easily. For example, Crick, the big pirate of Sayabao, is dressed in gold armor and completely bites hedgehogs. And it's useless to cut it off. Unconsciously, in the face of the crazy impact of 20 frenzied undeads, Chloe was forced to retreat to the edge of the forest. Not far away was a corpse with a broken waist, which was the one he cut off in the first place. If an ordinary person is already dead and can't die anymore, but the opponent is an undead, even if it breaks like this, it will crawl with its fingers in the soil, with a dirty face full of blood, mud, and roar at him. Catch the thief first, catch the king. Krona paid attention, ready to use another secret to clear the surroundings and buy time for himself to be beheaded. Chapter 28. But at this moment, footsteps sounded from the forest. It's Sam from Brother Catman. After finally getting rid of the chasing of the undead behind him, Sam immediately saw that Crow was being chased by zombies and hiding in hiding. Sam was taken aback and shouted from a distance. "Captain, it's okay. Deputy Captain Zanko ran away on the escape boat. Escape boat. Cloak froze for a moment, avoiding the bite of the undead, and turned his head glaringly. Why didn't I know that I prepared something like that? Didn't you? The captain ordered us to prepare. Sam wasn't a fool, and he reacted immediately. Praise the high false imperial edict. Snapped. 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 There was crisp applause, and in the distance, Lowett's mouth was full of mockery, and he smiled contemptuously. Wonderful. Worthy of being a pirate. If you guessed correctly, the ship you were on when you came here should have been tampered with by him so that you can be trapped here. In other words, he wants you to die, Crow. Chapter 14, The Magician's Battle. Zhang Gao's fake order is naturally not simply easy to escape. This kind of betrayal is a taboo on the pirate ship. Besides, although the East China Sea is wide, there is still an end. As long as Crow does not die for a day, there is a possibility of being caught. Rather than being in fear all day long, afraid of one day being caught and tortured by Crow, starting from human nature, Zhang Jiao will naturally choose to eliminate the troubles forever. Hey! Pouch! The sharp blade penetrated into the body. Clu's speed was much faster than ordinary humans, and even the afterimages were invisible under silent steps. When Sam recovered, the cold steel stirred the internal organs and wiped out vitality. The captain of the ship. Until he died, Sam didn't know why Crow wanted to kill himself. His eyes were full of doubts. At this point in time, shouldn't the enemy be resolved first? However, he made a common-sense mistake, and if the enemy is to be solved first, Crow needs you. Different people have different decompression methods, and different status methods are also different. The usual method of decompression by Crow is not unexpected. It is to push the glasses and use habitual small movements to concentrate and eliminate distracting thoughts. But under the blessing of the double violent debuff of Lowett's play and molestation and Zhang Gao's rebellious betrayal, he needs to kill to calm down. And there are only two people to choose from. Puff. Throwing away Sam's dying corpse, and noticing Lowett's playful gaze, Clo pushed his glasses with his palm and said lightly. You don't seem to be qualified to watch the show, right? Since preparing to have an escape boat in advance, Zhang Jiao certainly didn't regard Lowett as a real killer move. His difficulty was only exposed after the two sides fought. Destroying ships and even planting explosives to trap himself on the deserted island, not surprisingly, the naval forces are coming. Crow guessed right. A few minutes ago, when Zhang Jiao fled, the warship command room. Colonel, it was reported that Lieutenant Lowett had killed Dr. Shelton. Now the other's family brought a lot of residents to the branch to make trouble, asking us to hand over the murderer. At the other end of the phone worm, Lieutenant Colonel Clemens, staying behind, wiping cold sweat, glanced at the excited crowd downstairs through the window, and said quickly. With such excitement, it is clear that the whistleblower has some decisive evidence. Enough to reverse the kind of black and white. What did you say? Monka's pupils shrank, pressing his inner ecstasy, his eyes widened. Second Lieutenant Lowett killed Dr. Sheldon. Monka had the impression of Dr. Shelton that his shattered jaw was the operation performed by the other party, but after the drastic change in his personality, there was not much fluctuation in Monka's heart regarding the news of his sudden heart attack death. But good? The message is not over. Not only that. Lieutenant Colonel Clemens hesitated for a moment, and said, they still talk. Say what? With anger on his face, Monka touched his axe. They said that Lieutenant Lowett was actually a member of the Black Cat Pirates. He had already joined Crow's group before he was arrested by Colonel Skinner. What's the meaning? Clemens had a loud voice, and the phone worm relayed it truthfully, so Jody and others in the office heard this sentence. They can't understand why there is such unnecessary slander. Yes, slander. This kind of thing just thinks about it and knows that it is not true. As the main criminal who requested the arrest and brought to justice, the Navy's eyeliner had seen Loet's every move a month before he started it, so it must be slanderous. But since it comes out to say, there must be some purpose. Are you afraid that Monka won't care? Chapter 29. Lieutenant Colonel Jody shook his head. At this moment, Lieutenant Colonel Clemens swallowed, and finished the second half of the sentence. Moreover, the 100 clows we arrested are only stand-ins. They deliberately acted in order to get Loet into the Navy. It's a good show. Boom. Thousands of waves were stunned with one stone. In the small cabin, everyone was shocked by this sentence. The 100 crow we arrested, is it fake? Lieutenant Colonel Jody's pupil shrank. Yes, it's all connected now. Although the appearance and height are almost the same, no one can prove that the guy they arrested is the real 100 Tactics crow. Insiders, all died in that massacre. Only Loet is left, and Monka. Looking up, Monka looked forward blankly, cold sweat oozing out of his back and soaking his clothes. As a hypnotist, Zhang Jiao knows best, but where Monka's fate gate is. Arrest, crow, stand by. These 3 words are the key to relieve the hypnotic effect. Monka remembered everything at this time, thinking of everything that happened that day, thinking of his incompetence at the time, and thinking of Loet, who had never existed in that brand new memory. Combined with what happened later, Monka woke up in shock. I am a pawn. A that Clow used to escape the golden cicada, and a that Loet used to steal the day. The 2 pirates achieved ulterior motives on him. Play him around. There is anger, but at this moment, there is more fear in Monka's heart. Once this matter is revealed, he will be dead and not alive. However, his appearance gave Lieutenant Colonel Jody more ideas. He and Major Aiden looked at each other and shook his head. In their eyes, perhaps the truth is just as the whistleblower said that Crow is false. Now think about it, it is better to kill all the members of the 153 branch, including the head of the branch Skinner, than 100 tricks. How could it be so easy to be recruited? Monka must know that there was a problem with the arrested Crow, or that he had a deal with him, and for the sake of his own future, he deliberately concealed the truth. And Loet, even if he was not an accomplice, must have reached an ulterior agreement with him. Now we must set out to solve this hidden danger, right? Jody thought silently. This matter is now exposed, how it is related to Monka's treatment of Loet as an abandoned son. Maybe it was Loet deliberately shaking the show, and the big fish died and the net broke. The so-called dog biting a dog is nothing more than that. But no matter what the truth is, Monka will not allow Loet to live, and will definitely ask him to understand. It is better not to resist arrest, and it does not matter if you resist arrest. The sword has no eyes. It's excusable to accidentally kill him during the arrest, isn't it? Bang! 100 forged axe slashed heavily on the tabletop, making a sound. Monka's eyes were red, and his lips trembled with excitement. Absurd. He said so. Is this accusation worthy of the dead brother and Colonel Skinner? I'm sorry. Menka ignored it and put down the receiver. Send my order, the whole army turns around. I'm going to Loet to ask to understand. Upon hearing this, Jody and Aiden stood up and saluted. Yes. So Crow's speculation is right, Loet is indeed not qualified to watch the show. The speed of the warship is much faster than that of the life-saving boats. At most, it is only an hour after waiting for the arrival of the naval forces. Well, I underestimated him. Loet was not ashamed of being exposed, and he ridiculed himself with his forehead. As expected, Oda is a manga artist. You see, in addition to such heroes as Monka and Crow, the even more humble praise is not easy. Behind the scenes the whole process, controlling everything. Compared with what he had planned, he, Crow, and Monka were all pawns. The little people also have the way of the little people, and the little people also have the shining points of the little people. Not born to be noble, not like a wrinkled little old man at birth. But Chapter 30. You know I have such strength, why didn't I take action on the spot to kill Monka? Crow's eyes were heavy. Does this mean that there is no intention of cooperation? In this sea of life, everyone has to decide their own position. Generally people have several options, but I don't have one. Loet said, since I got involved in this trouble, I knew that there was only one way left before me. Pirate. Crow knew it, stepping forward, slowly bending and squatting, and the cat's claws stood up in front of him. Do you want to be famous? Crow is hard to find, 153 branch is easy to find, so simple priority logic. Lo's characteristic head, yes. Since I can't decide the opponent, then I have to decide my teammate anyhow. The biggest trouble in the start this time was not the broken arm, but the identity of the pirate. After speaking, he raised his gaze to look at Chloe in a black casual suit, and said, Relax, Zhang Jiao will definitely die, maybe you two still have a chance to meet. This is a lie. Crow shook his head, you are too confident. Silent step spoon. Yes. The only 5 fingers grabbed the Adam's apple from the left face, grabbing bloodstains. Blood was piled up between the nails, and the pain irritated Loet's eyes with red light, and the tyranny gradually began. Then let you see the magician battle. The title of Chapter 4, Answers from the Navy Headquarters was blocked and changed to Chapter 4 Green Pheasant's Thoughts and appeared. The 12th chapter, Chapter 12, The Soldiers Never Tire of Fraud was blocked and changed to Chapter 12, Calculations and appeared. Finally found the reason. If you understand, you understand, the big tree belongs to the little innocent who died of unknown AOE. He was vomiting blood crazily. By the way, I ask for recommendations and collections. There are no recommended seedlings. Everyone, please support me. Chapter 15, Bleeding. Hey! Pouch! When the speed reaches a certain level, the harmless airflow will also turn into a sharp blade. When the speed reaches a certain level, the blade will become indestructible. The spoon was used, and the frenzied zombies that surrounded Chloe instantly resembled live pigs thrown into a meat grinder, and blood was blooming continuously on the body. The tough bones and muscles did not give them any protection, and the limbs were broken instantly. Flying horizontally and bloody. I have to admit that Crow is a genius. Ordinary people only have one chance to exert force when moving the soles of their feet, and the speed depends on the brute force burst and posture problems. This is common sense in common sense. However, one of the famous 6 Navy styles, the ultra-fast moving technique shaving, broke this routine. By stepping on the ground at a high speed for dozens of times within 0.36 seconds, an explosive reaction force is generated to move at a high speed. From the perspective of the enemy, it is almost like disappearing. Crow naturally didn't have the ability to learn the 6 styles secretly. Even in the East China Sea, few people in the Navy knew this ultimate martial art. His silent step uses another technique. First, he moves at a burst of speed, and while he is moving, he performs continuous pedaling, continuously superimposing the speed. From an instantaneous acceleration to a continuous acceleration, the difficulty naturally plummeted. Therefore, when he uses silent steps, he will stand up on his toes like a cat. Only by pressing the elongated spring can he explode enough muscle strength to maintain this acceleration process within the range that ordinary people can't notice. Belongs to pure originality. Just ask, can anyone else do it? If the brave and ruthless heart is firmer, keep fighting to sharpen oneself, and with the frightening high IQ, when Luffy first debuts 3 years later, who is the most famous pirate in the East Sea is still unknown. Pity. Swish. With Crow as the center of the circle, the blood of the zombies was splashed, and the green grass was stained with red in a round shape. Loet watched the battlefield ahead and murmured softly. You are tired. Laugh. 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 Because he had to keep accelerating while moving, Crow couldn't be distracted to observe when he was using the upanishad, so that even he himself didn't know what he had cut. But the general direction depends on the sense of space, which can be achieved by individuals. Rumble. At the edge of the forest, 100-year-old wood was chopped off with the sound of creaking. Looking along the direction of the collapse, tree trunks, stones, mud, grass, and sandy beaches continued to explode claw marks all the way, approaching Lowit. The frenzied zombies couldn't find the position of CLO, and waved their bodies like drunk in an attempt to bring the enemy into manifestation. But in the face of Clue, who has amazing claw skills, their limbs are often chopped off as the end. Almost. When he didn't feel the blockage anymore at his fingertips, Crow knew that he had broken through the encirclement. Hey! Chapter 31. The phantom-like body appeared on the beach while pulling out the afterimages, maintaining a posture of leaning to the left. Crow's right paw naturally hung down, the palm of his left hand raised his glasses, and he looked at Lowit, who was less than 2 meters away from him, and then gently pushed. Got you. After all, disappear again. Boom. 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 The silk threads were quickly broken, and the dense tremolo beats between the eardrum and the heart, making blood boil. Danger is approaching. When the last bloodline on the side of the body was broken, a sense of crisis surged all over the body. Coming. Lowit's eyes flashed red, and his right hand was parallel to the palm of the knife. He suddenly lifted and inserted the broken humerus of his left arm, letting the blood sway horizontally. Got you. When the same words were spoken, Lowit's fingers pierced into the flesh and blood, as if grasping something, then he pulled it outwards and swept it down. Bone magic bone tooth sword. Being close is a shame for the mage, but it does not mean that the mage being close is a lamb to be slaughtered. Magic is ever-changing, and every time it is attacked, other schools are accustomed to using defensive magic and counter-magic to protect themselves. Only the necromancers are more inclined to an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Hum. Crunch. The mental energy was blasting and buzzing, and in a scalp-numbing crunch of flesh and blood, Lowit dragged a white bone sword hilt covered with pink silk and turned and chopped it down. And in front of it was a large bone sword with a length of more than 1 meter, sprinkling a series of viscous blood curtains in mid-air. What? Crow's eyes were horrified, and he understood in an instant. This is waiting for you. It has been proven before that Lowit can find his position by means of weird probing methods, but his physical fitness does not support him to seize himself. So, cobwebs are only responsible for trapping objects, and the spider's fangs are really terrifying. With the light from the corner of his eye sweeping the blood lines, Crow knew that he was careless. And to the effect, there is a price to pay. Hey! Trembling and screaming echoed in the air, Crow's figure magically emerged from the air, and a ring of shocks scattered around the four sides of the weapon that the two collided, and the violent wind pushed the boat, rippling slightly. What a terrifying power! Claws crossed his hands and claws to block the bone sword, and the peculiar power of the bone sword made him kneel down on one knee, his knee buckled into the yellow sand. Crow was shocked when he noticed Lowit's scarlet eyes. Not good. Who said that the spells used on the undead cannot be effective on the living? With the sword in his right hand pressed down, cold and cruel expression remained in the tyrannical, bloodthirsty eyes, the empty sleeve of the left arm shook back, and with a sound of clang, the fierce bone sword with only half of the blade regrown from the severed limb. Shining in the sun. Immediately, like a poisonous snake catching a catapult, it penetrated the abdominal cavity with lightning speed. This is the result of Crow's efforts to resist the pressure and deflect his body. Sneer. With serrated branches on the left and right of the sword, the bone sword born purely for killing comes out through the body. Under the cruel shape, without pulling out, the large pieces of flesh and blood will separate from the body, and the blood rushes. Drink. Pain and fear stimulated the adrenaline soaring, Clue's eyes were bloodshot, and he pushed hard. Clang. The huge bone sword was unloaded aside, splashed with yellow sand, regardless of the half of a sharp blade stuck in his stomach. Crow roared and waved his claw forward. Lovett has a long-range attack method. If you don't kill him close now, you will have no room to fight back if you have a knife in your stomach. However, at this time, blood lines gushing from the blood pool, blocking between the two of them. Call out. Shoo. Puff. Amid the tearing sound, Lovett stepped back slowly and took the bone sword out. Boom. 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 The spider silks once again sounded densely trembling, but more spider silks penetrated Chloe's elbows, cheeks, ribs, and thighs from the side. He kept trying to narrow the distance with Lovett, and the blood shots kept stopping him. Go ahead. Finally. Boom. A cone of blood pierced into the temple, the eyes filled with madness and killing intent were instantly stunned. Looking at Lovett, who was less than 10 centimeters away from him in front of him, who was really less than 10 centimeters away, Crow's lips moved, as if he wanted to say something. But there is no sound. In the next second, his pupils diverged and his head fell heavily. Wow! The sea water beats tirelessly on the beach, soaking the yellow sand, bringing coolness and taking away the scarlet. Chapter 32. Blood gurgled from the abdominal cavity, dripping down the trousers, and Chloe stood on the beach, silent. In another 7 years, from Yangzhou, I went to my uncle's house to ask Yan, everyone is gone. Call. He breathed a long sigh of relief, and the blush in his eyes slowly dissipated. Lovett was soaked in cold sweat, his eyebrows were full of fatigue, and he whispered softly. From the day you are tired of fighting, the end is doomed. The arm trembled slightly, and the bone sword that lost its mental support quickly disintegrated. After the magic effect was lifted, the exhaustion that soaked the bone marrow surged, making it difficult to move your fingers. But Lovett still turned his head slowly, facing the sea. How many of these oceans can survive without killing people? I don't want to kneel, and I want to make money. Shame. In the forest, the roar of the undead chasing objects one after another. Through the spiritual power link Lovett knows that 27 undead soldiers have been wiped out, but fortunately the number of remaining enemies is not as good as them. Frowning at the scarred and frenzied undead, Lovett took a deep breath. Go, kill them. The navy is coming soon and there is no time to delay. Roar. The frenzied undead was ordered to limp, even crawl, and head toward the depths of the forest. Without thoughts, only hatred of the living, they will not be pleased with the master's victory over the opponent, nor will they feel humiliated by the master's cold commands. This is the tool man. Puff. After doing this, Lovett sat down on the wet beach, closed his eyes and rubbed his eyebrows. Next. Opening his eyes slightly to look at Crow's corpse, Lowett's mouth raised a smile. Are you ready? My Black Knight. The fourth intention. Compared to being famous, Lovett values this material that is well-trained, well-proportioned, and physical quality comparable to that of the extraordinary Night King. Why is his title Black Earl? There are hundreds of titled mages, among which there is no Earl White or Earl Red to correspond. The reason is that he once held an army of undead invincible in the wizard world. He Xian's heavy armor and dragon print banners followed him all the way up from the ruins, slaying the Mingmen, breaking into the ancient world, and destroying the God's Tower. The Black Dragon Legion, composed of countless Black Knights, fought in all directions, and even the most powerful magical empire of St. Oakland at that time was burned thousands of miles and scorched. Black Earl of the Black Dragon Army, the name shrouded countless people in the wizarding world like a nightmare. The tide-like Black Legion was the dark night that could not be thickened. That's why he is the closest existence under the starry sky. Only when the night falls, people can look up at the starry sky. But the title of Earl Francis has been with me all my life. Thinking of the sloppy things done in the last world, Lovett laughed at himself. Holy 10 Venerables, sometimes it is so nasty. Chapter 16, Breeding Ambition, Black Knight Transformation. More than an hour later, the edge of the deserted island. if it was just a family statement, but when you see the hull of the boat full of filthy blood, everything is a foregone conclusion. The strong smell of rust that made people cold all over the body made every navy on the scene clenched their weapons. Except for grief. More anger. Colonel. The 3 warships inspected the island. Lieutenant Colonel Jody came to the deck and stood up and saluted. No trace of Loet was found. It should be escaped into the forest. The dinghy is here, and Loet is not far away. Unless he prepared in advance and had a spare ship. However, that would make his charge more conclusive. After all, you have to know that this direction is the direction that the prisoner who assassinated the princess of the Goya kingdom left. Well, I got it. Hearing that, the solemn Menka could not see the happiness or anger, but the violent veins on the back of his hand proved that he was not at peace in his heart. Must kill him. The beast in Monka's heart roared frantically and creaked the chains that bound it. And crow. This is the only factor that can bring oneself down. It is also the only key point that can help oneself get rid of crime and avoid naval punishment. Thinking of the joy of giving orders in the office, of the awe of those low-level soldiers, and of Skinner, who used to respect himself with the same look in his eyes. No way. Boom. The chain was broken, the trapped beast came out of the cage, and a male lion opened his blood basin and leaped forward. Menka's evil spirit soared, and ordered. Go to the island, search. Chapter 33. Lieutenant Colonel Jody was silent for a moment and nodded, understood. The battle marks on the beach were so obvious that Jody remembered the cat's paw at first sight. The life or death of the 2 mortal targets is unclear. Knowing that there will be danger, Monka will never give up. Well, anyway, I can just take command. With a wave of their hands, the prepared soldiers dropped their anchors, splashed white waves on the sea, and began to search the island cautiously. But to everyone's disappointment and even horror, the forest was covered with blood, but no corpse could be seen. When the soldiers who set off from both sides met in the center of the forest, they all noticed the look of horror in the opponent's eyes. It's weird, too weird. Obviously, the amount of bleeding had dotted the bushes into fascinating blood red, but not to mention the corpses, they couldn't even find a broken limb. Only the weapons remaining around the bloodstains and the sticky internal organs that were inexplicably stepped on proved that some unknown fear must have occurred here. Could it be that other passing pirates killed them? Noting Monka's dark face, Lieutenant Colonel Jody speculated cautiously. Through the footprints, it is almost certain that there were 2 groups of people fighting here at the time. One of them was the Black Cat pirates led by Clu, but the other was nowhere to be found. It's not just Loet. There were others in this forest at that time. The number is even quite large. It would be best if it was a sneak attack by someone passing by that caused both parties to be completely wiped out, but if the corpses were not found, the life and death of the 2 would be uncertain and no conclusion could be made. Incidentally, Menka must notify his superiors and wait for disposal. Maybe I can sit in that position, too. Lieutenant Colonel Jody's eyes flashed, and he noticed that Monka looked over and quickly lowered his head. After a long silence, Menka suddenly turned around, smashed the tree trunk with an axe, and cut the big tree with a thick waist. Rumble. In the dust, Monka gritted his teeth and said, "Go, complete the mission first. Since no one can be found on the island, where did Loet go?" The answer is not complicated. Yet, it's so dangerous. The waves hit the hull, causing the wooden dhow to make a creak and crunch twisting sound. The Mbaji Bracco was floating aimlessly in the East China Sea, and the black cat on the bow looked forward blankly with cat eyes, just like his new owner, doing nothing. Let the undead control the sails and rudder. Lovett lay on the beach chair and snarled the moon, waiting for his mental strength to recover. In this battle with Crow, the most critical magic is not only Scarlet Fury, but also the 2 bone magic swords. It was the brute force suppression under the blessing of Scarlet Wrath and the Bone Fang sword's surprise attack that severely inflicted it and finally completed the kill. Coupled with the repeated use of blood cone, blood coagulation, and bone regeneration, after the Battle of Lowit, his mental power was exhausted. So I definitely can't stay on the desert island and be surrounded by the army led by Monka. As a result, he took advantage of the hundreds of bracco on which Crow and others were riding. Zhang Jiao knew that once he escaped, Crow would come after him. In order to trap him on the island, it was inevitable to use the pirate ship. It's definitely not possible to scuttle a ship, it takes too much time to talk about it, and it's not easy to avoid the eyes of the crew. So Zhang Jiao chose to stack explosives in an inconspicuous compartment and detonate them with a timing device. This is what Lowit lamented. When he arrived, the detonator was only 3 blocks and 3 seconds away from the explosion. If he sits on the beach for a while, boom! This ship will explode into the brightest star in the evening. At that time, a life-saving boat alone will really make a life or death in doubt. The speed of a warship is faster than that of a manual gear boat. But there is nothing wrong, he rushed there, and he was safe. Holding up the goblet, Lovett smiled at the moon. Cheers! Then opened his mouth, mixed the soul ball soaked in it with the wine, and drank it all in one go. The undead black ship, drink soul to the moon. Lovett enjoyed the rest of his life in the war. Ha! Soul Eater does not stipulate what method must be used. The necromancer relies on his unique understanding of souls to peel them off the shell, and then blend them into his own soul. It is the soul that is devouring the soul. When the soul strength is not enough, sniffing can best control the single intake, but now Lovett doesn't have to be so petty. Bang! Bang! The swelling feeling from the soul made Lowett's heart beat faster, closed his eyes, and felt the traces of cold and pure energy scattered in the depths of the hot and tingling soul. Through the perspective of the soul sea, some subtle mirror dust was attracted by the light blooming from the light ball, and slowly merged into it. The number is small, but it is gradually recovering. Filled himself with wine glasses again and shook his wrist slightly, the eyes hidden by Lowett's hair were deep and quiet. Chapter 34. I thought that by killing Crow and robbing the ship, you would be able to get rid of the chase easily. I didn't expect you to surprise me, Zhang Jiao. To be reasonable, Lovett really almost didn't escape, and he would not forget this graciousness. Then let me look forward to it. I look forward to the wonderful taste of the soul that coexists with hope and despair when you find that Clo disappears and I am alive. Lowett did not leave clear evidence that he killed the great pirate Clow. Because it's not enough. Fear is not enough people disappear. He also needs more corpses, and more fear. His record will not be forgotten. Wherever the disappeared corpse goes, no one will be at ease if the answer is not found in one day. And time will slowly ferment this fear, and continue to accumulate in the hearts of the world, and then expose everything. Then the impact of bottoming out will engrave his name in everyone's heart. As a necromancer, it is undoubtedly unqualified to not play with people's hearts. At that time, I also counted, and made outstanding contributions to the East China Sea peace cause. With a chuckle, Lowett looked behind him. 2 zombie puppets dragged a corpse with one foot, then lifted it up and threw it in the center of the circle. Boom! Crow did not die, because he knew that he was not wronged. Failure to see through the enemy's trap leads to being killed, and only a reckless man will feel aggrieved. Smart people know that this is just a simple gap. But now, it's time to take care of business. A stream of blood was drawn out and turned into a scalpel floating on his side. Lowett pushed up the broken hair on his forehead, and tied it up with a cloth tape with difficulty with the broken arm. Then he walked into the magic circle and lit the 6 human head soul lamps placed around him. The evil and filthy aura spread wantonly, with a low hissing sound of dead souls, causing the marine creatures to frighten and move away. Looking at the corpse at her feet, Lovett looked solemn, like a doctor rather than a necromancer. I don't know how far it can be transformed. With so many souls and corpses, the pass line is probably guaranteed. After all, the blood scalpel cut off a piece of hair on Crow's head, and Loet's eyes were serious. The 329451th Black Knight transformation, begin. Recently, there are two things that make Sai. One is World of Warcraft. BLR all 5? Alright. If you talk about blackening, you can blacken it, and you won't give it a chance? Why does the screenwriter suffer? 27 days ago when I was last online? That's all right. Chapter 17, There Can Be No Tainted Justice. Black Knight is not Black Earl Loet's unique creation. Every official mage-level necromancer has made it more or less, and he is just the best one among them. He even played such unreasonable monsters as the Black Dragon Legion. As I said before, the mages are more like a group of scholars. Since he is a scholar, he naturally has the theory of proving his academic ability and allowing others to study. That's right. The Black Knight is actually the theory that the necromancer proves the results of his practice. The collective name of the biological transformation that verifies the academic research of the necromancer. In the moonlight, the circle exuded a faint red color. A man with one-armed black hair was holding a frightening weapon and rummaged through a corpse. The scene was extremely strange. Especially the corpse trembled like an electric shock from time to time, and the zombies guarding the side with the hollow eyes, the atmosphere was depressed. A few days later, Great Airway, headquarters of the Navy. Boom boom boom. The 10-centimeter thick bronze door was snapped, and in the office, a sturdy old man wearing toed glasses raised his head. Come in. The voice was loud and majestic, but even if his head was full of blue silk hanging from the left and right sides of his hat, it still couldn't hide the wrinkles in the corners of his eyes. Report. An urgent call from the 153 branch of the East China Sea and the Kingdom of Goya. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel stood at the door, looking respectfully at the old man sitting at the end of the long conference table with a thick beard above his lips and a twist whip hanging down his chin. This is the current Admiral of the Navy. The Warring States of Buddha. East China Sea? Goya Kingdom. Hearing the report from the Flying Squirrel, a trace of doubt flashed through his wise eyes. The Warring States stopped the action in his hand and put down the pen. Sit down and say. Yes. He knew the Goa Kingdom, but apart from remembering that the 153 branch had such an organization, the Warring States did not know what happened there. Sitting on the chair, the Flying Squirrel hesitated for a moment, and said, Marshal of the Warring States period, something went wrong. Princess Salanand Kanat of the Kingdom of Goya was escorted by the 153 branch to Rog Town. He was stabbed in the middle and was still unconscious. Nand Karne was stabbed. Warring States frowned, then patted the table. Chapter 35. What did Carp do? Flying Squirrel. I knew it. As one of the few countries in the East China Sea that are qualified to be remembered by them, the royal family status of the Goya Kingdom is noble, and they have friendship with the Tianlong people, and you must be careful when working safely. Once there is a problem, it is a major diplomatic accident. According to common sense, even if Carp is not interested in protecting them all the way to visit, he has to take them to Rog Town, and hand them over to Smog. After crossing the upside-down mountain and sending them to the Great Airway, then the Great Airway G series the branch is personally responsible for security issues. Don't even think about any dangerous route that crosses the windless zone, even if there is a sea building with a stone bottom. Don't submit it to a little-known branch to take over. Isn't it Mr. Carp who is scumbag? The corners of the Flying Squirrel's mouth twitched wildly. Yes, this is Carp. Hesitating again, the Flying Squirrel coughed dryly. The Marshal, Mr. Carp was not with them. He turned to the windless zone after handing over to the 153 branch. Now he is about to return to the G3 branch. The world is divided into 4 large sea areas and 2 parts of the Great Sea Route by the windless zone and the Red Soil continent. Ordinary ships must follow the route of the 4 sea areas upside down the Great Sea Route and then go to their destination. However, crossing the windless zone can save the sailing time calculated in months. The G3 branch where Karp sits is carefully selected by him. It is close to the windless zone, and crossing the windless zone is the East China Sea. Only a strong man like him is qualified to be self-willed and regard the Sea Kings piled up with no wind belts as nothing. But this is not the point. The flying squirrel swears. Hearing this, the warring state's forehead wrinkles unnaturally twitched twice, which is a manifestation of anger to the extreme. Turning around silently, handing the goats to his knees to chew and eat them, warring states nodded very calmly. Ah, that's it. Guru. The flying squirrel swallowed nervously. Call him over to Lao Tzu. Immediately. Immediately. Puff. The thick wooden table was turned into fragments, and the sawdust fluttered and shot in all directions in a loud noise. The warring states period panted heavily and his nostrils expanded. Bastard! His grandson is a pirate, I haven't settled with him yet. The flying squirrel was silent, then turned his head to look at the soldier who heard the movement rushing into the office, and squeezed his jaw. Go out, it's okay. Seeing that the warring states period did not look like something happened, and his expression was very scary now, several soldiers swallowed and stood at attention. Yes. Looking back, the flying squirrel saw that the warring states period was staring at him fiercely. Why don't you get out? He buckled his itchy scalp, the flying squirrel licked his lips, and said, more than that, there are also the pirate Loet who accepted Zhaoan under the sign of the green pheasant last time, and the 153 Minister Monka. A complicated situation. Oh. The warring state's gaze was faintly resentful, perhaps it was too angry, and the grief was more than heartbroken. When he wanted to sit back, he found that the chair broke from him just now under the domineering explosion, and 3 of his 4 legs were broken. So he sat down on the floor, pulled back the solace of his feet and sat cross-legged. Warring states had an expression of just say I'm listening, and put one hand on his chin. After Princess Nandakane was assassinated, her fiancé Stully asked Monka and others to arrest the murderer. The flying squirrel clearly stated what happened on the ship that day, which made people wonder if the flying squirrel was there that day. However, this is natural. The Navy may have lost the initiative in the New World, and the 4 emperors' ideas of prosperity and stability have left them not having much energy to detect intelligence, but on the Great Sea routes and in the 4 seas, no one can escape the Navy's eyes and ears. Not to mention that the target itself is the Navy branch. If you don't even have this little intelligence, how can you maintain the tranquility of the overall situation in this sea? After listening, the warring states was expressionless. Listen to him, all the fault lies in Loet's unyielding heart, trying to drag him into the water. Yes. Idiot. The warring states chuckles, without saying much. With his wisdom and insight, how can he not see through such obvious excuses? Very simple logic, what is the picture? The pirates of the Black Cat pirates can't figure it out. Jody couldn't figure it out. The warring states also couldn't figure it out. So the question is, what does he picture? First he gave an arm and punched into the Navy, and then he didn't sit on his hips and then chose to leave. If he had the intention of being a spy, even if Monka abandoned him, he would find ways to fool a prisoner out. Don't care whether it is true or not, just have it or not. At that time, as a meritorious minister, supported by the Navy, who is he afraid of? Chapter 36. He even further speculated that this assassination was originally planned by him. Since it doesn't make sense, it proves that someone lied. Knowing that the warring states had an idea, the flying squirrel continued to report, not only that, but on the second day, through the telephone bug of the 16 branch, Monka commanded a lieutenant colonel named Jody to report Monka and said something. Different speech. This is a shocking remark. Not only did Loet and Monka label them with ulterior motives, they even stated clearly that Crow was arrested and there was a problem with him and asked for a retrial of the case. Hearing this, the warring states was no longer angry. He looked up at the flying squirrel, grinning. It's really a temple demon with a lot of wind and shallow water. Unforgivable. Let me go, Marshal. Seeing the killing intent in the eyes of the warring states, the flying squirrel stood up and touched the hilt with his rough, dry fingers. No, no. Under the surprised gaze of the flying squirrel, the face of the warring states period became cold and solemn. Tell that Jodi that it is not advisable to slander Shangguan at will. Marshal. The flying squirrel was startled for a second. Then tell Monka that the headquarter believes in his record and what he is. Finally inform the East China Sea branch that Loet, the triangle breaker, is dead. Don't publicize the matter and let them search in secret. Peace and stability are the most important things in this era of great pirates. Besides, nothing is worth mentioning. The truth is not important. The important thing is that the world government must not be stained, and the navy must not be stained. Justice must not be stained. The flying squirrel was a little heavy in his heart, and took a deep breath. Clear. The cat cries and the mouse fakes mercy, but if a cat can stop eating meat forever because of fear, I would rather thank Lovett. Sengoku stood up and patted the dust on his buttocks. Go, call me Kapu. Yes. The flying squirrel didn't say much, nodded and turned around. So the question is, are there really cats that don't steal fishy? The hand holding the sword tightened. Hey! With a long sigh, from the elongated back, the word justice on the navy uniform's white coat became thicker and thicker. The second thing is that I forgot the second thing. I went out to buy a pack of cigarettes and chatted with someone, and then well, what am I going to say? Time is not forgiving. Let's do it and cherish it. Seeking recommendation, seeking collection, thank you. Chapter 18, Spreading Fear. Loet had no idea about the new orders issued by the Navy headquarters. But the newspaper sent by Newsbird did not contain any news about the assassination of Nanda Karne. He keenly captured a firm determination. There is no doubt that he is a stain of the Navy in this matter. It is impossible for the world government to promote its own scandals for the so-called fairness. When it comes to the prestigious General Green Pheasant, it is easy to cause ordinary people to distrust the Navy under the rule. In public and private, the above all want to suppress this matter to avoid causing panic. Then, this dangerous time bomb and the instigator, give priority to getting rid of the nails. So Loet has not rushed rashly these days. His understanding of the East China Sea only comes from the charts he has seen in Shelt's town. Undead sailors who have no memories of his life also have no voyage ability. Therefore, these few days, in fact, he did not go far. At the farthest distance, it was only a half-day voyage from the desert island where the Black Cat pirates were fighting that day. The most dangerous is the safest. Even if Monka was killed, Lovett was by his side that day, passing him by. At this moment, the 100 Strategies Braku. In the center of the deck, the array material has been changed several times to keep it bright red and bright. Human blood has a limit. Fortunately, a corpse preserved by magic is not so easy to deteriorate, allowing Lovett to have enough blood to use. The blue wildfire fluttered near the small hole opened by the sky spirit cover of the skull. The 6 human heads could vaguely see their faces a few days ago. Now the flesh and blood melted, and only pure white bones remained. The transformation has been completed, and next is the time for nurturing. Sitting on the beach chair, Loet's eyes turned and took the red wine from the zombie puppet. In front of him, in the center of the circle stood a sturdy corpse with a naked upper body surrounded by rags for shame. His skin is as smooth as silk, with no traces of stitching visible, and even his hair has grown back. He put on clothes and fixed his hairstyle, which was exactly the same as the original 100 Keys Clow. The skin is not at all, the veins and veins of the veins are all over the body, and the steel cat's claws are embedded with the phalanx, and they are exposed to the skin like a wolverine, which is different from the living person after all. Under the effect of the magic circle, the corpse was suspended quietly about 1 centimeter above the ground. Chapter 37. At the moment when the light of the magic circle was slightly brighter every 3 breaths, a muffled drum sound came from his chest, and the invisible fluctuations spread, causing the flame of the soul lamp to tremble slightly. Should I wake up today? With a light sip of the wine, Lovett smiled at the corner of his mouth. It's barely a pass. Fortunately, it has retained its growth characteristics. To be honest, Lovett was not satisfied with his first theory in this world. There was so much knowledge in his head, but only a few transformations could be displayed. This is as uncomfortable as a cat scratching for a mage who is pursuing perfection. Fortunately, he left behind the growth characteristics and reached the psychological pass with the high score bonus. The Black Knight is a creation, but the creation can continue to grow. It depends on whether the teacher has the ability to do this. With the Black Knight, I can finally relax. The Black Knight is the theory of necromancers, and at the same time their favorite tool man. Compared with ordinary undead, wizards can customize various specializations for them to be competent for different tasks. For example, pulling the academic memory of the enemy out of the soul, in exchange for a powerful research assistant. Lovett certainly doesn't need a research assistant now. To live safely is the top priority. What he needs is combat effectiveness. After thoroughly analyzing the corpse in front of him, he reorganized his flesh and blood, and at the expense of dozens of corpses stored in the cabin, greatly strengthened the strength, speed, and defense of this body, turning him into a monster with a human form. The height of 207 centimeters and the weight is close to 200 kilograms, which is enough to prove that Clue, who looks like a human in appearance, has undergone earth-shaking changes inside. If the Black Knight was on the scene that day, Lovett wouldn't have to run away. With the average combat effectiveness of the East China Sea Navy, it is not too simple to kill them all. It's just that IQ is a flaw. Lovett frowned and thought. There are 2 ways for the resurrected undead to maintain the level of wisdom in front of them. First, the usual mage level, the 3-star soul magic undead transformation. Maintain the target soul through the powerful personal strength of the mage, and then seal it in the body to restore the memory. This is not a simple matter. Just like the question mentioned by Anthony Musk in the preface to The Dead, obviously there is no problem with the soul and body, why is there still death? They just separated. But to reintegrate them and assemble them perfectly, it involves the concept of life mentioned by the Life School. They believe that there is actually a third unobserved substance between the body and the soul. It is the existence of this substance that allows simple carbohydrates and simple energy bodies to mix, giving birth to life. Death exists because this substance is sensitive and fragile, so it can easily disappear, and because it can't be observed, it can't be found. No matter how you assemble it, what you get back is just a bunch of materials with memory under the magic effect. Regardless of the soul, body, brain, which can store memory alone, the wizard world also knows this. Therefore, even if the necromancer masters all kinds of resurrection, and even death and resurrection spells, who can prove that the resurrected you is not a zombie puppet that retains memory under the influence of magical effects, but a true life? Right. By the way, the School of Life is a branch of the School of Necromancy that was born more than 7,000 years ago, and now it is a self-contained system. It's just that the Necromancy School is still interpreting death, and the Life School is studying life. The 2 dislike each other. All in all. Because it can't be assembled perfectly, so the mage must rely on strong mental power to cast magic to forcefully correct the synchronization rate of the dead material body and soul. It's the same thing with the TV screen. You must have a strong arm first. Then there is the second way. The goal naturally comes with a powerful and bright soul, and has a strong obsession with life. The simplest example, grieving ghosts. The unwillingness before death and the attachment to life solidified their soul core in an instant, leaving behind the purest emotions, which are often diverse and varied. The stronger the soul, the more emotions it retains, and the clearer the consciousness. Crow, of course, died desperately. Loet did not see through the puzzle. He lost without regrets. And there is no strong soul to support him to remember the world. It is not a question of determination, but a question of soul strength. It's not that if you don't bend the waist for 5 buckets of rice, you won't die from starvation. Well, one step counts as one step. If it were to directly create a Black Knight at the level of the Black Dragon Lord of the Last World in one step, Loet would also worry about whether he could control it or not. The rules of the undead are sometimes simpler than the beasts. The strong are only worthy of the strong. The level of wisdom determines the level of undead creatures in the eyes of the wizard. Obviously, the undead themselves do not recognize this distinction. Roar! At this time, a low growl attracted Loet's attention. He looked up and saw that the zombie puppet, who was tied to the top of the mast and used as a watcher, had a twisted face, his lips turned up and his white teeth were exposed, staring into the distance. A living person approaching. Look to give the child to Greedy. Looking in the direction, Loet's mouth curled up. Laughter, I won't be too bad luck. Chapter 38. Just now, I was still thinking about how to leave the Black Knight after the production was completed. This is not a chance. In the distant ocean, a sailing ship with a black pirate flag slowly slowed down, then turned the bow and approached him. The Navy blocked the news. In the eyes of outsiders, after Crow's arrest, there are only remnants and defeated generals left in the Black Cat pirates. Stepping stones. Sure, this is the Baiji Braco number. On the deck of the pirate ship, the big pirate Pluto, who is the captain, puts down his single-scope telescope, his face is full of flesh, and he looks at the deputy captain and staff who is only up to his waist. Should not, it must be. The deputy captain of the pirate with messy hair hurriedly changed his words under the fierce gaze of Pluto, and said, except for the Black Cat pirates in the East China Sea, no one likes to transform the bow into a black cat. They must be right. Hey, it's better. Pluto snorted coldly, and the fat on the upper body trembled like waves in this movement. Being fat is not a problem, but it is also a skill to be fat enough to make the fat silky and shake like water. As a pirate who went to sea for 3 years and offered a reward of only 3 million Baileys, the Plutos are tall and ambitious, but they are not well known and even ridiculed and overpowered. Therefore, after seeing the 100 counter Braco, I was ablaze with jealousy. Why? A pirate group whose captain was arrested is more famous than Lao Tzu? Come on! Kill them all! There was no need for negotiation, the pirates were awe-inspiring and not benevolent. Thinking of the fame brought by the destruction of the Black Cat pirates in his own hands, Pluto excitedly sprayed white smoke from his nostrils. The deputy captain intentionally stopped, but did not dare to speak. He turned his head and looked at the Baiji Braco, which was quietly floating on the sea, with doubts in his eyes. Strange, why can't anyone see? Haven't heard that the new captain Zhang Jiao abandoned this ship? I remembered the second thing. One Piece's latest story announced the 4 emperors' rewards, 5 billion Whitebeard, 5.5 billion Roger, 4.6 billion Kaido, and 4.3 billion Big Mom. But this is not the point now. The editor informed me that there was a problem with the title of the book, so I changed it to The Black Earl of Pirate. The introduction barely passed the test, so it was also revised. There can be no natural disasters or undead. Ah, this wave of mentality exploded. The necromancer of Pirate World said more questions. For the sake of such a poor tree, I would like to count votes, collect points, ask for rewards, and ask for MWay. Thank you everyone. From the slow signing of the contract to 2 weeks of no recommendation, to the chapter title being swallowed and now the title of the book is gone, so many disasters. Chapter 19, The Undead Out of the Coffin. King Dang. The 2 pirate ships slowly approached. At the moment they passed by, Pluto had already prepared, and the sailor threw the hook and lock and set up the bridge with the Baiji Braco. Kill. Come with me. Kill them all and rob them of their treasures. An unclothed pirate jumped over the middle ocean, flapping his ribs and shouting chants, flooding the deck like locusts. As the distance approached, Pluto also found strange places. Really, no one can see it. But he only thought that the other party was either afraid of hiding in the cabin, or hiding in the dark, ready to set the fire to inflict serious damage on them. Having been a pirate for 3 years, Pluto still has this command experience. So he stood on his own deck, letting his men charge, watching them rush through the rocker, onto the deck, and into the cabin. Then, "Captain, there is no one inside." The fastest pirate rushed out from the other end of the cabin and buckled his head strangely. "But the kettle in the kitchen is still hot, and the food on the table is only half eaten. There are traces of inhabitation, but no one is found? What's happening here?" Pluto's eyes widened. "Really nobody? It's a ghost ship." Suddenly, the deputy captain screamed and frightened him. Those who seek life on the sea have more or less heard of the legend of the ghost ship, and looked at it with a glance. These gazes reflected strange light in the sunlight, and the deputy captain swallowed. It must be the ghost of Crow staying on the ship. He didn't want Zhang Jiao to be the captain, so he killed them all. "Shit!" snapped. The thick palm of his hand slapped the deputy captain's face, spitting blood out of him, and pressed him against the cabin wall, full of gullies. Pluto stared with a pair of bull's eyes. CLO was arrested alive. "I saw him being sent to the streets of Rogue Town with his own eyes, a ghost." After that, Pluto glared at the trembling crew and directed angrily. "Put all the treasures on the ship, and then light it. Since it won't come out, just wait for it to become a ghost." "Oh! The captain is mighty." There is nothing better than a fierce captain to appease the suspicious pirates at this moment, and the noise is deafening. Chapter 39. Pluto's expression remained unchanged, accepting the admired gaze, but he was distressed privately. Damn, what if they abandon this ship? He didn't want to let go of this heaven-sent opportunity. Claiming to the outside world that he killed the Black Cat pirates? Wouldn't it be laughed at if the real Black Cat pirates appeared one day? It's not that this kind of thing has never happened before, and there is no bad person among the pirates. At this moment, the deputy captain who should have passed out staggered up, his hands drooping and his back bent, making his expression unclear. Pluto heard the movement and turned his head. "Hey? You guy, when did you fight so hard?" This time he took a heavier shot. "I thought he would have to lie in bed for 3 days to wake up." Pluto was also scared before, so he made his hands a little heavier, but the expression on his face filled with fat was not so obvious. After a few seconds of silence, Pluto stared impatiently. "What's your question?" "Dumb." "Hey." The skinny deputy captain shook his whole body, then raised his head in the next second. He was right. "Guru." Pluto swallowed. Although the deputy captain was talking, his eyes turned up to the limit, no blackness was visible, and only bloodshot eyes were covered in his hollow eyes. "What do you mean?" "Ah." A weird smile appeared, and the deputy captain gave a word. "I was on that ship before." The biting chill brushed all over his body like a brush. Pluto's pupils dilated and his whole body got goosebumps. "What me?" The deputy captain had only said one person before, 100 tactics Crow. "Now, I'm on your boat. Pretend to be a fool." In extreme fear, Pluto exploded in anger. He slammed his scimitar and slashed at the deputy captain. Squeak! Boom! What happened? No, it's the voice from the captain. The quake alarmed the pirates searched on the Beiji Braku. They ran up to the deck, and then saw the captain Big Pirate Pluto holding the slashing posture, panting heavily. Blood splattered his face. On the front deck, the body of Deputy Captain Marcy was divided into 2 pieces. "This. Pirates, look at me and I look at you, all at a loss." The boss killed the second in command. Why? Deputy Captain Marcy did a good job except for not being able to fight, otherwise Pluto would not be able to support such a big boat at all. Treasure would have been drunk by him a long time ago. Are you finally unable to bear it? Different from the surprise of the pirates, at this moment, Bruto's eyes are full of fear, and the cold sweat on his fat face is swish. He felt it, there was something around. In the pool of blood where the deputy captain fell, there was a brand new footprint that did not belong to him and Marcy. And from time to time, there was a knife-like sight around him, which made him feel a tingling faint. Ghost! Finally, he screamed out, and the smelly liquid dripped from under the crotch and dripped along the trousers. On the deck of Beiji Bulekyu, the pirates looked at the trembling, crying, wet crotch fat in disbelief, and fell into self-doubt for a while. Fake, right? Captain him. Was scared to pee your pants. Wait, it seems that this is not the point. Ghost. Fear is contagious and does not need to be deliberately controlled by a necromancer. Creatures with high-level thinking skills can make themselves brain-filled, and they can scare themselves out of trouble. Quick, get out of here. There are ghosts. Regardless of the captain's words, the pirates suddenly went crazy and rushed back to their pirate ship. Some heavy treasures were also thrown on the ground, and they hated to have 2 feet long. But when he discovered this scene, Pluto had a hard time saying, "It's too late. That thing has arrived on their ship. The real safe position now is actually the Beiji Braku number. Tisk, it's boring to bully a fool." Chapter 40. Seeing this scene, Loet shook his head dissatisfied. Fortunately, he also prepared several small spells, but the opponent looked tall and big, with a height of 4 meters, but he was so courageous. Fortunately, you still call yourself a big pirate. You fell down before I could help. Then, he nodded with satisfaction. But at least it proves that the actual combat effect is in line with expectations. The sight that Bruto felt was there, but the tingling sensation was not an illusion. Crow, who was transformed into a black knight, disappeared with a spoon under Loet's order, and then little by little, like the best surgeon, along the lines of the muscles, accurately, slowly removing his flesh and blood. The tingling sensation he felt was actually the last signal sent out before the nerve endings detached from the center. As long as the speed is fast enough, the person whose head is beheaded will not even realize what is happening, and will lose his life without pain. In the same way, as long as the speed is fast enough, it can be done without letting the flesh and blood fall off. Take advantage of your head and not pay attention. The ability to accurately hit the target during the continuous use of silent steps is the greatest achievement of the Black Knight transformation. Coupled with the natural immortality of undead creatures, nowadays, Crow will not easily fall into a disadvantage against elite generals from the Navy headquarters. Human physical strength has limits, and human body has limits. The undead didn't, and the Black Knight didn't. As long as Loet is willing, he can make Crow disappear in front of the world for a day and night. That's it, it's just that the current level of the Black Knight is low, and joint wear must be taken into consideration. With the spells and combat literacy mastered by Shang Luoyit, there will be battles in the future, which is really a lot easier. Talking. Hey! After removing the concealed magic nihility from his body, Loet appeared directly on the opponent's pirate ship. He glanced at the pirate who was stunned beside him, and asked, "Where is your navigator?" "Yes. In the back, in the cabin." "Really? Thanks." Dispelling the black vortex in his eyes, Lo headed towards the cabin. Halfway through, he suddenly realized that he turned his head back. "Oh yes, you can't let you see my face. I will pay attention next time. After all, continue to turn around and move forward." "Next time? Why is there next time? What will happen next time? Who else are you?" Several pirates came back to their senses and were about to open their mouths. Suddenly, the sound of the wind blew, and the pieces of meat flew. "Wow! Rustle. The small deck instantly turned into a purgatory on earth. I did not hear the screams, only the sprayed blood turned into a rain of blood and pattered and soaked the deck. The scarlet bone sculptures with no flesh and blood kept their movements in front of them, still on the deck. At the very center, Pluto kept a satisfied smile on his face, quietly closing his eyes. Finally, freed. Wow! Large pieces of flesh and blood smashed into foam slipped from him, starting from the neck and descending. The bones were thick. Only the chubby head remained intact. But with the naked skeleton frame, the scene is indescribably weird. Hey! The rhythm under the blood rain seemed to be chaotic for an instant. Something disappeared at the hatch. He lowered his head and took a closer look. The wet blood-red footprints all the way forward, spreading to the deepest end of darkness. Thank you, book friends, for burying yourself with both hands, and the blue flame of fire for 100 rewards. Thank you for your support. The recommendation ticket is not to sing, but the recommendation ticket details in the writer's assistant are not known to be wrong. You can get a card at one point, and then you can get a flashback. Chapter 20, The Wrongdoer, the Debtor. 1 month later, the East China Sea, the town of Shelters. In the 153 branch adjacent to the town, the colonel's office has a dignified atmosphere. Looking at the expressionless Monka on the seat, Lieutenant Colonel Jody whispered. Colonel, news just came from the 173 branch. Well, did they find it? Jody hesitated and shook his head. No. That must be dead. Lieutenant Colonel Clemens interjected loudly, and the sound echoed in the small office, making people's eardrums sore. It takes only 3 hours before and after, even if there is a ship, it can't be far away. Now that the forces that have gathered more than 20 branches in the East China Sea have not found it for a month, it can only show that he was killed by a third party, and the body is sunken in the sea. Lieutenant Colonel Clemens had no scheming, but fortunately, he had no scheming to say what he thought of. Therefore, Monka never regarded him as a threat, and after hearing this, he seriously considered this possibility. It can't be said so absolute. For a long time, he raised his eyelids and passed it through his iron chin, his voice filled with inexplicable chills. Don't forget, how the above warned us about such a big problem in a row. Chapter 41. In Lovett's matter, there is no third possibility. Lieutenant Colonel Jody. Jody shivered when he heard the words, and lowered his head not to look at Monka. Exist. You are solely responsible for this matter, do you understand? Even if the dead body is sunken in the sea, you have to get his body out. Sure enough. Jody looked bitter, but did not dare to complain. Clear. Clemens. What's the matter? Monka twitched his eyelids and said, Thank you, Colonel Mouse, for me. Bring a gift later and visit him. We will take care of the next thing. That's right, Colonel Mouse has also put a lot of effort into the search area that is clearly not their responsibility. Lieutenant Colonel Clemens nodded and said something that normal people can't say. That's not called effort, it's called fishing power. I found him to get a share of the pie. Menka didn't call himself to remind him, Hey, brother, you've gotten over it. But Clemens obviously didn't know this, and regretted, It's a pity, the guys in the 16th branch are actually very hard-working, but that's okay, they shouldn't have so much spare time to come out to find someone recently. Monka frowned, Why? What happened to the 16th branch? Oh, such a colonel. Clemens looked up at him, I ran into their ship the other day while patrolling outside. They heard that there was another ghost ship collision incident, and they hurried back. The ghost ship crash event. Monka thought for a moment, and then suddenly, are those unmanned pirate ships hitting ports and merchant ships? Yes. Starting half a month ago, a caravan ship returning to the Kingdom of Goa along the route encountered a pirate ship. At that time, they immediately notified 16 nearby branches and waited for rescue. However, the expected attack did not come. On the contrary, there was not a single pirate on board. In the middle of the night, the sea was completely dark, with no lights or shadows visible. In fear, the pirate ship approached all the way, just like that. Hit it straight. Turning the 16 rescue units that were supposed to fight the pirates into real rescue units, the life-saving boats were full of caravan members who fell into the water. This is a trivial matter. It seems happy to be a pirate, but there are many enemies. The navy, bounty people, other pirate groups and even vengeful lunatics who hate pirates, etc. The base of going to sea is so large, so many pirates are exterminated. It couldn't be more common. Otherwise, how did so many gossip about ghost ships come from? But a few days later, another pirate ship hit the port of a certain town in that sea area, and things became weird. There are no corpses, and no figures can be found. There was no trace of fighting on the boat, but the warm water bottle and half-eaten food all proved that something was still living on the boat not long ago. Unable to find the answer, anxiety converged among the people. The 16th branch hurriedly stood up and said that this was the handwriting of a pirate who did not want to be named, and had warned the pirate, and the other party promised not to commit the crime again. The same thing cannot be said to be non-existent, and the probability is not even low. The 16 branches have not taken it seriously, thinking that there will not be a third time. Then that same day, the third ghost ship appeared. Yes, at this time, the people have believed that these are real ghost ships. Otherwise, how do you explain that the blue sky and white sun are in full view of the navy, with the warm kettle and half-eaten food on board? That is the port of your navy. Does anyone take the opportunity to escape without knowing? The trouble was someone else's, and Munka was not moved by it, and after asking if there were no bloodstains on the ship like the desert island that day, he stopped asking. This is the fourth one, right? The hatred with the pirate is not small. Menka also tended to be a pirate who did this, but the other party never came to receive the bounty, so he couldn't sit back. More than that, it's the ninth one. Lieutenant Colonel Clemens shook his head. So many. Everyone was amazed. Everyone is tired, and the 9 pirate groups have been wiped out in a row, 1 in 3.5 days on average, without taking a break? This is not even looking for time. In just 1 month, will you not be afraid to die of the pirate group that borrowed from the Navy branch? There are only a dozen in total, right? Isn't it? Clemens shook his hand. Anyway, the internal situation of the 16th branch can be imagined. After throwing the black pot to the pirates at the beginning, it is impossible to pretend to be credit. Chapter 42. The number of pirates in that sea area has indeed decreased, but more people have left their homes, for fear of being cursed by the ghost ship. This Clemens really dare to say anything. Menka twitched his eyelids and coughed lightly. Okay, leave those alone and deal with our own troubles. Kelly Mans, you go now and see if you can help me. Since the mouse dared to reach out, why can't he reach out? Clemens was taken advantage of without realizing it, and he stood up and saluted. Yes. Jingle bell. In the night, a small boat docked at the port of Schultztown. In the microwave rippling, a man wearing a hat jumped off the boat, took out the rope, and tied one person to the pier on the pier in a small boat. He tied the boat in a weird posture, squatting down, like Asa with inconvenient hands and feet. But not many people noticed this scene, and they didn't care. The night was getting darker, and everyone was anxious to go home to sleep. Jingle bell. A bell was tied to the bow of the boat, and the sea was slightly swayed, and a dark figure emerged from the water, causing the bell to ring constantly. Hearing the melodious bell sound, not far away, the boatman who was busy tidying up his fishing nets had his eyelids sinking, and his head drooped after a while, making a snoring sound. It works well. Seeing this, Lovett nodded with satisfaction, took the bell handed by the Black Knight and held it in his hand. Then go ahead. 2 figures walked one after the other towards Schultz, and after every 3 steps, Lowit shook the bell and chanted an obscure spell. Invisible and intangible mana fluctuations are transmitted along the sound waves. The small town of Schultz is not big, and the bells are carefully selected by him. Every street he walks through, a large number of residents fall into a deep sleep. If you are wronged, you have to thank Dr. Dunn. It was his courage to calmly welcome death, which gave you a glimmer of life today. Death is not terrible. But few people do it. Each one is precious and worthy of the respect of the necromancer. Jingle bell. The ringing sound echoed in the town. At the same time, at the rear dock, the undead walked out of the sea, walking neatly. Holding a mess of weapons dripping into the sea, he set foot on this piece of land belonging to the living. The depressive roar rose and fell, but the residents of the small town who were sleeping did not know that an army of undead was passing by outside their house. Look at that number, more than 300. This shows where Lowit went this month. As a Navy branch, 153 must have someone responsible for night guards. 2 soldiers were leaning against the wall and taking a nap. Suddenly, a piercing ringtone echoed in his mind, stirring endlessly. This makes the town residents fall into a deep sleep with the sound of bells, but they have a dilapidated headache. Woke up in shock. The 2 soldiers looked at the figure wearing the hat under the dimly yellow street lamp in the street ahead, and the dense figure behind him that was dark, invisible, but silent, and their hairs stood upside down. Who? Come and get back the one thing I left here. Hearing this, Lowit took off the hat, her long hair covered her cheeks, and she couldn't see her face clearly. What? The soldier replied, thinking for a while and wondering, you can pick it up tomorrow. You won't deal with official affairs so late. No, it's not a business, it's a private business. Lowit stepped forward, apparently unarmed, but let 2 soldiers holding guns close to the wall. Last time I left, I forgot to take your lives. Hearing this sentence, a soldier's pupils suddenly tightened, his face flushed, and a syllable was squeezed out of his mouth. Enemy. Pouch. The voice stopped abruptly, and a long black figure of Xin appeared in the center of the main entrance of the branch. On the left and the right, he pinched 2 human heads whose eyes were slowly dimming, and asked him to look down. Looking at the left and right, the headless corpse spurted blood from the neck, staining the wall red. The black word justice dyed red. In this way, it's much pleasing to the eye. The hat lifted up, and then waved forward. Roar! An angry roar resounded across the night sky, and a head of zombie puppets broke away from the shackles and rushed into the 153 branch with a strong hatred for the living. I'm finally going to recommend it tomorrow. The general process of the web page is to test the water. I hope that the results will not be too much. Only a few hundred collections have been made. Dashu is so cool. Seeking recommendation, seeking collection, all kinds of requests. Chapter 21, Revenge on Justice. If only he was ordered to be arrested, Lovett would not think of revenge on the entire 153 branch. People are like snakes and scorpions. Unexpected or unexpected, anger becomes undesirable. However, through the story of the navigator, Lowit was surprised to find that Monka and others had nothing to do. There is no doubt that the Navy headquarters is not only preparing to suppress his existence, but also thinking of suppressing the problem of Monka, even at the expense of exchanging benefits with the Goa Kingdom to reach a consensus. Chapter 43. Just a mere Menka, not enough for this qualification. The name of the Navy is Anshan and General Trend. With the rumored reputation of the wise general of the Warring States period in China and Buddhism, Lovett believes that the Navy headquarters will not fail to see the truth. So the answer is obvious. Bringing great righteousness to killing the good people and justice, what a high-sounding word. Justice is like snow, and the truth is clear. But the justice that can be seen is as dark as ink. If this is the case, I ask you all to dedicate your heart to justice, in the name of full loyalty. He is not going to avenge Monka, nor is he going to avenge the 153 branch, but to declare war on that ridiculous justice. Jingle. Toot. The sound of weapon fighting, police whistle, and screams resounded through the 153 branches. Rumble. The armory was detonated by a suicide attack by zombies, blazing flames illuminating the night sky, and also illuminating the hideous and terrifying faces of the zombies. Pouch. Monka woke up from his sleep, too late to put on his clothes, wielding an axe to smash the undead in the way, and all the way to the square. You. Looking at the soldiers running around in a hurry, Monka grabbed one and asked, "What's the matter? How did the enemy get in?" "I don't know." The soldier shivered, turned his head to look at the enemy roaring in the fire, and shivered. "Colonel, they are not people, they are monsters." "Shit monster." Monka knew that he couldn't ask anything, so he threw him away and turned around. "Guru. Lieutenant Colonel Alva." It was only then that Monka finally saw the faces of the undead, who happened to be an acquaintance. During his second-class period, he was in charge of the boss of his boss, Lieutenant Colonel Alva. In an instant, a chill rushed from the crotch to the brain, spreading along the spine. Monka finally understood why the soldiers were chased by the enemy without an effective resistance. Even if it was attacked, it shouldn't be so unbearable. Now he understands. When the dead stand in front of you again, even your most familiar brothers, companions, and officers, the strangeness is more terrifying than any excitement. Roar. Lieutenant Colonel Alva did not recognize his former subordinates, let out a roar, raised the rusty iron sword that was about to be sharpened, and snapped it off. The sound of the wind awakened Monka and wanted to raise his axe to fight back, but with cold hands and feet, he could hardly use half of his strength. He can only tilt his head and roll in embarrassment. Boom! The rust sword knocked out a knuckle-long diamond-shaped trace on the slate of the playground, sparks splashing everywhere. If this sword hits, Monka will not die or be disabled. "Colonel, be careful!" Several soldiers rushed over to surround Monka, and the anger from the crowd dispelled a bit of fear. Looking up, looking at a soldier outside the protection circle at Lieutenant Colonel Alva, the monster screamed and fell to the ground with a swipe of the monster, and Monka took a deep breath. Escape. Must escape. Only when the dead are resurrected, he still has the courage to fight. In order to keep this position, he has committed too many unforgivable mistakes, and he is never allowed to give up unless he is forced to do so. But the strength of these monsters is extraordinary, and the number is only a lot more than them, and the overall strength is far higher than that of the branch soldiers. There are only two roads. Either concentrate their forces and fight to the death, or take advantage of the fact that the undead are chasing around and have no time to pay attention to him, and take the opportunity to escape. Are you a hero for a minute or a bear for a lifetime? Fuck him for heroism. Survival is the winner. Thinking of this, Monka turned around and ran, ignoring the soldiers in front of him desperately resisting the attack. Hearing the movement, they turned their heads and looked at the back of Monka running away. Several soldiers were stunned for a second. "Colonel." Pouch. The sword of vengeance tore the air, and blood stained the clothes. Until they fell down and died, the eyes of these soldiers were also filled with incredibleness. They did not feel fear of death, but were puzzled as to why the colonel would abandon them. Shouldn't it be like this? Didn't he arrest Crow's battle hero? Well, I can smell resentment. Holding the bell, Lowit strolled in the noisy playground, like walking in a quiet moon garden, not a slaughterhouse. Looking back at the black smoke oozing from the 7 orifices of a soldier's head, Lowit's mouth cocked. Chapter 44. The big waves are scouring the sand, no matter how small an individual is, as long as there are enough, aliens will be born. That is the black smoke of the soul that is invisible to ordinary people. The solidified soul core retains only a little emotion, and at the same time quickly disintegrates, removing all unnecessary impurities. Impurities belonging to people. Unfortunately, the strength is limited, and the transformation will inevitably fail. Also, since you want to know the answer, then I will help you. After stopping, Loet put his palm on his forehead, the bell was hung on the tiger's mouth, and he sang softly. Boom! The battlefield is changing rapidly, so you can't be careless. With such a God-given opportunity, the lingering soldiers did not give up. Major Aiden had already noticed Loet walking idly behind the zombies. He held a musket at the window on the second floor and aimed for a long time. At this time, he pulled the trigger. Loet? I didn't expect it to be such a terrible guy. Major Aiden's mouth cocked. But as long as you kill you, all the credit is mine. Lieutenant Colonel Geordie did not work well, Colonel Monka ran away in fear, and Clemens was not there at all. It was he Aiden who turned the tide and saved the branch from the fire. He is bound to win this shot. Colonel Skinner can cut off his arm, why can't I? He had already seen the picture after he accepted the award and put on the colonel's badge. However, at this moment, ding! It seemed that something was drifting by, whether it was the wind or something. Aiden Yugwang had been locked in Lovett, and found that 3 meters away in front of him, a cluster of sparks sputtered in the air, making a crisp sound. What? His pupil shrank. The bullet was blocked? But what is blocking it? There is obviously nothing in that area. In the next second, he had the answer. Hey! The black phantom suddenly appeared, knees squatting on the edge of the window. The drooping face and shattered hair made people confused, but Aiden couldn't be more familiar with the 5 stainless steel claws that the opponent's left hand buckled into the wooden windowsill. Gram! Hey! Gee, cough cough cough! Puff! With an expression of horror on his face, Aiden clutched his torn neck and fell to the sky. At the same time, Loet's singing ended. Jingle bell! The crisp ringtone reverberated in the playground, whether it was a zombie puppet or an ordinary living person, stopped in this sound wave that shocked the soul. Afterwards, a corpse shook his fingers on the ground and got up. Then came the second and third. In the desperate and horrified eyes of the surviving soldiers, the fallen colleagues stood up again, but aimed their weapons at them. Necromantic skeletons are resurrected. If there is a corpse, use the corpse, if there is no corpse, summon from the necromantic world. Necromancers never fight alone. Go! The justice is the most poignant. Loet said softly. In the next moment, the resurrected zombie puppets roared and the tigers entered the flock. There is only one exception. Why? The swaying zombie's face was full of doubts, and he tilted his head in place, as if he had suffered a cerebral thrombosis. Why? With clear syllables in his mouth, he was maverick on this battlefield roared by the undead. Loet walked closer, resting his chin on his shoulder, and said in his ear. Yes, why? Jingle bell! Lifting the palm of the bell hanging, Loet pointed in the direction of the back door. Just ask him. Hearing that, the maverick zombie's eyes turned, seemingly gleaming in it. Yes, go find him, why? The soft whisper suddenly turned into a scream, he suddenly went mad, got down, using his limbs like a beast, and rushed out. Ehavia's skeleton resurrected. Chapter 45. Created by Ehavian Wraith. Ah! Wraith Zombie! Now there is a good show to watch. Loet took out the camera phone worm he got halfway and threw a vegetable leaf. Although the little guy with the black line on the orange shell does not have any interest in eating at this time. Hey! Stepping forward, a sound of wind blew, and the Black Knight appeared behind Loet. No matter what evil thoughts the owner has, it has only one thought. The master's will is above all else. Chapter 22, The East China Sea Shakes. Puff! Fleeing in embarrassment, Monka smashed the thin wooden fence and fell into the dirt. It was only then that he was a little awake and looked up at his surroundings. Here it is. The gloomy land was shimmering in the moonlight, and a whitish tombstone stood quietly in front of him. The guard hut was dark, and the little old man who always sat under the dim light and read the newspaper didn't know where he went. Here is the cemetery in the small town of Schultz. Guru. The gloomy cemetery was secretive and silent, and the land belonging to the dead reminded Monka of the chasers behind him. He swallowed and stood up with his hands supporting the soil. Looking at the guard hut, there seemed to be something watching him in the dark room. Forced to press down on the urge to investigate in the past, Menka wiped sweat and dirt on his clothes, and clenched the handle of the axe. It should be safe here, right? At this time, Monka had already figured out that it must be the effect of some kind of devil fruit. Otherwise, there are dead souls at work. As the Navy, they might not have encountered it. Only the Devil Fruit Illustrated book, which is updated every year, can prove that there are still many unknown devil fruits in this world. The appearance of the undead is incredible, but the form of existence does not exceed the scope of understanding. Apart from other things, the myths and 3 Navy generals in the minds of almost all navies, the natural devil fruit they hold, and the principle of the ineffective physical attack, are many times weird than the undead. And since Lieutenant Colonel Alva is there, this cemetery is already empty. Monka found a soldier's tomb buried after the last tragedy, and slashed the tombstone with an axe. Click! 3 times, 5 times, and 2 were torn apart the soil that buried the coffin. Looking at the dark wooden coffin, Monka took a deep breath and kicked it up. Puff! The rancid smell came out immediately, disgusting. Looking at the half-decayed corpse and the faintly visible appearance of the corpse before birth, Menka's face turned pale. The crawling insects made the corpse's expression alive, as if to say, is it surprise or surprise? Boom! 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 At this time, the dull impact sound intensively hit, and there was no time to think about it. Monka clenched the axe and turned around. Why you? He had a vague impression of the visitor, who was one of the soldiers who had just helped him withstand the enemy's attack. At this moment, the opponent stood in front of the broken fence in the cemetery, tilted his head and motionless. The moonlight shed from behind, pulling out a long shadow on the ground. Monka breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he was an acquaintance. Are you the only one to escape? That's all. Sitting next to the grave, Monka slammed his axe. Don't say anything, it's nothing to be embarrassed. In the face of those monsters, it is human nature to be afraid. This is not abandoning comrades in arms. We can only avenge them if we live. Later, you and I will go around the branch from the back mountain, find a boat to go out to hide for a while. As long as we contact other branches, we will be safe. At that time, he raised his head and glanced at the other party. Are you still a second-class soldier? I was also a second-class soldier. The credit for arresting Crow was not enough to get me promoted to colonel, but considering the serious losses of the 153 branch, this is an unspoken rule within the Navy. As long as someone survives, then the position vacated by the dead will be selected first from the survivors. Perhaps the original intention of the Navy was good at first, so that the latecomers remembered that their peace today was the result of the pioneers' hard work. But to this day, this has become a shortcut for those greedy for wealth to eat buns with human blood. Perhaps, you can also be a major. From second-class soldier to major, one must cross the 8 ranks of first-class soldier, corps leader, sergeant, CAO Chong, warrant officer, second lieutenant, lieutenant, and captain. Monka didn't believe that the other party was not moved. However, the man remained silent, his eyes fixed on Monka, and he said nothing. Coupled with the silent tombstones around, the atmosphere is palpitating. Enough. Monka frowned. He said so much because the other party was desperately protecting himself and was loyal to him just now. Do you really think he likes to leave hidden dangers? Just dare to say a no. The handle of the axe turned, and the cold blade glowed coldly under the moon halo. Why? Suddenly, the other party issued a question that was as thin as a mosquito. Chapter 46. Monka was stunned. Why? The sound gradually amplified, making Monka feel that something was wrong. Why? The third sound turned into a piercing scream, the core of the soul exploded, and the sallow and filth of the impurity that represented the question flooded all over the body, and it was it. Completely wrapped. This is an abomination visible to the naked eye. How strong is the nostalgia for life before, how strong is the hatred of Monka at this moment? It yelled why, in fact, it doesn't even know what these syllables mean now. Seeing it rushing towards him on all fours, and after hanging down, there was a gap in the brain at the back of his head, Monka instantly numbed his scalp. No doubt. This is also an undead. I remembered saying so much to a corpse just now. Shame? No, all he has is fear. Go away. There was a sudden explosion, and the axe cut through the air and slashed heavily. Under the dual pressure of fear and death, Monka felt that his axe technique had gone a step further, and he felt a sense of constant strength without anything. But soon the opponent helped him prove that this was an illusion. K. This heavy axe hit the opponent's back fiercely, tearing the flesh and blood easily, but it made a crisp sound in front of the bones. It helped to incorporate the power of abomination into his bones and help him become a Buddha. Unconsciously, there was someone behind all this, and he didn't cut his opponent with an axe. Monka knew he was bad. As a standard short weapon, when the axe can hit the opponent's back, this distance is already quite close. Click. Opening his mouth wide, the wraith zombie bit Monka's waist severely, raised his head and tore it, tearing off a large piece of flesh and blood. Teeth are also bones, and even the spine has become so hard, it makes no sense where the teeth will be weak. Monka's eyes flushed with severe pain, he grabbed the opponent's shoulder and flicked it out. Puff! The wraith zombie hit the tombstone and made a sour muffled sound in his head. But the next second it immediately climbed up again and pounced on it again. It is a necromancer, and a necromancer does not need pain. The body does not warn, and the brain does not need to keep the body from collapsing. It will not stop attacking until every bone is destroyed. With hatred, go to bite, go to culling. Don't come here. Monka screamed in fright, and his kidney was almost bitten through. Humans had only felt the fear of being used as food in beasts. Today, however, it is more of the same. Under the moonlight, one person and one beast danced gracefully. The bloodshots were their strings, and the different roars were their accompaniment. In this empty and quiet cemetery, the soul-suppressing song called Revenge was played together. Very interesting, isn't it? Suddenly, an uncoordinated voice appeared in the center of the venue. Seeing that face, Monka's pupils tightened, and he couldn't help but stunned. It's you. Click. He was stunned, but the wraith zombie did not take the opportunity to bite up and tear open the trachea. With astonishment in his eyes, Monka was thrown to the ground by the wraith zombie, who was lying on his body, chewing, biting, and roaring like a very hungry mad dog. He wanted to completely hate the world. Vent it out. Obviously he is not a ghoul, but he has such a strong appetite. Ha 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 ha, this is more interesting. In the moonlight, the Black Knight stood in the distance with the phone worm trying to keep his eyes wide open in his hand, quietly watching his master standing next to the two corpses and turning over with a smile. The next day, the town of Schultz. Why did I sleep here all night? The fisherman who was putting away his fishing net stood up suspiciously, staggering under his feet, and almost fell into the sea. His legs are numb. Stomping his feet hard, he patted the dew on his body and sneezed. Autumn. A bad day. Whispering in his mouth, he threw the fishing net into the fishing boat and was about to go to the new doctor in the town to get some medicine. Since you haven't finished your fishing nets, don't even think about going out to sea today. As a resident of a small town with a naval branch and a family with surplus food, he still has the right to be willful. Back in the town, the medical hall did not open. The fisherman mumbled that the new doctor was so lazy, so he decided to go for breakfast first. What? Suddenly, there was a scream in front of him, making him tremble with fright. Chapter 47. What happened? He ran over quickly, and some residents on the road ran along the street with suspicious expressions. As Icelanders, they clearly know the truth that unity can survive. When they ran to the end of the street, in front of the 153 branch gate, the place was already full of people. Let me go over, I'm a doctor." The fisherman couldn't get in, so he screamed. Although he didn't know why he said he was a doctor. But the crowd was still buying it, and one after another gave way after hearing the words. With his old flush face, the fisherman cautiously walked to the front of the crowd and looked up. What? A worse scream burst out of his throat, and the fisherman's eyes went dark and passed out. No wonder, we'll give way to the doctor. Before fainting, the fisherman thought so. In front of the high tower with green stripes intertwined in the 153 branches, a corpse was nailed to the wall with wooden stakes, and the corpses were arranged into the chilling word justice in the bottom of my heart. In the morning light, those distorted and horrified faces were clearly visible, and I don't know what kind of fear they had experienced before death. A few days later, a shocking news spread throughout the East China Sea. 227 people from the 153 branch of the East China Sea Navy were wiped out overnight, and no one survived. Only Lieutenant Colonel Chrisman and a few soldiers who were ordered to leave that day survived. But strangely, in the town of Schultz, which is clearly next to the branch, the residents heard nothing all night, and even slept very sweetly. No pirate claimed responsibility for this matter, and no navy gave a reasonable explanation. Even the navy itself couldn't find the clue, and didn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, the entire East China Sea was panicked. Coupled with the more frequent ghost ship legends near the 16 branches, depression and fear converge in everyone's heart. Waiting for the outbreak. Recommended on, ask for a wave of votes. In order to compete with others in the same period, in addition to the number of collections, the most important thing is the addition of recommended votes. Everyone who has money is holding a money field, and those who have no money are holding a personal field. Thank you, Dashu. It took only half a month for the book to be published for the first time, which is really sad. Chapter 23, The Storm is Rising. Great Route, Navy Headquarters. Absurd. In the Marshal's office, the warring states slapped the table in anger, stood up and looked at the soldiers who came to report the situation. How can it be possible that there is no sound at all in a battle of more than 500 people? Continue to investigate for the old man. Yes. The soldier spoke of misery. Hearing that his legs were tight, he saluted loudly and ran out quickly. Waiting for the soldiers to leave, the anger on Zhenguo's face dissipated, and a tired face turned into deep wrinkles. Only one person has the motivation to commit the crime. Not far from her side, an old lady with thin body and grey hair put her chin on her hands and said, "Triangle spellbreaker, Loet. Justice? What a blood bun with a tiring body." The act of engraving justice on the wall with navy corpses all expresses the prisoner's mockery of the word justice. After the warring states period deliberately suppressed the evil done by Monka and others, it is hard to not think of Lovett, who has not heard from him so far. The role played by the Navy in this matter is not glorious, so the warring states period strictly ordered the East China Sea branch to arrest Loet. But what was waiting for was not good news, but a heavy and powerful rebuttal from the other party. This rebuttal is depressing. Not only makes them angry, but also makes them feel distraught. Well, having said that, how did he do it? The green pheasant rubbed his explosive head and said distressedly, according to the data, that Loet is not even a qualified soldier and has no property in his family. If he can form an army and destroy 153 branches, it's too far-fetched. No matter how weak it is it is a soldier. With more than 200 well-trained naval soldiers armed with weapons, thousands of peasant troops could not stop them. Only opponents of the same size and soldiers can kill them all without letting go. He has seen the layout of the 153 branch. There are 2 front and rear gates, which can be attacked and defended. The playground fence is not too big. Unless the gap is completely blocked and the playground is fully suppressed, no one can escape 1 or 2. The investigation results also confirmed this conjecture. The number of people who participated in the battle that night exceeded 500. Excluding 153 garrisons, the number of enemies exceeded 300. 300 vs 200. Occupying an absolute number advantage, the 153 branch that was attacked by the army has no backhand force. But because it was confirmed, it was incomprehensible. Little Lovett, how can he have this kind of ability? This power may not be worth mentioning when looking at the sea, and it is enough to shock the East China Sea, it is impossible to have heard of it. And the residents of the small town of Schultz didn't even hear a single movement all night. Chapter 48. The Green Pheasant didn't believe that the people who faced the Navy's inquiries from the entire town dared to unite and lie, so this was also a suspicious point. Unsolved case. A completely unsolved case. Including the old lady, the Chief of Staff of the Navy headquarters, and Lieutenant General Crane, the idol of the female soldier who enlisted in the Warring States period at the same time as Carp. Her reasoning is only based on motives. Crane couldn't understand this too. The East China Sea is weak, and there are not so many monsters as strong as the Great Root. But because of his weakness, this case is full of doubts. Don't act rashly, otherwise it will appear that our Navy is incompetent. Since Lovett can't be proved, then admit it truthfully. Compared with the impact of digging into this matter, it is not worth mentioning that no prisoner can be found. After a long silence, the Warring States period slowly spoke. Is the newspaper pressed down? Suppress it, Schultz town is not too lively. Crane replied. This matter cannot be completely blocked because there are too many insiders, but people are fickle, and time will erase everything. Just wait for the storm to pass. Except for the residents of the small town of Schultz, the world's attention will soon shift away and look for new sources of conversation. Let's do this, first set this matter as a pending case and inform the people. Then, Warring States raised his head and looked at the flying squirrel sitting at the other end of the conference table without saying a word. Smogner is going to sit in Rog Town, you know the situation best, go to the East China Sea for a trip. Flying Squirrel is one of the best veterans in the Navy, and only with him can the Warring States period be at ease. Even if Lovett can't find out everything, he still has to express the decision of the Navy headquarters to appease the people of the East China Sea. The Flying Squirrel was not surprised by this result. In the current situation, it doesn't matter whether Lovett did what it is. The 153 branch is indeed destroyed is the big thing. At this juncture, the group of pirates inevitably took advantage of the fire and robbed them, and must be punished. The head lieutenant general is also the Navy, there is no overkill, as long as there is a need, the general can be sent to the world. Clear. The Flying Squirrel took the order to leave, and the Green Pheasant waited a while and went back to sleep. Looking at the photo of Leela White, he was silent for a long time, and the Warring States period said, if you guessed it wrong. No, don't think too much. Before he finished speaking, he shook his head. I don't believe that the child's power will fall into this person's hands. This guy is more like his brother. Yes. The Warring States period was stunned for a second, looking at Lovett who was wearing a navy coat in the photo. The indifference mixed with the confident expression and the deep eyes that seemed to want to see through people really made him feel strange. Why don't I feel like it at all? The mystery of spells cannot be understood temporarily, and this is of course. Ordinary magic apprentices need to learn more than 10 years for the process of cognition of magic, and it is something to be proud of to be an apprentice to a mage before the age of 20. When the news was announced to the sea, the people of the East China Sea finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Navy dispatched a lieutenant general? This is incredible. Ordinary people in the East China Sea can't understand the concept of a general in this division, but through some generals from the Great Route, the power of flying squirrels makes them yearn for. That is the real backbone of the Navy. Even the execution of the One Piece Roger and other major events, except for the leader who is a general, escorted this group of people. For a time, the horror caused by the collapse of the 153 branch has not completely evolved into chaos, and the entire East Sea is silent and rumbling. At this time, the flying squirrel had just set off. The 16th branch sea area, Kokoyasi village, the area of evil dragons. Okay, how many times have I told you, I didn't do it? On the beach chair under the eaves, a blue-skinned murloc was impatient, showing his fangs. He is still in the enjoyment stage of ruling more than 20 villages, and when he is full, he ran to the waters next door to destroy 153 branches. Even if you want to take a human being. Guru. The narrow eyes of a beast turned. Isn't there a better choice? Beside him, Colonel Mouse, who was not standing as high as he was sitting, shuddered, then pursed his mouth and his beard turned up from side to side. That's great. This time the headquarter has issued a death order to ask us to cooperate with the investigation. It's not you. It's not you, and I will be able to get rid of our affairs. Oh. Worthy of being my good friend. The evil dragon smiled gloomily, and the murloc subordinates such as Zioba and Kroby beside him also laughed together. Will the dragon admit that a human being is his friend? What do you think about it? Chapter 49. The mouse knew this, so his expression was a bit awkward, but he didn't give up, and continued, but there is one more question. Oh. The dragon's expression was playful, and the laughter stopped. The flying squirrel came to investigate the murderer this time. The real purpose is to clear the pirates of the East China Sea, so as to soothe people's hearts. Even if I don't know, there are many people who know your existence. As the captain of the Dragon Pirates group with the highest reward in the East China Sea and a 20 million bounty, flying squirrels must take him if they want to stand up. Even if you don't tell me, you will get an informer if you ask casually about this kind of thing. Tisk, flying squirrel, it's a troublesome guy. The evil dragon remembered some bad memories, and then approached the mouse, and his sharp nose struck his face. But since you talked about it, you must be sure of it, right? Of course there is. The nose of the evil dragon is not good looking, it is as sharp as a dagger. The mouse swallowed and said, aren't you murlocs? The ocean is your home ground. As humans, we can't catch up with murlocs in the sea, and it makes sense. Puff ha 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 ha, not bad. It is impossible for humans to defeat murlocs in the ocean. The evil dragon laughed, then winked. Soon, the kissing murloc, one of the cotters, tweeted a suitcase over and put it on the table. Hearing the heavy noise of the suitcase falling, the mouse's eyes lit up. Then I beg you on this matter, Colonel Mouse. After all, the dragon pushed the suitcase forward. Don't worry, leave it to me. Waiting for the mouse to leave, the dragon stood up and walked slowly towards the pool. Brother, the mouse thought we did the ghost ship incident. Clubby put his arms around his chest, disdainful. At this time, I came to rip off, I must think they got a lot of treasures from those ghost ships. I don't want to think about it, since they came to the East China Sea 5 years ago, when did they dare not see anyone after doing something? I know, but it doesn't matter. Puff. The evil dragon jumped into the pool, moving lightly and smoothly, completely inconsistent with the appearance of his big muscles. Wow! After a few seconds, the dragon surfaced. Money is just a number to us, and if he wants to give it to him, he will be a dog. Afterwards, the evil dragon's expression cooled down. But it's unforgivable to make trouble on our side and set the blame on us. Compared to flying squirrels about to arrive in the East China Sea, the evil dragon cares more about the little thief. Intensify the search, and immediately notify me to break his bones by myself, understand? Yes. The collapse of the 153 branch seemed to have been suppressed, but a greater storm was gathering secretly. I have been busy on the cover recently, and now the starting point contract is not automatically posted. The last few artists have done a good job. Then Dasha found a picture by himself, but couldn't find the original author to authorize it. Go to TB, spend money to make an ugly sum. Only use the library of the writer's assistant, I will do my best. Chapter 24, The Undercurrent Surging, The Killing Intent of the Flying Squirrel. East China Sea, an unknown island. In the natural cave, the burning skull soul lamp illuminates the wall, and the dark shadows stand up along the passage, screaming from time to time. Flying squirrels are coming to the East China Sea. In the transformed stone room, Lovett stopped his movements and turned around curiously. Yes, it is. A withered-faced man lay on the ground, not daring to look up. This is what I heard from the town, and the newspaper has also confirmed it. After all, he took out a newspaper from his arms, walked forward cautiously on his knees, and handed it to the dark figure not far away. Hey! The next second, he was empty. The dark shadow had already taken the newspaper and stood in front of Lovett. After receiving the newspaper handed over by the Black Knight, Lovett quickly scanned it up and down, with the corners of his mouth cocked. I see. Excluding how the Navy confirmed that the collapse of the 153 branch was the prerequisite for him, just want to deal with him, there is no need for the Lieutenant General to act. Lovett never looked too high at himself, knowing how many caddies he was now. The flying squirrel came to the East China Sea this time. It was the Navy that saw the chain reaction of the massacre of an entire branch, and it sent it to the famous Lieutenant General's town. This kind of thing is rare even in the chaotic era of big pirates. The angry naval cavalry will definitely tear up all enemies who dare to hinder them at this moment. In other words, flying squirrels are here to kill people and establish their prestige. Chapter 50. There is not much time left for his preparation. You did a good job. Wanting to understand the problem, Lovett rolled up the newspaper. Speak up, what reward do you want? Don't dare. The man shivered and crawled to the ground. His name is Wallace, the navigator on the big pirate Pluto's ship. At that time, there were many pirates on the ship who were not combatants, but he was the only one who survived. Wallace knew why. In front of this adult who can control death, any carelessness of oneself can be fatal. Not arrogant or impetuous, not bad. Lovett smiled faintly, do things well. With me, as long as you work hard and earnestly, wealth, rights, and even immortality can be achieved. Just see, you are worth my shot. This is really not Lovett's bragging, the simple lifespan is the least difficult thing for the mage. The body can be replaced if the body is broken, and the soul can be supplemented if the soul is weak. As long as a mage is willing to take action, ordinary people can live as long as they want to live until they have a mental breakdown. The soul evolves to the stage of the official mage, and it has a longevity calculated in 1,000 years. The main reason leading to the death of the mages is actually despair. The existence of various ultimate puzzles not only inspires the wizards to move forward, but also shackles the end of the wizards, which is a heaven that can never be crossed. Facing the kind of despair of hundreds of thousands of years of pursuit, and wasted a lifetime, I thought that the book business was so angry at that time, the general old master would choose to retreat. With the help of the spirit of Morning Star. Dust returns to dust, soil returns to soil. Disperse your soul and re-enter the embrace of this world. And the necromancer is more sorrowful. Sudden style of painting.jpg. They will transfer to the underworld and experience a new period of life in a blank state with the help of Emperor Wushan. After all, for the necromancer, the world of the living is no different from the world of the dead. So someday Loet summoned a skeleton warrior who could use magic with a dragon Aotian template on his body. He really wouldn't be surprised at all. Habits become natural. Don't let the adults down. Immortality, what a great goal. Wallace trembled with excitement, and then slowly backed down on his stomach to the outside of the stone room, then stood up and trod away. Roar! The Black Knight let out a low growl, and the steel cat's paw embedded in the bone trembled. I know. IQ is flawed, but it doesn't mean that there is no thinking ability. As a biological transformation that verifies the research results of the necromancer, the Black Knight also has the ability to think simple and can evolve. He is reminding Lovett that living people are not credible. Everything has a shelf life, even more so in people's hearts. Lovett picked up the blood scalpel again and smiled. The part is broken, it's a big deal to replace it, how easy it is. After all, he pointed to the magic circle in front of him. Come on, go up and lie down. This time the enemy can swim, you have to be careful. This is the mountain behind an island in the 16th branch of the East China Sea. It is only half a day's walk from the village ruled by the evil dragon at the foot of the mountain. The world of wizards is a world dominated by humans. In addition, either undead elves or morning star spirits, orc dwarves are the products left by certain wizards. Coming into this world, is it possible to say that you are not interested in this species of murloc? 10 days later, the flying squirrel arrived in the East China Sea. Following him were a series of pirates who were in a line and escorted off the ship. Under the horrified gaze of the residents of Rogtown and the eyes of all parties, several large pirates with a bounty of more than 100 million yuan were dragged off the boat like dead dogs and thrown into the prison of Rogtown. The powerful moment of the Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel is impressive. Hundreds of millions. What is that concept? 8 zeros after 100 million. The pirates in the East China Sea who can offer tens of millions of rewards can be called a big man, and hundreds of millions are almost only in the legend. However, at this moment, under the gaze of countless people with their jaw dropping, not only one, but several hundreds of millions of pirates were arrested and brought to justice. Head Lieutenant General, terrible. You have caused me a big problem, Senior Flying Squirrel. Rogue Township Naval Station, meeting room. Smog's feet were on the table, 2 cigars dangling in his mouth, vomiting mist. A wild and unruly silverthorn hair, the navy uniform has been changed into a jacket, and the front of the shirt is wide open. With the black finger cots on his hand and the sea-floor stone 10 hands, he looks like a gangster rather than a soldier. This is the strongest serving navy in the East China Sea, and there is no smoke fruit-capable person, the white man Smog. He sits at the gate of the begin and end of Rogtown, where countless pirates who attempted to break into the Great Sea Route are smashed and settled here. The strong business ability has even led to the economic downturn of Rogtown and the closure of shops. 1 sheep is driven, and 2 sheep are freed. Pirate business is also business, isn't it? I believe you can clean them up, Small. Chapter 51. The Flying Squirrel shook his head when he heard the words, by the way, check if your strength has declined after so many years. The reward of over 100 million is also divided into grades. It is not enough to be afraid of a few stinky fish and shrimps that dare to come to him to trouble. Cut. Smog curled his lips without answering. As the proud man who came out of the recruiting barracks of the Navy headquarters, Smaller has his own pride. Even if he was sent to the East China Sea, he would never tolerate a pirate kicking his nose on his face. The words of the Flying Squirrel are obviously a radical approach. Then, where do you want to start? Turning his head and looking behind him, Da Psyche, who had been following Smog, agitated, put the piece in his hand in front of the Flying Squirrel. Alabaston and East China Sea again, I don't think you can rest this year, Senior. Call me Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. The Flying Squirrel glared angrily, then opened the piece. I'm not familiar with Donghai, for you. Dasky is all right. Under the gaze of the Flying Squirrel, Smog rubbed his hair with a headache and sat up. The most troublesome thing at the moment is that Lowit. The East China Sea is not like a great route. Just find an island here and we will find a needle in a haystack. Speaking of business matters, Smog's expression immediately became serious, and he couldn't see a trace of rascals. In addition, Crick is ranked second. It is said that he is recruiting troops recently and wants to form a large fleet to break through the blockade of Rog Town. Then there is the evil dragon of the Murloc pirates group that has disappeared for many years. It is a pure racist, lurking in the East China Sea with sinister intentions. Finally, Smog sneered, hundreds of Klaus who are not on the list, I always feel that he is neither dead nor dead. The Black Cat pirates also disappeared, which is disturbing. Small is not interested in whether the arrested Klo is real or not. He is more concerned about where Crow went than what Monka of the 153 branch did. If it weren't for Lowit to make a big deal, he is still being kept in the dark at the moment. It's the Navy's shame. When the two raised their heads, Da Psyche whispered and quickly bent over to apologize. Don't look at me, she followed up by herself. You know I'm not interested in managing too many trivial matters. Humph. The flying squirrel gave a cold snort and skipped the topic. Of these four, which one is most likely at the moment? That's the problem. Nothing is possible. Smog ignored the flying squirrel's sight and answered earnestly, I said Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, this is the East China Sea once they find a place to hide, unless you give me 100,000 army, otherwise it will be as difficult as the sky. With just one sea area, the East China Sea can crush a great sea route. These guys on the list, plus one more cunning, are about to become a new generation of Xiaoqiang with antibodies under the insecticide, which has repeatedly frustrated the Navy's search. It turned out to be so. The flying squirrel had a headache. He knew that the four seas were no easier to find people than the Great Sea route, but he did not expect that the situation would be so difficult in this field. Now that I can find Lowit at the beginning, apart from Lowit's young and inexperienced, the soldiers underneath have also worked hard. But suddenly, Small's topic changed. I have a gossip. The 16th branch has the least frequency of pirates in the waters. Of course, it is an external claim that the 16th branch is well managed, so that the pirates will not dare to make trouble. So they dare not come close. Putting his feet back on the table again, Smog spit out a smoke ring. Of course, this is gossip, not true. It can't be true. Smog was ordered to sit in the town of Rog, and he had no qualifications and no reason to intervene in the 16th branch because of a gossip. But that was before. Now, the flying squirrel is here. The marshal said before that the East China Sea is a temple demon with great wind and shallow water, which seems to be the case. The flying squirrel's face was cold, and a violent sword intent began to burst. Cut, it sounds like the depth of the water on the Great Sea route. Smog murmured and waved his hand, bye-bye, senior. I forgot yesterday, thank you book friend Lao Tai for your 1000 rewards, thank you for your support. Everyone, I have recommended it, and it seems that the recommendation is generally effective, so if you have a vote, please vote for it. Thank you, Dashu. Chapter 25, Breakthrough, Elementary Mage. The caverns are lined with zombie puppets guarding around the passage. The existence value of these low-level zombies is getting lower and lower, not only because of the birth of the Black Knight, but also because of their master, the soul is getting stronger and stronger. A scream resounded through the soul, and the zombie puppets lay on the ground one after another, and an emotion they couldn't understand forced them to kiss the soil, expressing surrender. Feeling this wave, the Black Knight slowly got up outside the stone and walked in. How long did I sleep? When he was repairing his soul, Lovett was in a deep sleep state, so he could not accurately judge the elapsed time. Handing a set of slim-fitting gown to the master, the Black Knight paused and groaned. 5 days. Chapter 52. Lowit took off his pajamas, straightened his hair in front of the mirror, and then the corners of his mouth cocked. Not bad. After a month of killing the pirates, plus the Navy souls taken from the 153 branch, hundreds of souls swallowed into the body, only digested for 5 days, this achievement is worthy of Lovett's pride. The flying squirrel rushed to the East China Sea to suppress the pirates, giving Lovett a sense of urgency. In front of the monsters in his memory, he was weak and could not fight back. Strength. He desperately needs strength. To achieve the purpose, for self-protection. Nowadays, the effort has paid off. After 5 days of adjustment and 5 days of digestion, the volume of the sphere of mental energy in the soul has increased more than 10 times. 5 days ago, it was as weak as a firefly, and after 5 days it had at least the brightness of an incandescent lamp. The recovery speed of the necromancer, who masters the soul-devouring method, is evident from this. As long as there are enough souls swallowed, even the soul fragments torn into thousands of pieces in the turbulence of time and space can be restored to heal. Those are just the general conditions of the soul being traumatized, and the recovery speed can be imagined. The skyrocketing spiritual power is just a representation. The spiritual power is the evolution of the soul, a measured unit of counting. What it really represents is the essence of the soul's continuous growth. If Lowett's strength was still at the threshold of a mage apprentice and elementary mage 5 days ago, now he has crossed that door and advanced to a formal elementary mage. Even if the wizard world cannot find a second elementary mage stronger than him, he is still an elementary mage. To become an official mage, the soul must be sublimated. In addition to the spell apprenticeship and mage apprentice, the masters familiar to the world are only junior master apprentice masters, official master scholars, and higher master masters. Titled mage and saint 10 belong to honorific titles and are not counted in the actual level. Ordinary mages are not used at all. The lich, who has lived for nearly 1,000 years, may be only one-liner stronger than the official mage standard. The path of magic research is long and full of thorns, and it can become stronger without hard work. Only those who are truly blessed and have chances against the sky can they step into the gate of the new world behind and be called the Great Master. It's rare to see that kind of existence for hundreds of years. Then when they are all unique in a certain way, strong enough to make the world afraid, and even the thought of looking up cannot be borne, they will get the title. Then, only when someone is the leader and the leader in the titled mage is eligible to join the Holy 10 Council. Holy 10 does not have to be 10 people, but there are 10 founders. Through the tens of thousands of years of history in the world of wizards, it is a drop in the ocean that can fill the age of 10 people. It can be seen from this that the formal mage is the first way to distinguish the genius from the mediocrity under the strict hierarchical system of the mage world. Soul sublimation is also the only criterion for mage to surpass humanity. Not to mention that with my current energy, I can't even see the door of the official mage anywhere. Lowett shook his head, no longer thinking about it. Anyway, only a few months after he came into this world, he has already surpassed the achievements that most mediocre talents need to put in a century of hard work. What's not satisfying? Rustle. A cloud of thick black smoke spread from the severed limb, spreading its teeth and claws in the air, and then under the restraint of mental power, it formed a dark arm shape extending from the severed limb. Necrotic magic wilts black sand. Lowett used this arm that could poison an adult with a single grain of black sand, took the top hat handed over by the Black Knight, and gently put it on the top of his head. Well, not bad. It's still more comfortable as expected. Looking at a slender man in a black gentleman's dress, black mantle on his shoulders, black thorny gloves, black top hat, pale face, black hair hanging down to his cheeks, Lowett nodded in satisfaction. The clothing is handmade by the Black Knight. As a modified body, he does not need much tailoring experience. He only needs to knit the silk threads into the appearance in the picture according to the order. The dress is not pure black, and the mantle buttons are golden gold, which is full of layers. However, under the background of Loet's inexplicably depressing temperament, these decorative colors have only one ending to be ignored. When the night falls, no matter how beautiful the crystal is under the sun, it will be dim after all. What's missing? Loet frowned slightly, and suddenly realized after a moment. Boom! There was a crisp percussion, and a cane covered with a golden ring appeared under his right hand, regardless of its material. This scene was like magic. Flap! The weak wind sounded, and a black raven flapped its wings and appeared on his shoulders. It has a pair of beautiful ruby eyes, shining bright red in the dark. This is all alive. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lovett was a little emotional. He dressed up for the first time in his life, in the early morning of the war against the magical empire of St. Oakland. At that time stood 7 black dragon lords behind him, and outside the window was an endless army of black knights. It was also from that day that the descendants of the founding empire and the hereditary aristocracy Earl Francis ceased to exist. In the horrified eyes of the world, only Earl Black and Francis Loet were left. But now, a semi-finished Black Knight, hundreds of cannon fodder tools outside. Triangle Breaker, what a name! Loet made no secret of his contempt for the aesthetics of the Navy, and made a loud voice, "Even if I fell here, I am also a titled Archmage, Black Earl. Black Knight." He turned, his face majestic. Roar! Chapter 53. I'm hungry. Roar! I slept for 5 days without dripping water, not starved to death. It is already a credit to magic. So, perhaps that is not the evil taste of the Holy 10 Venerables. Some pride will not change with the changes of the times. It is something that is carved in a person's bones, even if the soul is wiped out, it can't be changed. East China Sea, 16 branches. You mean, your colonel went out to catch the pirates? Can't you come back these few days? In the large office, the flying squirrel sat blankly in the main seat, looking up at a lieutenant colonel standing below. The lieutenant colonel's forehead dripped with cold sweat sticking to his hair, and he stood up and saluted. Yes. The colonel is distraught because of the ghost ship incident. He has been rushing at sea for many consecutive days and has not returned home. This time, he has been informed that he has rushed back as soon as possible, but the specific time has not yet been determined. Well, that's really hard work. A chill flashed in the flying squirrel's eyes, and then stood up. In that case, please follow me to stroll around here. Clear. The principal of the middle school breathed a sigh of relief and hurried out to make arrangements. Waiting for him to leave, the adjutant sneered and whispered. He will definitely not take us to the sea in question. The 16 branches of the management of the sea area said it was big and small, and no local people led the way. As the saying goes, the strong dragon can't overpower the earth snake. When the time comes, they can't tell right from wrong where they go. So, your task is very heavy. The flying squirrel loosened his fist, and a dried fruit was crushed into powder by him and slipped from his palm. Until now, I still have a little expectation of them. I don't want to believe that they, as the Navy, will be so bad. But if it is really verified and correct. Kang. 2 strokes of the 8-character who trembles slightly, without drawing the sword, a trembling stings the eardrum. Kill. The warring states sent flying squirrels to the East China Sea with a default attitude. As early as the day of the discussion, the warring states had already had a murderous intention, but the situation was still under control, so he did not move. However, immediately after the 153 branch was mysteriously slaughtered, it shocked the East China Sea. Under the fire, the balance was broken. At this time, it would be too stupid to think about turning one eye and closing one eye. Violence can't solve the problem, but it can solve the problematic people. As the Admiral of the Navy, even the innocent Loet can sacrifice, and the roots of these disasters will naturally not be merciful. Only one degree needs to be grasped. This is also his intention to send the veteran flying squirrel. You can't kill them all, otherwise the East China Sea will be chaotic. But we can't help but kill, we must kill 100. Chapter 26, Unexpected Visitors. In the forest, several murlocs with different skin colors carefully walked along the mountain. The hot and humid environment made their skin itchy and uncomfortable. Wow! One of the companions couldn't help it anymore, unscrewing the kettle and showering it all over. Roar! Comfortable! You use less, we will endure it. The companion hurriedly grabbed the kettle, shook it in his ear, and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, half is left. As murlocs, if they don't bring a little water in this deep mountain and old forest with few creeks, it's really harder than killing them. The reason why the boss of the evil dragon wants to establish a home in Kokoyashi village is that he valued a piece of solid sand near the ocean. Holding the water bottle, he turned to look at the villager leading the way, staring fiercely. Hey, human! How far is it? Just ahead. The villager's face was yellow and thin, and he shuddered when he heard the words. To the murloc with fangs and claws, he was as weak as a baby, unable to resist. Through this wood, you can see the beach. Hurry up and lead the way, don't dawdle. Yes. Several murlocs cheered up and walked in the forest. The ghost ship incident made the dragon very angry. He was not afraid of murder, but he couldn't accept that he helped others, especially humans. There are no other murlocs in the East China Sea except for himself. The evil dragon knows this very well. So an order was given that these compatriots who had problems in the evil dragon realm were sent out by him. No matter what method they used, they must find the prisoner. Several murlocs came to this village on the fringe under the rule of the evil dragon. I thought I would run for nothing, but I didn't expect someone to find an abnormality. Chapter 54. A few days ago, it rained heavily and the villager who went up the mountain to gather medicine was trapped on the mountain. Staying deep in the mountains at night is tantamount to hunting for death. There are many beasts in the mountains. So he walked towards the gravel area behind the mountain. There is a deserted beach, almost no one knows except for the locals, and the surrounding area is barren, not to mention wild animals, not even plants, so it can be said to be quite safe. But when they arrived, there was already someone who had taken the lead. A group of pirates gathered on the beach for a banquet. It seemed that it was not safe to go to sea because of the heavy rain, so they stayed here. Pirates are not a good thing. The startled villager ran away quickly, but under the support of fear, he ran all the way back to the village. He returned to the village and told the village chief about the matter. A group of sturdy and powerful people immediately set off and touched back to the beach to observe the situation, only to find that the group of pirates had disappeared. The bonfire was still warm, proving that he hadn't lied. But the strange thing is that the pirate ship stayed. How could a pirate abandon the ship? This is not a pirate. The surroundings are silent. The villagers watched carefully for a long time, and finally gathered the courage to go to the boat to explore. Still no one. Only the messy and greasy wine tables and the monks' hot food on the ship prove that there was something before. We had a banquet on this ship. Ghost ship. Thinking of the horrible rumors that had been circulating in this period of time, a group of people rushed back. Afterwards, even the boat is gone. No matter how they searched, the empty pirate ship evaporated and disappeared. I searched the entire beach, but I couldn't find any footprints left by anyone except them. The villager returned home again and fell ill and became unconscious. The villagers said that the pirates he saw that night were actually ghosts, and it was the ghosts who drove the pirate boat away. This story sounds terrifying to several murlocs, but they were born on the island of murlocs and have seen big scenes, so they agreed that the matter was a little strange. Perhaps someone deliberately creates a ghost ship to spread fear. I'm following here now to see if I can find any clues. Murlocs like water, not land. The group of people did not say a word, and walked hard in the woods like a leaky ball, through the bushes. Suddenly, the front suddenly opened up. Standing on a cliff 7 or 8 meters above sea level, Xiaowu, the leading Murloc, looked at the ocean with shock in his eyes. Unexpectedly, there will be such a natural harbor behind the village of Klar. It is not this search, and I don't know how long we will be kept secret, right? The terrain of this natural harbor is superior, whether it is to escape from the sea or to land and attack, it is uniquely endowed by nature. Great man! The villagers were taken aback, and hurriedly knelt down. This stretch of coast is going over the entire mountain, and the ancestors in the village will never fish for generations. We really didn't intentionally hide it. I know, I believe in you. Xiaowu smiled evilly, but the boss of the evil dragon doesn't believe it, it depends on your luck. After all, he and his companion looked at each other and jumped. The height of 7 or 8 meters is not worth mentioning to the Murlocs who can withstand the pressure of deep water. They are natural warriors with physical qualities that ordinary people can't reach. Everyone search separately, don't be careless. Ha 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 ha, maybe that group of people ran away early. I really ran away from the old dragon convention and killed us. Oh yes. That's good, ha 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 ha. Several people laughed indulgently, and landed on the beach puff, puff. In this sea area, they don't believe that there will be people who are opponents of Murlocs. As soon as he stood up from the beach, Xiaowu's eyelids trembled, and he turned his head abruptly, looking at the man standing at the entrance of the cave under the cliff on his right hand, raising his hand and stretching his waist, his expression changed suddenly. Who are you? In the face of these uninvited guests falling from the sky, Loet was also stunned, blinked and ignored it, and then asked. Is this the scenery you said is good? How expensive is a group of Murloc brothers wearing beach pants and looking weird? I held back for 10 days and came out to breathe, just to watch this scene? Roar! The Black Knight was very wronged. When he dug this exit, he didn't see anyone outside. Finally, the ghost ship is getting stronger and stronger, and the pirates have long been afraid to approach it. It's time to go out and wander around. Loet beckoned and looked at the fish people as if they were dead. Surround them. I want to live. Just rely on the 2 of you to surround the 4 of us? Xiaowu was stunned. Am I stupid or are you stupid? Still catching alive? Is it you? The real killer of the ghost ship? A Murloc showed disdain, just about to say something, suddenly, a palm stretched out from the beach and grabbed his ankle. What? Chapter 55. He was taken aback. Why is it so cold? With his strength restored to the elementary mage level, Loet will not deliberately create zombie puppets that can be made by spell apprentices. After all, it belongs to the lowest level of cannon fodder, and its use is really limited. But he would not deliberately reduce the number of zombie puppets. In the eyes of a necromancer, there is no difference between the dead and the living. With this group of zombies, the territory is more lively and more popular. Roar! A rotten and stench face came out of the yellow sand, and under the horrified gaze of the Murloc, he opened his mouth and bit on his leg. In an instant, blood splattered. What? Be careful, the enemy is under the beach. No, they are not humans, they are monsters. Watching hundreds of zombies get up from under the beach and surround the 4 Murlocs, Loet touched his chin. Red blood? If you remember correctly, they also have a genetic relationship. Is it really similar to the biological modification of the orc? The orcs in the wizard world are not the kind of guys with blue faces and fangs, but fox people, tiger people, bear people, ape people, and so on. It was an experiment produced by the Life School in order to prove that it can lead the Necro School and attempt to create life. If you have a little more personality in your head, I will doubt if any of the seniors came here to make the shot. Seeing these guys whose looks were closer to people rather than fish, Loet's eyes grew more interested. Fingers tremble slightly. The Black Knight serving by his side turned into an afterimage and rushed out, then disappeared in a flash. Pouch! A Murloc just turned around, and the steel cat's claw pierced his stomach and stuck out from his back. "You are 100 tricks." The rest of the people were shocked. There was the source of information about Colonel Mouse, and the news that 100 tactics Crow got out of suspended animation had long been known by the evil dragon. But they never expected that he would be the one who made the ghost ship unsuccessful case in succession. The Black Knight did not answer, but disappeared again, and the bone claw marks were deeply visible on the chest of another Murloc. "Go back and tell the dragon boss, it's the Black Cat pirates." After all, it was the captain of the pirate who offered a reward of 16 million Baileys. These Murlocs weren't confident enough to ignore him no matter how little humans were. One of them opened his mouth wide and shouted at the villagers hiding on the cliff. Loet's playful gaze peeked over. The straight line distance is less than 20 meters, and the soul of a living person is too conspicuous. But... bah! Go to hell, you monsters that are neither human nor fish. The villager stared with bloodshot eyes. "Even if you let you go back alive, the dragon will kill people because we didn't tell him the existence of this coast. Mongrel. Beast. Garbage on the sea. You all deserve to go to hell. I have to say that courage is really a wonderful thing." The roar of an unremarkable little character even stopped the crazy fight on the beach for a second at this moment. Subsequently, "Asshole!" In the unwilling roar of the remaining Murlocs, the undead army swarmed up and buried them in the corpse mountain. "Happy birthday to the great motherland! I wish you all a happy National Day. By the way, brazenly ask for recommendation and collection." Chapter 27, Mouse grabs food from its mouth. Fear is a strange emotion. It can make people slaughter at the same time knowing that they can live in resistance, and it can also make people rise up in resistance when they know that they will die. The villagers chose the second type and ran away immediately. Roar! The Black Knight let out a low growl, and turned his face covered by black hair. "No, it's not necessary." Loet prevented him from chasing after him, his mouth cocked. "He saw you, not me. If the Navy knows that the 100 tactics Crow that they are thinking about is here, it must be another turmoil. It's no good. But it makes Loet happy. I love peace, but peace does not love me. In that case, don't blame me for causing you trouble." Allowing the villagers to escape, Loet stepped forward slowly, and the zombie puppets stepped back and quickly gave up the passage. The terrifying zombies are expressing their obedience with actual actions at this moment, not daring to let out a roar, waiting for their master to walk to the center. "Hey!" The cane fell from the crook of his arms, and Loet held one end in one hand, and the other end was tilted on the chin of the dying Murloc, slowly raising it. "I was planning to wait for Wallace to find out where the flying squirrels are now before deciding not to do anything, but since you still dare to go out, let's go ahead. If the flying squirrels are already showing signs of attacking them, the dragon will certainly not allow them to come out to find the real killer of the ghost ship." Chapter 56. This is the simplest way to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. The arrival of flying squirrels made all Navy enemies in the East China Sea feel a kind of unspeakable fear. The more you understand the naval pyramid system, the more you understand the terrible Lieutenant General. Lovett won't be afraid, but it's a fact that he's lost to flying squirrels now. So he has another sense of urgency. After all, if I remember correctly, the existence of the Dragon Pirate Group is not a secret in the East China Sea Navy and the Pirate Group. Insiders, countless. He wants to food from the mouth of the rat before the flying squirrel can attack the dragon. It's night, in Kokoyashi village, in the realm of evil dragons. "Humph, don't underestimate people." The girl sounded with a somewhat stubborn voice, slammed through the two Murlocs guarding the gate of the evil dragon domain, and walked in. Across the pool, the girl was stunned. The atmosphere is a bit wrong. She carefully glanced at the dragon sitting on the beach chair. The Murloc's cheeks were still blue, but now it was a bit more black. "What's wrong? Didn't you hear that Kensuke collected weapons again?" The girl's head was confused, but she quickly left her behind. "It's my shit. Damn pirates, the more ugly your faces are, the happier I am." Thinking of this, the girl's nose rippled, hummed a little tune, and walked briskly towards the room. In the moonlight, the dragon's cold gaze followed her, and when she was about to pass her, he whispered, "Nami. What's up?" Nami with short orange hair froze and stopped. "Have you heard anything interesting outside recently? Although there is a source of information about mice, some trivial things will not be specifically said by mice. There seem to be hundreds of murlocs in the evil dragon domain. Looking at the East China Sea, it is hard to meet a rival, but the excessively early enjoyment of life has made each of them lose their self-motivated heart. There is almost no information about going to sea. It's ridiculous that their biggest source of intelligence in the past 2 years actually happened to be Nami, the stupid girl who was fooled by them and held the highest expectations to cater to their malice. But the evil dragon didn't think there was any problem. They are murlocs. Higher races above humans. Is there any problem for humans to inquire about intelligence for murlocs? Sooner or later, they will pull the Tianlongren off their horses and sit in the supreme position by themselves. Interesting things." Nami breathed a sigh of relief, thought for a moment, and grinned, "Of course there is, but I want to know." "Tisk, greedy kid." With a disguised smile on the evil dragon's face, a gold coin flicked out. "Hey!" The girl instantly showed a physical quality that was not inferior to that of a professional soldier. Her eyesight and hands quickly grabbed gold coins in midair and stuffed them into her chest. "Does Pirate Creek count?" After receiving the money, Nami changed her face immediately. He used to recruit troops and buy horses aggressively, and the number of the pirates skyrocketed from 500 to 1,000. As a result, because they couldn't produce enough weapons to arm them, even qualified warships were not enough. Now there are less than 700 people left. Scared, ha ha ha. That idiot. Not hearing the news he wanted, a trace of disappointment flashed in the evil dragon's eyes. But he didn't show it, and motioned, "Go, don't go out these days. There is a big man in Donghai, you should be clear." Head Lieutenant General, Flying Squirrel. This name weighed heavily on the hearts of all the pirates in the East China Sea, and the few pirates who were unlucky enough to hit him made flying squirrels a lingering nightmare for countless people. Navy. Nami looked sad when she heard this. When she left, Kroby put down his hands and said, "Should I go out and look for it? This area is so big that no village dares to know and not report." "No, no need." In the moonlight, the dragon's long and narrow eyes flashed with cold light. "Although Xiaowu and the others are not the main combatants, as my Murloc compatriots, the strength is beyond ordinary humans, let alone the 4 of them together. The fact that they have not sent a single message until now can only show that the opponent they met this time is very difficult. Perhaps." Kroby's expression tightened, the eyes of the fish people who heard this sentence were flushed, and an infiltrating beast's fierce might condense in the field. "Maybe what?" The answer is clearly visible. They said they were going to search for clues, but they were actually going out for fun. The evil dragon squeezed his chin, and his fierce anger gathered on his body. In this case, the range will definitely not exceed this area where the enemy is already very close. Big dragon, could the Navy do it? Chapter 57. The octopus man Xiao Biehan asked. "Didn't the mouse say that the flying squirrels have gone to his branch? You should have heard some wind, right?" "There is a possibility," tweeted. "After all, we are holding hostages from 20 villages in our hands." Chu nodded. He has heard of flying squirrels. They are upright, benevolent, and brave, and they are absolutely in line with anyone's worship of justice. J. Puff. The shock echoed in the empty dragon field, and the dragon clenched its fist and slammed it on the concrete pillar, smashing it to pieces. In the smoke and dust, his voice was engraved with fiery hatred, and it also had a coldness that seemed like a nine secluded. I will never let anyone dare to hurt my compatriots. I will make him pay the price. The mad dragon was extremely terrifying. Around the pool, the murlocs lowered their heads one after another, not daring to look at him. Behind the wall of the room, Nami squatted in the corner and covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. Really? The dragon's people are missing? So powerful and terrifying murloc, might be dead? This is amazing. Suddenly, Nami heard a whisper and looked down. A figure climbed down the beams of the first building and stood on tiptoe, sneaky. She hurriedly hid herself in a dark corner, not daring to breathe, and the man did not find her across a floor. Make sure that no one is looking here. The man took advantage of the surrounding murlocs and jumped out, swiftly and deftly along the dark path, over the wall. Who is he? Looking at the man's disappearing back, Nami didn't know. But she knew that something big would happen. Chapter 28, Who is sitting firmly on the Diao Yute? Sure enough, it's an evil dragon. In the sitting room of the warship, flying squirrels are wearing pajamas, pulling their cloak over their shoulders. Hearing the report from the phone bug, the whole person was stunned. Yes, they ask the residents of the village for life money every month, and on the other they use these villages as a threat, so that the Navy dare not act rashly. The scout replied, his words filled with anger. The important part is money. The rats monopolized a lot of them, and some of them were taken out by him to pay for other officials. Otherwise, if you look at Loet's example, the Navy that really needs to do it will not care about so many civilian casualties. Asshole! The flying squirrel roared, making the two guards at the door unknown. He has always had the last hope in his heart, hoping that the mouse will not do things so absolutely, leaving a piece of hope for the people. However, it did not. He even helped to cover up the truth about the massacres and drowned the whistleblower halfway in order to block the news. What the Navy, the pirates, and even the pirates know, only the people who are victims do not know. Such behavior is utterly conscience. Lieutenant General, what shall we do next? On the coast, the Navy scout who was cautiously hiding behind a tree trunk asked in a soft voice, with a pair of shrewd eyes looking around, squatting down from time to time, as if suffering from ADHD. But this state of inability to calm down is precisely his ability to stand out from the scout team, allowing him to maintain a high level of vigilance no matter what the state of sleepiness and fatigue, so he has never missed. There is something wrong with their people. It is inferred from the news heard from the residents that the evil dragon will definitely find someone to vent their anger. Someone once couldn't understand the aggressive behavior of the evil dragon's men and threw a stone and injured a murloc. Then the angry dragon ordered all his family members to be hanged. Then asked him how it feels to be hurt by his family. This is an extremely evil racist. Except for the murlocs, they don't take human lives seriously. Hearing this, the flying squirrel woke up from his contemplation. He glanced at the soldiers standing guard outside the door and shook his head silently. Still can't act rashly. But... the scout said anxiously. Calm. The flying squirrel shouted in a low voice, I mean we shouldn't act rashly. It doesn't mean that the Navy can't do it. After a pause, he continued to inquire. Find where the disappeared murlocs ended up. It's the village of Klar, the edge of the evil dragon realm. The scout answered quickly. That means there are other people. This may be an opportunity. After thinking about it for a while, a flash of ice cold flashed on the flying squirrel's murderous face. Leave it to the mouse. Chapter 58. I ask you, if you were the murderer who made the 4 murlocs disappear, what would you think when the Navy arrived? Me? I would think that the evil dragon bought the mouse and asked him to help. Now that there is a lieutenant general in the East China Sea, the evil dragon dare not start a war at will. Speaking of this, the scout Jean Ran woke up, and his heart was fiery. Yes. I understand. Worthy of being a veteran of the headquarters. The fact that the evil dragon has a Navy relationship is well known. When the mouse leads a large army to come to the door, the other party must think that the evil dragon bought the mouse. But they notified Colonel Rat of this matter, and the group did not know it. In this way, an effective intelligence gap can be played, so that the focus of the dragon and the mouse is shifted to the unknown enemy. How is it going? The scout was dumbfounded. Fortunately, the flying squirrel quickly continued. The large force cannot be mobilized for the time being. You should inform the other scouts and evacuate the people secretly. Yes, go save the people. If you want to save civilians, you must ensure that no matter whether it is a rat, a dragon, or a hidden third party, they cannot jump over the wall and attack the civilians. So divert their attention. The scout's eyes were full of admiration, and he stood up and saluted. Understand. Guarantee to complete the task. Be careful in everything, and remember not to leak the wind. The flying squirrel looked cold and said coldly. He understood that even if he had the information, it would be useless. Those more than 20 villages are thousands of hostages. If you directly lead your troops to attack the evil dragon field, not to mention whether the evil dragon will jump the wall in a hurry, the mouse will definitely jump ahead of the prophet, kill people, and plant and frame. For those things he did, more than 10 death sentences were not enough. The marshal sent himself to the East China Sea, with the intention that no one was afraid. So is it important for them to kill and gain power, or is it important to save more civilians? The answer: flying squirrels also have a scale in their hearts. The next day, the flying squirrel called the mouse and said that he had received a report that there were suspected traces of pirates near the village of Klar. From the perspective of the bystander, the flying squirrel's notifications couldn't be more normal. As a visitor from the headquarters of the East China Sea, he has no reason to be careful, and he has to personally report a report, so it is understandable to notify the mouse responsible for managing this sea area. But the mouse has a guilty conscience, and has been dragging away from meeting the flying squirrels for fear of being taken down by the other party for questioning. The human heart is separated from the belly. Who knows what flying squirrels are like? Those who are cocky, thief, and flies, have always tried to speculate on others with the worst malice. Upon hearing of pirates appearing near the village of Kraer, the mouse immediately patted his chest to make sure. Just let the old man catch a good fish, maybe it will be a big fish. Standing on the deck, the flying squirrel faced the wind and waves with deep eyes. In the East China Sea, there are not many guys who dare to attack murlocs and are capable of attacking murlocs. Kokoyashi Village, the realm of evil dragons. Klar Village? Is that really the case? Upon receiving the notice from the mouse, the dragon couldn't help smashing the cup in his hand. You know. The mouse was shocked and said, surely it's yours? Now that I know why the trouble is so big, even the flying squirrels are alarmed. Now is the time for everyone to shrink their heads and pretend to be grandchildren, and wait for the storm to pass. How could it be possible to get flying squirrels just by relying on 3 or 2 cats of the East China Sea? Even the great sea pirates who have offered over 100 million rewards only dared to form a group to make trouble for him, trying to make a name for themselves. What then? It's not being counter-killed yet. These characters are in the East China Sea, and the dragon enters the water and is irresistible. Shut up! I need you to tell me what I do. The evil dragon's eyes were full of killing intent, and the voice was cold. On the other side of the phone worm, the mouse swallowed and did not dare to speak. When things are revealed, he will be tried in a military court, and Kaihuhao will ask for help. But angered the dragon, he was certain that he would not survive the next day. Fortunately, the topic of evil dragon changed. 4 of my people were missing last night, and I just found out that they went to the direction of Klar village. So it's not you. The mouse was full of disbelief, and his eyes widened. Someone dared to attack the murloc. Most pirates with names and surnames know that the dragon is in this sea area, but no one dares to make him famous so far. These fierce and mighty men were killed by the corpse mountain and blood when the fishmen first approached the East China Sea. Murlocs, who are born with multiple times the physical constitution of humans, are an existence that ordinary people need to look up to. And this kind of existence, the number of evil dragons is over 100. Now some people dare to attack the Murloc. Chapter 59. For a moment, the mouse suddenly didn't want to go and check the situation. "Don't worry, I will send someone to help you." As if he knew what the mouse was thinking, the dragon grinned with a mouth full of fangs. "You know the Murloc's ability. We block the ocean and trap them to death on land. Then you and I will flick them back and forth to wipe them out easily. Murlocs can breathe in the water, but humans can only shrink on a boat. This is the basis for Murlocs to look down on humans to set foot in the ocean. In the sea, they are the masters. As long as you destroy the ship, no matter how powerful you are, humans will have a headache. This is racial pride. Naturally, this credit is yours. All I want is revenge." The evil dragon added in a low voice. "Credit." Hearing this, the mouse spit out rough air from its nostrils. The Navy is strictly hierarchical and has a strict system. Everything speaks of military merit and strength. No matter how powerful it is, it cannot enter the core decision-making level without strength or military merit. He knew that his life was almost at the end of his life, and he had no hope of entering. There is no one under him who can play. Don't even think about shining hot. It's good to be able to hang around in the East China Sea. But what if Murlocs help him accumulate military exploits? There is a major general's position in the East China Sea. Perhaps, the ghost ship incident was also what they did, isn't it? They must do it. If you catch them all at once. Wealth, fame, power, everything that men pursue is at your fingertips. A flying squirrel sits behind and an evil dragon supports him in front. The mouse thinks about the scene of his accomplishment, and the whole person feels a little ecstatic. "I'll go first, and you will wait until I inform you to come back, so as not to leak the wind." Hearing these words, the evil dragon knew that the fish had taken the bait. He doesn't really need mouse help, but a spy to help him find information. Just as the flying squirrels thought, the evil dragon also believed that there were really few guys who dared to attack him in the East China Sea. He has to figure out whether this is the idea of one of them, or the idea of a certain group of people. He won't let anyone dare to hurt his compatriots, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't even know who his opponent is and will come out. And once you know who you are, the evil dragon has killing intent on his face. Murlocs are unique in the water. Who they want to hunt down is much simpler than humans. Of course, he didn't lie to the mouse either. The credit does indeed come. The Navy generally has the habit of recovering credit and family members of generals who died in battle. Blinded by greed, the mouse didn't realize that he was already an abandoned child. A discarded child who doesn't care about it, just thinks about the use of waste. "Where's my cover? It was only made the day before yesterday afternoon, so why did you change it today? Vomit blood." Facts have proved that the previous one is even more necessary. In order to celebrate the birthday of the mother of the motherland, the tree drank from noon to the afternoon and then to the night. Today, he slept until 4:30. It would be nothing if it was not saved. Manual funny. The 29th chapter, Overturned. At dusk, the mountain behind the village of Klar, a natural cave. "Well, overall, it's not as good as the parts on your body." Loet placed his hands in the basin, stirred the water and washed the froth on it. Then the black sand hand dragged the towel and wiped it clean. "But don't need it for nothing, now we are at the bottom of the ocean, and we will order it, bargain." Roar. The Black Knight sat up from the center of the circle and let out a low growl. The 2 extra bones on his body made him feel uncomfortable. But the Murloc's muscles and bones are strong, and the blood and internal organs are also special. They can withstand high pressure. If they can get the dead dragon's body. A cold light flashed in Loet's eyes. The second Black Knight is stable. The Black Knight made by Crow's corpse mainly retains his original agility and skills, and the increase in strength and tenacity is not obvious. It is also an opponent that kills with a single sword, and the killing efficiency brought by speed is much higher than that of strength. But the Murloc's corpse can't be transformed in this way. Without the long-term practice of Chloe, the flexibility of the limbs cannot be compared, not to mention that such transformation will also lose the strongest strength advantage of the Murloc, and lose the other. While thinking, suddenly Loet raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the wall. Along this direction, it is facing the side of the ocean. Roar! The Black Knight clenched his fists and let out a low growl. The corners of Loet's mouth cocked. You feel it too. Zombie puppets have no thoughts and cannot accurately transmit information like a Black Knight, but through the soul link, Loet can also answer some simple signals. It looks like we have guests, they came very quickly. 4 companions are missing. It is inferred based on Loet's knowledge of evil dragons that it is possible to buy a rat to kill someone with a knife, or go out to judge the prisoner in person. In the most unlikely situation, he was frightened by the flying squirrel name and chose to swallow his breath. At the same time, outside the beach. Chapter 60. There is a natural harbor? What a surprise! Looking at the cliffs surrounding the bay in a concave shape, the mice that often go back and forth here are also amazed. He is just greedy and not stupid. From his eyes, he can see that this natural harbor is a perfect habitat with a little modification. The front exit is narrow and the back is sheltered by mountains and forests, so you can settle down and move in and out freely. The evil dragon chose Kokoyashi village instead of this? The mouse showed disdain. It really is a stupid beast. Captain, look! Suddenly, a soldier shouted, pointing his finger at the beach. There is a cave. At the root of the cliff close to the beach, a dark hole is very eye-catching. Sure enough, there is a problem. The mouse was overjoyed in his heart, and then forcibly calmed down, had a look at the accompanying lieutenant colonel, and went to the cabin. He is going to inform the dragon. Although I didn't see the enemy, the traces of the artificial excavation should not be faked. Since the dragon is willing to help, it is of course best. On the other end, upon receiving a call, the evil dragon's eyes were cold. So I know, the reinforcements will be here soon. Then hung up the phone and turned his head. Tweet, notify Clubby and let them lean over. Big brother. Hearing this, frowned. If you really want to seal off the sea, I am afraid that there will be insufficient manpower. The evil dragon will certainly not be sent out. After all, the mice are the pawns they use to visit the thunder. Therefore, it sounds like army assistance. In fact, only a few people from Kroby were sent to monitor the situation. A mouse runs away if it can't beat an enemy, if it can beat it, it can wait for an opportunity to move. I know, their task is still to see who the enemy is. For the rest, avoid the limelight. Moving? Chuo stared in shock. In response, the evil dragon's face was gloomy. Do you really trust that idiot mouse? They have been arrogant in the East China Sea for a day or two. There are many insiders, and they can rely on mice and flying squirrels to deal with them in a short time, but over time, flying squirrels will not do anything? The mouse is too high to see his status and the so-called unspoken rules. These iron-blooded soldiers killed from the Great Root, except for the franchise, have never seen them give any face. Otherwise, those naval scum like rats would not have to try every means to conceal the truth. I see. Suddenly, it is not a question of whether they trust the mouse or not, but the question of whether the mouse is worthy of trust. He is so stupid, nothing more. By the way, remember to take Nami away. Her ability to draw charts is an essential part of our conquering the ocean. If she refuses, you know what to do. The evil dragon added compassionately. Hearing the words, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. Clear. Although it's a pity, this joke has been around for 5 years, and there is nothing wrong with ending it early. In 5 years, Nami must also know what will happen to the villagers if she doesn't obey them. What they didn't notice was that behind the wall, Nami squatted on the floor, her eyes looked forward helplessly in horror, her teeth biting into the palm of her hand to prevent herself from making a sound, dripping blood. Without knowing that he had been sold by the dragon, the mouse returned to the deck refreshedly, and found that the faces of the surrounding soldiers were full of dignity. Following their line of sight, the mouse's pupils shrank. "You are Earl Black, Lowett." Before he uttered the nickname that disgusted him, Lowett hammered his cane heavily and smiled. "Don't make a mistake." Watched by eyes full of chills, the mouse froze for a while, and then felt lost and disdainful. "Shit, Black Earl. I haven't heard of your noble origin." He scanned the beach. Standing at the entrance of the cave was a man with black clothes, a broad grey cloak, and a face mask covering his face. Besides, there was no one else. "Only two?" The mouse smiled confidently. "God helps me too. Such opponents don't even need murlocs to come and help." He looked at Lowett's eyes shining, as if looking at the military merits of the move. "Our head has ordered us to arrest you, but you have been hiding well and can't find it. But today is your death date." With hundreds of soldiers on his side, with the help of warships and artillery, he was confident that Lovett could not escape with his wings.